Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today, we're gonna embark yet on another journey. Full of spirit jades, full of boss battles, full of ups and downs. And after all of it, the end goal that we're gonna reach today is acquiring yet another brand new shiny title. Which, as we all know, is the only thing that matters in this game. Not the characters, not the stamps, nor even the spirit jades. It's only cosmetic stuff that matters, truly. At least to me. Anyway, hi there guys, hopefully you're doing well on this Saturday afternoon, and as I was saying, today basically we're gonna try to beat this limited trial tower. Haven't really tried it at all, see how it goes basically, and just kind of go on from there. We'll see how difficult it is. I know there's ranking here as well, but I don't think there's any reason to like try harder because there's no titles for ranking for once, so I can kind of just take it easy. But before we start doing that, let's do a little bit of stamp farming, see if we can get some upgrades for some of our units. I think right now actually I'm in a pretty decent spot where I don't really need any other character stamps. Like, I reached the point in a game where I kind of built everyone I wanted to build, and the only exception I guess today is Keyskip, but literally everybody else I already maxed out the stamps, and the last addition to that is actually Soifon, because Soifon was my last character which I kind of forgot about, and I never even bothered starting building, so I kind of went a little bit of stamp farming, and I got up to the pretty decent place, I'd say. I got her to pretty much 92% crit rate, which is pretty nice, and 167% crit damage. So she's in a very, very solid spot at the moment, and pretty much everybody else is kind of similar. Kiski is like the only one that could use some work, but everybody else is pretty solid. I'm not building Yaka, not really building Tosin, so... And the other thing that I was thinking about is whether I should try to go for Kenpachi stamp set for my boy Urahara, because I think Kenpachi's stamp is actually better for him than his own, simply because it gives him 50% crit damage, which transfers to basically about, how much is it? He gives 20% I think based on his crit rate, so that's roughly about 16%. Instead of 10% that he gets from his stamp, which is unconditional as well, so it's interesting, but we might be trying to get that. And the other thing why I am considering that is because for the new Ulquiorra, apparently that's his best in slow as well, and to be fair, Toshiro doesn't really do a lot of stuff for him, because Toshiro's stamp set is basically just kitted directly to him. He gets spirit damage, I guess, and ultimate damage, which is decent, but basic attack's kind of useless for him, so I don't know. I probably will be changing this one to Ulquiorra, to be honest, because it is already built, and I doubt I'm gonna farm for Kenpachi just to get a slight upgrade for him. Okay, let's see. Which one do we need? I think I'll probably do... Man, because Kenpachi's one's pretty good. And it could be useful for other units in the future, instead of farming Kiski's one. Because Kiski's one's kind of worthless at this point in time, because HP percentage doesn't do him any justice. Let's see. You know what, let's try and see if we can get something decent from it at least. Because I can probably just slap it on Kiski and just see the upgrade, because right now his build is very interesting, to say the least. So he's not in like the best spot possible, because I'm running him in a very weird way where his first stamp is basically my ultimate recharge stamp because it goes 3 rolls in ultimate charge rate, and his last one is attack because it got 2 rolls and crit damage, which would be nice other way around, but you know, I'll take what I can get. And I'm kind of slowly been starting building Grimmjow a little bit as well, because I do want to play around with him more, and I've been trying to just kind of understand whether his skill set is pretty good or not. just to see how he kind of functions for the most part. But I think right now he's in a pretty decent spot. I put my offset Grimmjow stuff on him, like the, you know, the Resurrection Grimmjow. And he's been functioning pretty decently. Nothing like too amazing, but I'd say he's in a pretty decent spot at the moment. And I did get last week a bunch of copies for his core stamp, so I thought, you know what, might as well build him just to see what he feels like. So we'll see if we can get something decent fucking punch stamp and then kind of go on from there, I guess. I probably should actually be aiming for upgrades for my Resurrection Grimmjow, because he's not in like the best spot either, but let's see if we can get something decent here. Alright, what do we have? And the Bold Man? Nope. That's not what we're looking for. Slash damage, attack, slash again. No. Well, actually, this might be decent for... Nah, you know what? I was gonna say for Kisuke, but no, really. No, really, that's not what kind of what we're looking for. But that's okay. And that's okay. Let's try again. See if we can get a decent upgrade this time. I kind of been running this team for a while, and what I realized is that it's not a good team. I'm gonna be doing it just because I feel bad for running my proper teams, because they kind of waste XP since all of them are level 100 already. And I'm just trying to kind of mid-max the efficiency more than anything, with like daily spirit power and all that good stuff. Hi there, Hakim. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, I have a question for you, actually, because I've been kind of deliberating this myself. Are you running your Kisuke in his own stamp set, or are you running him in Kenpachi one? Because I've kind of started building Kenpachi set of my free-to-play, and what I found that it kind of works better. So I'm deliberating whether I should start doing the same on my main or not. Because to be honest, it does seem like a better long-term investment, because I can just kind of shift it towards somebody else in the future. The Sparta, let's see, hopefully doing well. Uriah was his own, I see, I see. Well, that's kind of what I've been doing too, but... Ooh, this might be a decent one. That is true. I only been considering because, like, my setup at the moment is not that good. Like, it's not terrible. And the thing is... Apparently it's a recommended stamp set for Kiora as well, which I don't really get why. Because it does give him 50% crit damage, but like, I would assume Toshiro's stamp set would be better for him. Because it gives him spirit damage, ultimate, and basic attack. Meanwhile, Kenpachi's gives him 50% crit damage. Which I guess, if you think about it from like 50% on everything, damage perspective, is probably better. But it is interesting. Because I am considering building this whole Kiora. And apparently, even the game itself says this is better. And I can see why, kinda. But also, I don't know. Kinda just been deliberating. See, I'll probably build them both ways, to be honest, just to see what actually works better. Just out of curiosity. Alright, let's see. Since I got that decent stamp, because this is my build on my Kisuke right now. And it's not like tremendous, but the main reason why I'm running this way, because I got 3 ultimate charge rate on his first piece, yet I got 2 crit damage on his attack piece, so I need ultimate charge rate to get his rotation basically not perfect necessarily, but like as good as I can get. and I don't have any of the other two pieces, so I kind of was stuck with this. And I just want to give it a shot, see if I can build maybe better set with Kenpachi. And then kind of put offset pieces of this, maybe on like Momo or something. Just to have like a better setup, I guess. But I don't know. Alright, let's roll the Kenpachi piece that we just go. See what we can get from it, if anything. Where was it? There we go. Because this one's actually looking pretty nice. And to be honest, it might be useful for somebody else in the future, because it does seem like Kenpachi stamp set is pretty universal, because it just gives raw damage. So you can kind of slap it as an off-piece for anyone. And see how it works. But let's see. All we want is that crit damage. That's all we want. Okay, the first one, good. If I can get 3 rolls in this bad boy, that would be a sign from the gacha goals that I need to go with Kenpachi stamp set. Because I've seen quite a few people running it, and I was just curious how much more damage you can output, obviously, with this one instead of Kisuke's own stamp set. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not hoping for all crit damage, I'm just hoping for 2 rolls. I don't want to be greedy. Okay, attack, that's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Alright, 1 more crit damage, please. Oh, 2 attack. Golly. I mean, it's still a decent one, I guess I can keep it for somebody, maybe. It's not good, though. It's not good. Golly, maybe I should have just stuck with Kisuke's own stamp set. Because all I technically need, because I have this one on here. Where is it? I had like an offset here, which has 2 crit damage rolls. So all I need really is just a decent ultimate charge rate piece for here. Hi there, Creek. Glad to see you, hopefully doing well. And he would be fine, because like with this one, I have way more. I could tell, Krieg, I could tell. Because with this one, I get about 230, and if I upgrade it fully, it's gonna be like about 245 or something like that. But I have 0 ultimate charge rate this way, and that just messes up the entire rotation, which is not ideal. But it's fine, I guess. It's fine. I'll see what I can do. To be honest, I can probably try to get an upgrade from here, like stamp conversion. And see if I can get maybe like a slight upgrade. I don't know if I want to invest in this stamp set, because like I am not going to use it for anybody else, really, except Kisuke. At least with Kenpachi I can be like, okay, maybe I can swap it to somebody else in the future, but nobody's going to need this one. That was like the main reason why I was considering it. But I don't know. For now, I guess we'll just go with what we have. I also finished building my soy phone a little bit. She's in a pretty decent spot right now, with about 92% crit rate, and pretty decent crit damage. So, I'm basically like at the point where I don't have to build anyone. I'm pretty much done with all my characters, for the most part, so I can just kind of try random things more than anything. And just see how it goes. Alright, so I haven't really tried this game mode, so I have no idea what I'm getting into. But let's see what we can do. So it looks like you have 4 tries per team, so you need basically 3 teams at least. Because it's 12 stages, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, yeah, 12 stages, okay. So we're probably gonna run just Slash for the first few, then switch probably to Strike or Thrust, and then you go on from there and see how it goes. We'll probably just run it on auto for now. Well, hopefully. I don't know how difficult it is, but I just hope that I'll be able to beat it. That's all I need. If I can beat it, that's gonna be good enough. Alright, well, maybe it's gonna be easy. Never mind. That took like 2 seconds, okay. Because I've been putting this off since I was thinking that this is gonna be like very, very challenging. And it probably is. But, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. There's going to be a testament to whether I need to actually play the game myself or not. I see, I see. We'll probably do the endless mode, like, manually, just to see what it entails. But I just saw that there's a lot of stages, and I was like, okay, well, this is going to be pretty challenging now, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe not. I was also working on the White Ichigo summoning video for a bit. I haven't finished it yet, but I'll try to upload it either tomorrow or early next week. Because I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow yet, since I have some stuff going on tomorrow, which might require me to unfortunately be out for the day. But I'll have to wait and see. Is there something interesting, Creek? Listen, Creek, unless Sky's coming, I'm not interested. I kept telling you that. The only man that is matter in that game is Sky. And if he's not coming there, I'm not coming either. If it's just another, like, goon bait, I'm not interested. Yeah, you see, stuff like that, not really my cup of tea. I need me some juice, you know? I need me something to sink my teeth into. Hi there, Fuji. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. I'm doing pretty decently. Thank you for asking. Alright, let's see. We're probably just gonna run like a standard thrust team for this one. Just see what we can do. For now, it's pretty easy to do, so we're just gonna run whatever we want. To be honest, I don't think I even need to pay attention that much to the typing, but I'm glad the last stages seems to be Spirit, so hopefully I won't struggle on them. We will be doing this on my free-to-play later as well, which is going to be actually probably more challenging. This is going to be a true testament to my skill. Yeah, because I was looking at it and I thought, well, there's quite a lot of stages, and chances I'm probably going to forget unless I do it on stream, so it's going to be tower kind of day today, and I still need to do limited ones as well, which I haven't finished. So yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting stuff. Is it a game theory though, Creek? Because that's what truly matters. Because if it's not a game theory, I'm not interested. Alright, you know what I am interested though, Creek? How many male characters are coming out? Because Wooden Waves has an agenda where they just don't like male characters in their game. They release them like every new year. Once upon a time. One? Well, we're already doing better than I thought. Alright, I Google who it is, Creek, and I'll be the judge of that. Because I trust you, but then again, I need to see to believe. Alright, let's use... To be honest, we're just gonna keep riding the Spirit team, because at this point, since no that challenge, it doesn't really matter. Alright, let me Google what's the new characters. Ah, this guy. Alright, let me pull him up. Alright, let's see. So these are the new characters apparently that's coming out. In Creek, I'm going to judge you very harshly because you wanted me to see this. And if there's a single Guna character in here, you're going to be to blame. Well, let's see. Alright. Female bird lady. Very nice. Who is this? Suisu. Very nice. I don't know any of these characters. because I haven't played the game in so long, I have no idea who they are. So I mean, very good, very good. So this is a guy I guess you wanted me to see. He reminds me of what's the purple lantern guy from Genshin? I forgot his name. I'm just gonna type as this because I don't remember his name. We'll just wait for that to load. Who else do we have? Let's see. Oh man, what was the load? Golly, Opera, come on. There we go, this guy. What's his name? Flynn, that's a guy. So he reminds me of this gentleman right here, so that's fine, I guess. Ooh, this lady looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, Jinjiao. Very nice. And what was the last one? Okay, so this is basically Yumika 2.0. Okay. I see. I mean, this guy's pretty cool, I guess. Still no Scar, though, Creek. So I'm very disappointed in you for forcing me to look at this when there's no Scar. Because you got my hopes up, and now you crash them all over again. I don't need Flint 2.0. I need my boy Scar. Because look at this guy. This is who we're fighting for, okay? That's the only reason why that game still exists. Because this man hasn't appeared yet. You see this guy? That's who we need in our lives. The GOAT, literally and metaphorically. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back to the game. Alright, sorted. Let's keep going. What do we have here? I'll probably save this one for the last one. Try not to strike team, just for funsies. It's fine. I mean, the thing is, I still don't really like that in Wuthering Waves they release like 10 female characters for every one male. And they're just kinda, I don't know. It just kinda paints us in a very specific kind of game, you know? I much prefer the balance. But they look good. They look good. I mean, to be honest, Wuthering Waves character design was always pretty top-notch. I never had an issue with it. But yeah. Still no Scar, though. That's not good. Yeah, you see, I'd much rather have at least, like, 2, you know? Like, I don't mind mostly being female, that's fine. Because I know gacha games and I understand what they're trying to do. But still would have been nice. Because, like, Wuthering Waves has so many cool male characters. They just, we never see. Like, their general guy, I forgot his name. The, you know, Jian's, I guess, father figure, basically. And, you know, Scar is another one. They did release Luke, which was pretty nice. I remember him. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm still upset the Cyberpunk collab doesn't include Keanu, though. That was the biggest punch in the gut for me. Because I was looking forward to coming back. And now I don't. I still do, but less so. Define free-to-play friendly, Creek. You play in a single-player game. What do you mean free-to-play friendly? Every unit is free-to-play friendly. You can clear with anyone. Well, that's a thing that I actually was talking about at the beginning of the stream, Fuji. I'm contemplating doing the same as well. The thing is, I don't know if the increase is worthwhile if you already have Kisuke built. Because the thing is, Kisuke gives like, what was it, 40% crit damage from his own crit damage. So basically you're looking at, how much is it? 20% damage increase instead of 10. But the thing is, you have to rebuild him fully, and is it really worthwhile 10% extra crit damage? I don't know. And another thing that I don't know is how damage multipliers work in this game for different stats. And what I mean by that is there's so many damage multipliers that have like different names, and we don't know how strong they are. Because you look at this, and it's like all type mastery, all skill mastery, you know, spirit damage bonus, battlefield skill damage, ultimate damage bonus. It's like dissipation damage, but what do they mean? Nobody knows. Like crit damage. Like, what's the difference between crit damage and spirit damage, for example? I have no idea. Is it exactly the same? Maybe. But that's like, so I can't say like for certain whether it's better or worse, because on Kisuke's stamp, it's all damage. So it's 10% all damage. It just says 10% for all damage. Kenpachi's 20% crit damage. Now, is all damage better? I don't know. Probably no. Probably it's exactly the same, but there's no really way to tell. I mean, that's what I mean, Creek. I never really got the mentality that some people have of like playing a single player game like Wooden Waves and saying that it's pay to win. Because it's like, at the end of the day, you don't have to summon for characters. You can just beat it with whatever you have. You're not competing with anyone. Like in this game, you can say that, you know, some aspects are pay to win because, you know, you're directly competing with other people. But when you don't, what's the point? Out of any, let's see, hopefully doing well. The official web store doesn't work, unfortunately. I believe it doesn't work for EU and NA. I don't know if it works for CA, because I might have fixed it for them, but unfortunately, if you are in the western part of the world, it doesn't work. It has been not working since January, so... And Crunchyroll clearly doesn't feel like fixing it, so... we ain't getting much from it. I did hear that, Creek. I did hear that. And to be honest, if he's a slash DPS, I don't know if I'm gonna get him. Because, like, that is true. That is true. It is his birthday this July. And the thing is, you know whose else's birthday is it? Not on 15th, but the day after. Is this big man. So I might do some like birthday special and we pull on my birthday and see if from one big man to another we can pull all the birthday luck together. Alright. So the second one probably will be pretty simple. I'll probably just run slash for this. Quickly. I don't know when I need to start paying attention to these, to be honest, because the first few are pretty simple, but we'll see how it goes. I don't remember fighting Ruru, to be honest. Is that like a new boss fight? Is he thrust? If he's thrust, I'm even more not pulling, because my Gin is my life and savior. You kidding me? My Gin is like the only one that makes my thrust team feel really good. Because the point of it all is that Nell just stays on field as much as possible and Gin does as much damage as she does. Unless Ichigo can do the same numbers, I'm not interested. And to be honest, I would prefer his thrust because that just means the anniversary Ichigo is going to be slash. And that was my original idea because I was gonna go hard for him. Nah, I'm not swapping Gin. Gin is so good. Especially at like BE0. And the chances are they're probably gonna give you 3 copies moving forward. Because they already did that with like Ichigo and, you know, Toshiro. And I do think Gin has like the best option of being the next free unit that they're gonna give for like full anniversary. And also maybe dropping in a standard pool later. So I probably will be sticking with Gin. And I still think the B0 Gin is the best character in the game. At B0. At B1 it's Aizen, and then, you know, B4 Aizen as well. B6 Aizen as well, but you know, you get the point. Nah, this... Look. Hakim, I'm gonna be real with you. The point of Gin is the fact that he's not on the field. Like, Ichigo probably will do more damage, but like, you gotta remember that his synergy with Nell is perfect. I really, really doubt his synergy with Nell will be better than Gin's. Like, I seriously don't think that's gonna be possible. And the reason for that is because if he is a thrust DPS, what they're gonna do is they're gonna make him fit more towards a new thrust tactical unit in the future. Which means, if you have Nell, chances are Gin is gonna work better with her. At least that's how I see it, because every other thrust, or like tactical unit that we got so far, has been pretty much tailor-made to the DPS, so they like complement them perfectly. And I do think they're gonna keep doing that. So, that's a clear example, like with this White Ichigo. I think it pretty much was tailor-made for the next slash DPS, which I think to this day is probably gonna be full Hollow Ichigo. Now, the reason why they remove alignment damage also, I feel like, is because the Hollow Ichigo probably not gonna have any. So why would he need it? Well, because you gotta keep in mind, Hakim, that every second the Gin is not on field, Nell is on field. So you're basically multiplying your damage with a factor of 2. With Ichigo, if he is on field, you're not dealing damage with Nell. And the thing about Nell, that you want her to do damage all the time because you want to keep up, especially if you have her B2, all the crit damage stacks. Because if you don't, she's just gonna lose them, and that's not what you want. So, I don't know. I still feel like Gillian is gonna be the MVP. Hi there, Justin. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I mean, don't we all, Creek? Don't we all? We all need a strike support. I'm refusing to build Nebo. I built her on my free-to-play account, and I just refuse to build her here. I just don't want to. That is interesting, Justin. That is interesting. That is a pretty fascinating thing to do. Go to America to get a ranch. Very fascinating stuff. Because I'm relatively certain you can probably get it in other places, right? Or is it just like exclusive for America? Are you putting some special ingredients in that thing, Justin, that gets people so addicted that they want to break the law for it? Because if they do, man. I mean, the thing is, if Ruki is next spirit, I'm skipping regardless. I'm not summoning for Ruki. Are you kidding me? My boy Aizen is my tactical unit forever. Unless Yamamoto replaces him. That's the only way. Well, the Europe is not bland as in whole. The Europe just is not as crazy about, you know, sugar and salt like you guys. You go full ham on that thing. You can... like the caloric count is merely suggestion for you. You don't keep minding that. That's why your food is so good. In Europe, we have rules and regulations, and there's also sugar tax, which basically what it is every sugary thing, so like cereal, juices, candy, gets taxed, so it's more expensive, so it's less readily available. And because of that, people don't buy it as often. Meanwhile, in good old Freedom Land, you don't have this, so you can go ham on that thing. You can get as much sugar as you want. And that's why all the manufacturing over there is more flavorful, because it's cheaper. I'm pretty much good. I have all my characters built at this point. Like, I legitimately don't think I need to build anyone else. All of my units at the moment are pretty much as good as they can be. Minus maybe Ichigo. But then again, I don't care that much about Ichigo. It's fine. It's fine as is, but all of my units are pretty much like my Aizen's build, my Nell's build, my Ichigo's build, my Gin's build. And this is the main reason why if the new Ichigo is a thrust DPS, this is why I'm not gonna build him, because my Gin is pretty much as good build as I can possibly get him. I have like pretty much picture-perfect things on him. Like, I don't think I can get any better than this. And, you know, I have really good 6-star substats on him as well. All support, so he basically gets like 10% extra damage from this alone. So, I don't know. Hi there, Amri. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I appreciate you showing up at least to say hi. Like, my soy phone is relatively well built. My Kisuke is in a decent spot. It's no ideal. Kisuke is like the only one I probably will be working for in the future. But everybody else, my Ichigo's alright. My Mayuri is fine. My Grimmjow's good. Toshiro's decent. Szayelaporro's good. And even these two are decent. So, like, I don't really have to grind that much. And the only upgrades I can get are very, very minor ones. So I just don't see a point of, like, mid-maxing stats. Because the thing is, I'd much rather save resources for, like, new upcoming units. And just build them better. And the only one that I'm still on the fence for is Ulquiorra, whether I'm going to build the old one. Not the old one, but the base one. Or the new one. I have more than enough Fuji. I have them all. The only character I'm missing is Kenpachi. Out of principle. I already finished basically every single endgame in this game. I finished all 25 towers on every typing. I finished all of the events, basically. They are ranked. The only ones I left is like these trial towers. And after that, I'm pretty much done with endgame. Just like weekly events that are left. I mean, that's just what happens when you play the game as long as I have. I've been playing for like 7 months at this point, so I think majority of people that play since day one are pretty much in the same spot. Even if you are free to play, I'm pretty sure majority of people probably cleared most of the end game. I mean, there are some people they're clearing trial tower with, God forbid, the bald god himself, the Saitama 2.0, the Walmart version of One Punch Man. Our Lord and Savior, the bald Jesus himself, Mr. Ikaku Madarama. And they managed to build build him as well, but beat floor 24 with him. And I was so impressed that I don't think that's a kind of achievement that will go down in history books. I didn't know you had 2 accounts, to be honest. No. I know why. I remember because of your stamp debacle. I remember now. That's fair, that's fair. I mean, to be honest, I'm in the same boat. I only get Battle Pass, and I only get monthly card. I don't really buy packs that often. The only exception to that is, like, the animated avatar packs, just for, you know, because it's a decent deal for like $4. You get like half a multi and you also get an animated avatar. I think that's pretty decent. But other than that, I don't really splurge. Like, I don't buy any of these packs, like these ones, even though I do think they're decent. I don't bother, to be honest. I do get these just for this stuff like this, and the only one I'm missing, I'm relatively certain, is the Nell's one. And also I didn't buy like the Korn's avatar frame one, but everything else I do have quite a few of these. As you can see, I have like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. And occasionally I do get like these kinds of packs, not this one because this one I think is terrible, but sometimes you do get decent ones. Yeah, I was gonna actually flex on you guys as well. I did reach level 80, and level 80 is endgame. Now, granted, you don't get anything for it, but you know, I am level 80. Hi there, Pale. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. It doesn't do anything. Like, after level 65, there's literally zero reason to chase levels. You get nothing for it. Like, you don't even get... Well, actually, you do get something. You do get... let me see if I can find it. Where was it? This one. So you're getting, where was it? There. You get 20 Spirit Jades. So basically, if you reach level 80, you get 20 Spirit Jades, guys. Which is a lot. That's like, what, 1/16,000 over 10 pool? A lot of Spirit Jades. But yeah, that's like the only thing you get, unfortunately. You don't get like a cool title or anything, or you know, like a cool animated background. Nothing. You get nothing. Not even thank you card. It is what it is. That's pretty good, that's pretty good. I mean, after level 55, to be honest, you can already start. I know, Creek, I know. Don't spend it all at once, okay? Be careful. But to be honest, I still wouldn't recommend you spending your spirit pills. Or like nourishers. I always forget what they call. Until you get to level, I believe 65 when you unlock the last difficulty. Because then you get like guaranteed 3 golden stamps per run, I believe. Or like at least 2. And I think that's just the best way of going about it. And also, I wouldn't chase like perfect substats either. Because what I realized after playing this game for as long as I have is it doesn't really matter if you have perfect build or not. 9 times out of 10 you're still going to be able to clear everything if you just have a solid build. Like as long as your crit rate on all your people that you want to do damage is above 80%, as long as you know, have enough ultimate charge rate on your supports, you're pretty much fine. Like there's not really that much reason unless you're chasing like animated titles for ranking events. That's the only reason rather where you would need like super high-end stats. But to be honest, I just don't think it's worthwhile. Alright, I remember it was either 2 or 3, but yeah. So basically, after you get to the max difficulty, you get guaranteed 2. I mean, not having Aizen is sad existence. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Fuji. It couldn't be me. I mean, it is me, unfortunately, on my free-to-play, because I, for a rare reason, refuse to get him. But I might get Rukia on that account just to see what she feels like. Because I am using Rukia right now. Just, you know, SR version 1. So maybe I should get a slight upgrade. We'll see. If his stamp is already A4, I assume you mean core stamp, I'd probably stick with the base one. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, at this point in a game, like, we don't really need, like, super overpowered units, and the base Ulquiorra is really fun. Like, I genuinely feel like he's very fun, and the thing is, his boundaries are very good. And if you're gonna invest in your base Ulquiorra now, you only need to wait, like, 4 months essentially to get him at his full power, and you're gonna save essentially like a full unit worthwhile of resources. I do think that's a pretty smart idea, because the reason why I personally didn't go with base Grimmjow, well, a couple reasons really. First of all, because I never built my Yaruichi. My Yaruichi is still level 40. And the thing is about this Grimmjow is the fact that he doesn't have his own stamp set, which kind of limits him a little bit. Because if he doesn't have his own stamp set, he's obviously not going to do as big of a damage as somebody else, like SSRs can. And also, I just really like the gameplay, and he also doesn't work as well with Soifone as a limited one. But the base Ulquiorra, he will work fine with Aizen. Like, he will be fine, because Aizen doesn't really care who you're using. Like, he's just there. Unless you don't have Aizen, and that's a different conversation entirely. But if you do have Aizen, he's pretty much will be fine. Because all you want for Aizen, no matter which boundary you have him at, is somebody that just fills in his tactic skill gauge, basically. And gets his stack quickly. And Ulquiorra has a lot of hits on his skill, so he will fill up, you know, your 40 stacks very quickly. Which is kind of what you want. And he's also better than Toshiro, I think at least. Like, Toshiro's fine, but I do think Ulquiorra will be better. And his B6 is absolutely disgusting. Like, ignoring... Where is it? Like, this B6, I genuinely feel like it will be absolutely broken. Because, like, how can it not be? He avoids 85% of damage on everything. Everything. Like, all of it. And I just genuinely think that's pretty crazy. Because Aizen already is very, very strong. And he's only has 50%. I say only, it's still a lot. But 85 seems even more crazy. And if you have both him and Aizen on the same team, you're basically just shredding defense like nobody's business. Like, the enemy's just not gonna stand a chance. Unless the limited Ulquiorra has something like this inbuilt in his kit as well. I just don't know if he's gonna outpower, like, B6 Ulquiorra in the future. Because I do think B6 Grimmjow probably will be about the same as, like, B0 limited Grimmjow. At B1, I think limited 1 will be better. Because his technique cycle is just so crazy. You can basically switch him in, switch him out, and he never runs out of it. But with Ulquiorra, this one is going to be a different kind of topic entirely, because the B6 is just, man. And I don't know if that's going to be like a standard thing that they're going to do, where basically every SR Plus unit will have defense ignore. But, like, defense ignore is so strong that I just don't know. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm definitely going to build them, because I want to see how strong it will be. And I most likely will be saving all of my, like, selectors for him. Unless somebody even more crazy is going to come out in the future. Because I would personally recommend to save at least 4 selectors for now. And don't just go straight into Ulquiorra. And just see if there's any other unit in the future come out that you might want to more, maybe. But for now, I do think he's, like, in a very, very good spot. I think so. Well, the thing is, you don't have to get either one. Like, Toshiro is absolutely fine. Especially if you go his first boundary from, half anniversary stuff. You'll be okay, even with him. Like, the thing about Aizen, he doesn't care who you run him with. As long as you have Szayelaporro, that's the only one he cares for. You can run him with Kisuke, which is what I do. I use my Aizen as main DPS. I only use Toshiro in cases where I need, like, Spirit Team and I need Slash Team at the same time, so I need Kisuke somewhere else. But as an actual... Like, this is a team I'm always running. In Guild Boss, in Raid Bosses, pretty much anywhere. Like, this is my main team which does, like, the most damage. Granted, if you don't have Aizen B4, it's not going to be as powerful. But even at B1, he's going to do still a lot of damage. But B4, obviously, even more. So, that's my mainstay team that I'm pretty much running for everything. Like, I don't skimp on it at all. The thing is, I don't know if Aizen stamps will be good on him, because I believe they are, like, tailor-made for him. I don't remember what Aizen stamps does. Let me see. No, it does battle skill damage, like, they're just not gonna be it. No, this is no. I personally don't know, because I still feel like Toshiro's stamp set might be better. Because the thing is, it gives him spirit damage, it gives him ultimate damage, which he does want, and basic attack damage, which he does want as well. But 50% crit damage alone and 20% attack might be slightly better. If you already have Toshiro built, I personally wouldn't bother farming Kenpachi unless you have Kenpachi stamps ready to go. Because this will be fine. Like, it's not probably going to be his best slot, but it's still going to be decent. And to be honest, with stamps, your stamp stats matter way more. Like, if your stamp stats are good, I wouldn't bother. But then again, you probably can farm, like, for your Kiisuke. If you're farming for your Kiisuke for Kenpachi, and you just, you know, as a byproduct of that, get more for Ulquiorra, that's probably like the only situation where I feel like it would be worthwhile. Otherwise, not really. It is decent, but the thing is, I don't know if that's better, necessarily. Because the thing is, 50% crit damage is great, but unless you have Ulquiorra at 100%, it's not going to be as useful. It really depends on your substats. If you can get him to 100% easily, which you probably won't until you get a bunch of weapon steps, for free-to-play it's going to be harder, because if you buy the Battle Pass, you obviously can guarantee yourself, I think it's like 50% crit rate, because I think his base one gives him 25. So, if you buy Battle Pass, it will be very simple, but if you don't, it's going to be a bit harder. And due to that, I feel like if you don't have his weapon maxed, probably Toshiro's will be better. If you do have it maxed, Kenpachi's will be better. But I don't think difference will be that huge, honestly. I can't see it being that, like, crazy. Okay, so he gets 15, so it's 30% in here, basically, when you do max it out. And what does he have? Does he have any here? Does look like it. I think he also had some... Was it from his passive or something? I do remember he gets more somewhere. Ah, from his B1. So he gets 15 on there, so it's 45. Which is pretty good. So I'll definitely build him from, like, crit damage perspective, so he does even more damage. But if you don't have that weapon maxed out, you get 30%, which is still good. That's basically roughly what you usually get with about any other SSR. Because usually you get from their weapon like 20 to 25%. But yeah, if you don't get Battle Pass, I do think Toshiro's will be better. And it's all about like prioritizing what you're building. If you're building a bunch of other units that you still don't have like fully maxed out, I do think that offsetting the stems that you already have built, like for your Toshiro, for example, onto a new unit is a smarter way of going about it. So you can focus on building, you know, your Nell, your Gin, like whoever else you go. Because chasing like the picture-perfect stamp sets is not super ideal unless you're in like late endgame, and when you have like everything cleared, you have everybody built, and then you can kind of chase, you know, minor upgrades here and there. Let's see, because a lot of people probably chose Toshiro as a free unit, you know, and B1 Toshiro is pretty solid, I'd say. Like, I don't think until you get Ulquiorra to at least B4, you're probably not going to be better than him. So if you already got Toshiro, I won't really worry about building Ulquiorra. Well, that's the thing. I got Ichigo as well because I didn't expect another Ichigo to show up, and also I didn't expect another Slash DPS to show up because we already had Kenpachi, and like he's the second Slash DPS, so I really didn't think they're gonna go for the third. Because it just wouldn't make sense, really. Since we already have like more than enough Ichigo or Slash DPS, we have 3. Granted, 2 of them are SR versions, but still. That's true. I mean, to be honest, I don't think that it's a bad choice necessarily, because his B1 is good, and in the future you might need more than one Slash team, more than one Strike team, more than one Thrust team, more than one Spirit team. And if you do, at the end of the day, you know, you already have somebody built that you can utilize. Because I do think in the future, there might be certain content where you need like 2 teams per stage, and those 2 teams need to be exactly the same typing. So in the future, we might have, you know, something like Frenzy Feast with 8 teams. And you need to run basically like 2 Thrusts, 2 Spirits, 2 Strike, you know. That could be possible. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, but it's always good to have more options. And to be fair, the more units you have, the easier events like, you know, the badge grinding one we had? Is going to be super simple to do if you have, you know, like 8 teams ready. Instead of like, so you're basically just slashing your grinding time by the factor of 2. Because you can run it twice as much as most other people. Let's see. Yeah, let's see what Mayuri in there. That should be fine. I mean, that's why they probably already gave them to you for free. I do think they're gonna start putting limited units into standard banner soon. My guess would be on anniversary they're gonna start doing that. Because the thing is, people not gonna really want to summon for Toshiro or bankai Ichigo. Like, at all. Let's be honest. Like, even at this point in time, if you re-release Toshiro in Ichigo, people not gonna go for them. So I do think we're gonna start seeing more and more of them, you know, being out standard units. My Toshiro is pretty decent. He's not like perfect, but he is in a decent enough spot where I'm comfortable with leaving him as is, I feel like. Like, obviously I would prefer him to be a little bit stronger, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. Well, that is true. That is true. Adult Toshiro, which I still think to this day is one of the coolest character designs. Like, I remember when I was reading Bleach manga back in the day, when I saw Toshiro transform into the big boy that he was, I was like, the 12-year-old me was ecstatic. Because I always liked Toshiro since, as you know, as a teen boy, I thought Toshiro was like the coolest guy ever because I wanted to be like him, you know? He was like the super genius guy, super strong, you know? Had adoration of everybody. I was like, man, I want to be like him. And when, you know, when he got his glow up, I was like, man, that might be me one day. Still waiting for it. I do think that the missed opportunity, they didn't ask about Butterfly Aizen, or Chair Aizen more likely. They asked about Yahua, but they're not going to bring my boy Aizen into the mix? Unbelievable. I was appalled. But that's fine. They're probably saving him for, like, a big anniversary or something. Because if my guess would be, you know, for the second anniversary, probably we're gonna get Mugetsu and Butterfly Aizen together. That would be, like, you know, the most make sense kind of banner rotation. Did they include Butterfly Aizen? Did I miss him? I looked through and through and I couldn't find him. Unless they updated it and they heard my pleas of adding him. Because you know what they actually asked about, do you have any other comments? I did actually put, I would like for you to suggest Butterfly Aizen next time, pretty please. So maybe they'll listen to me. Maybe they're like, you know what? Lux, we go Lux's survey, we gotta put him in. We gotta put him in. He can't choose him anymore, but at least we gotta give other people an option. I swear, when I did it, he wasn't there. Oh, man. I do think they updated him then. Because I vaguely remember he wasn't there. Unless I was, you know, in a fever dream when I did it, which might be possible. But I'm relatively certain I didn't see him. Because I did it on day one, and maybe they updated it. Because I remember seeing Karaku, Yamamoto, a bunch of Stern Ridders were there. They didn't ask about full... Well, they asked about a couple full bringers, actually, because Kujo was there, Riruka was there, Tsukishima was there, I believe. Tsukishima would be actually pretty fun for this game, because I wonder what they're going to do with him. Because his entire gimmick is, you know, rewriting memories. So he might be like the first confusion unit or something. Maybe I just missed him, to be honest, Pale, but I did on 2 accounts, because I did on my free play as well, and I looked through and through and I couldn't find him. Then again, I probably did it like late at night as well, like very first thing in the morning, because usually I do dailies first thing in the morning, and maybe I was just, you know, still in the dream zone. My Soyone started to feel way better now that I built her properly. Because now she has about 90% crit rate. So she actually does some decent damage. Alright. Let's see what else we go. Let's keep going with Strike. It's fine for now. I'm gonna start paying more attention afterwards. After we get to like halfway point or something. No, I mean, I think the way they've been releasing characters so far has been pretty decent. Like, I don't have any complaints about it. Like, obviously, we still don't have quite a lot of key units. Like, you know, Yamamoto, Hiraku, Ukitake, Unahana, you know, a bunch of captains, a bunch of others part of the, you know, like Noitora. Because I thought after Kenpachi got released, they would have released Noitora straight after, not Nell. But yeah, we still don't have quite a few, and obviously we still don't have Shinji's crew at all in any variation. We're not even close to like Fullbringers, so starting to release like 1000 Year Blood War, and I know this is just for anniversary, no anniversary, but celebration's sake for 1000 Year Blood War coming back. But I just hope they're not gonna start going full in 1000 Year Blood War, because I do like the pace that we had so far, and the thing is, 1000 Year Blood War will pretty much just change the game entirely, I feel like, because those kinds of units are pretty hype, and it would be kind of difficult to get hype for, you know, if we get like Bankai Kenpachi, I wouldn't really get that excited for, you know, Shikai Kenpachi later. Or the same was like Yamamoto. If you give me like Bankai Yamamoto straight away, probably not gonna get that excited about his space fall. But it will be interesting to see. Alright, let's run this one. I do think Kisuke will be alright, and the thing is, majority of people already have a bunch of copies for him, so I doubt a lot of people out there will be that thrilled about new Slash support unless they're absolutely broken. Because Kisuke is slower than majority of other supports that we have right now, like, you know, Mayuri, like Szayelaporro. Because the thing about those two is they are supports in a way that they don't take a lot of field time, they have very fast animations, and they give a lot of buffs. Kisuke has two of those things, but he is very slow. Like, his charge up takes roughly about anywhere between 5 to 8 seconds. Meanwhile, Mayuri and Szayelaporro will be done within like 2. So that's like his only downside, I feel like. But his actual kit is still very solid. You can still put him on any team and he will do absolutely great. Well, I think majority of people that did do that pale, they probably just didn't want to jump straight ahead to, you know, 1000 Year Blood War units. They wanted to like get all the other units before that and then kind of have like continuity. But those people are like purists, shall we say. I mean, Justin, for now, yes. I don't know if they're gonna limit them or not, because the thing is, in a lot of other games, anniversary units are like time gated, so you only can get them on anniversary. But in this game, I don't know how they're gonna treat them, because we didn't get that like notion told to us that like Grimmjow is not coming until anniversary, or like we only get them every half a year. If that is the case, then yes, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do that, because they haven't really painted like the difference between them. They went like a new rarity or the new type, so as far as I can see, they're just treating them as normal units. They're just gonna be stronger probably than normal units, because, you know, for celebrations like these, they want to make sure that people are excited. And if they want to get people excited, obviously they want to release strong units. So, yeah. I mean, that's true, but they haven't really called it Chinese New Year. So, I got no idea. But then again, we didn't have another thrust unit since, you know, Mayuri. And for Mayuri, they re-released Gin, wasn't it? I believe? Oh, unless Mayuri came by himself, I don't remember.
But they usually release DPS with support. Like, if it's support main band, then they release DPS. If it's a DPS main band, then they release tactic unit. If it's a tactic unit, they usually release them with support. I think that's kind of how they go about it. I don't know, Fuji. I assume it's because a lot of people have Kenpachi and they just don't want to acknowledge that they don't want to use him anymore. He was by himself? I see, I see. I don't remember when they started doing, like, double banner, but it's probably was since Szayelaporro, wasn't it? Because I believe Szayelaporro came with Aizen back. And, like, Aizen was the most rerun unit in the game. They rerun that man, like, 4 times already. Not that I'm complaining. Not that I'm complaining, but, you know. To be honest, if he is a thrust DPS, I'm probably gonna skip, because, like, and I do think majority of people will as well, because DPSs in this game, I know they're vital, like, they're good, but tactical units are way more important, and the thing is, if you have Gin already, and Ichigo is gonna be just a brand new, shiny thrust DPS, I genuinely don't want to replace Gin. Like, my Gin is pretty much as good as he can get, or at least as good as I could get him, and getting in new units that can do maybe like 20% more damage, I'm just not really that bothered by that. That is true, Pale. That is true. Because Kenpachi right now is as a rerun, so a lot of people feeling like if they did pull for Kenpachi and Ichigo getting released after Ulquiorra and he's another slash DPS, the devs basically baiting you into pulling for 2 units. And basically, if you knew firsthand that Kenpachi was, you know, just there as a rerun, but Ichigo's gonna replace him basically in a month, you wouldn't be too thrilled about it, so you wouldn't pull for him, right? So I feel like that's probably where a lot of people starting to speculate that he's going to be thrust instead. And to be honest, I'm not bothered either way. But no, Kenpachi is not a must. I think Bankai Ichigo is better with White, personally, because they have better synergy, I feel like. But then again, I just don't use Kenpachi, so maybe I'm just talking out of my butt. But I do believe that, you know, Kenpachi is just not as vital as he wants to be for people to pull. Because, like, every other unit that you have in this game is very vital because we don't have the replacements. But slash DPS is the only one where we have 2 of. And most people have Bankai Ichigo, so a lot of people just don't bother with Kenpachi. So for people that have Bankai Ichigo, for new Ichigo to be slash DPS, they're gonna be like, oh, pretty sweet deal because they can upgrade their Bankai Ichigo. But for people that pull Kenpachi, they're gonna be very livid, because I know I would be. If I pull for Kenpachi right now, and then you tell me that another unit coming out that's, you know, 3 times as strong as him most likely, I wouldn't be very thrilled. In fact, I'll be pretty peeved, excuse me my language, but it is what it is. Well, the thing is, a lot of people were saying that Uru was supposed to be a thrust unit. But, like, if Ichigo is a thrust unit, would Uru be a thrust unit as well, just double thrust? I mean, I guess if Ichigo is DPS and Uru is a tactical unit, maybe. Maybe they want to do some, like, cool mechanic with them where they, you know, if you both have them both on the same team, they do some cool stuff, kind of like Soifon and Yoichi. Maybe. The thing is, Ichigo releases on 15th, right? If you're not sure if you want to pull for him and you, like, know 100% about Ulquiorra, I would just wait until 15th and just pull for whoever you think is better. Like, genuinely. Especially if you can only afford one of them. Because you don't have to summon immediately. Like, you have to do that if you're me, because I'm a very impatient man and I just don't like waiting for things. But if you're a normal person that doesn't have those issues, you can just wait. And then pull, like, 2 days before, you know, the ban ends. I mean, I was really hoping the new Uri will be strike support. Because we still don't have strike support, and the thing is, for them to, you know, release units doubling up on things that we already have, instead of releasing units that could cover the missing pieces that we have, is a bit strange, not gonna lie. Just give me, you know what? Make Shikai Ichigo slash support. He can be a support. Just give him a mad pack, and, you know, put him in a nurse outfit, and just send him on his way. You know, his family owns a clinic, so he's technically a qualified doctor, kinda, by trade. So just get him on a horn, you know, just give him a stethoscope, and he's gonna be good. I mean, to be honest, it would make sense if every bankai, or not bankai, but every Ichigo is like a slash DPS. I would understand that, because maybe they want to, like, you know, ensure that Ichigo is, like, in the same lane as everybody else. Because every other Ichigo that we have 3 Ichigos right now, and every single one of them slash DPS. So if the 4th one's gonna be slash DPS as well, you know, it's gonna be very interesting, because, you know, you have this one, which is the initial one, you have Shikai one, and then you have Bankai. And all 3 of them are basically like an upgrades of each other. Well, that's gonna be interesting if they're gonna continue doing that. Because the thing is, if they do release a slash DPS Ichigo after Ulquiorra, what does that mean for Full Hollow? Because to this day, I thought that Full Hollow is gonna be the next slash DPS. Because that would make the most sense, right? And if he's not, then I have no idea. Maybe Spirit, I guess? Because, like, Strike, I don't really see that. Rust definitely don't see that. Look, if they both Thrust, I'm probably not going to replace them, because Thrust is the strongest team in the game right now. If you already have Gin and Nell, chances are you already have them very well built, so why would you bother replacing them? We know at the point in the game right now where you can just start, like, replacing units that you already have. We still don't have all the pieces to build, like, solid teams. Because, you know, no strike support, for example, still don't have, like, a very decent slash DPS at this point in time. Because, like, Bankai Ichigo is fine, Kenpachi is fine, but if you compare them to, you know, like, Gin, you compare them to Grimmjow, you're probably gonna compare them to Ulquiorra, they fall off very short. Like, they're not even in the same dimension of those. And, you know, those 3 spots, like, slash support, you can argue it's fine, but, you know, if you do wanna have, like, the best of the best, and they did say they're gonna make every team feel like Thrust team, so far, that hasn't been the case. So far, we didn't have a single other team that feels as strong as them. Like, the Spirit team feels relatively similar, I'd say, but probably after Ulquiorra it will feel stronger, I personally feel like. But after that, you know, the Strike and the Slash team will be kind of, like, left in dust, and if they're gonna double up on Thrust, that basically leaves, like, 2 months of nothing. So you basically still have to run 2 months of Mayuri in your Strike team, which is not ideal. Are you talking about regular Uri Fuji? I haven't built Mayuri, to be honest, so I think it's decent. I actually used him when I first started the game. He was pretty okay, well, especially for a Sai unit. That is true, Justin. That is true. But then again, don't you want to see Ichigo in a nurse outfit? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Ugh. That's true, Pale. Unless you're chasing boundaries in this game, you basically can guarantee every unit. Which is very rare for gacha games. Like, legitimately, if you never go for boundaries, you pretty much get enough resources, with a little bit of luck, granted, to guarantee every single unit. Every month. And that's very, very rare. In a lot of games, you can guarantee yourself maybe 1 unit every, like, patch or so, which usually is about 1.5 months, 2 months. But in this game, every 3 weeks, you can pretty much get a new toy to play with if you feel like it. I'm gonna be honest with you, Fuji, I don't really use SI units in this game, and the reason for that is because they don't really have like a function at the moment where you need them. The only 3 SI units that I have been using quite prolifically is Momo, Rangiku, and Rukia. Rukia and Momo are my free-to-play, and Rangiku is still on my main, because I still think she's very good. She's the best SI unit, in my perspective. Two assault units and attacker is a very interesting combo. I haven't run 2 assault units even when I started playing this game, Justin. The thing is, there's a lot of SI units in this game that I feel like don't have really that much place to shine. And the only units they do are supports, unfortunately, because the DPSs of SR quality are not that good. Like, nobody using Ururu, nobody using Reggie. Maybe some people using Orihime at the beginning, because she does have some fun things, which she, she gets, I think, some crit rate, I believe, from one of her skills. Yeah, she gives a little bit of crit rate, she gives a little bit of shield. So, that's decent. Nobody using initial Ichigo. Some people use Shikai Ichigo. I've seen that. The DBL, let's see. Hopefully you're doing well. Some people use Nemo out of desperation. My boy Chad! Golly, Chad. Look at this guy. So cool. It's so useless now. But I feel like SR Plus versions is there the devs way basically for you to have units that are like not limited for you to use. So basically they are the new SR units. I think Yachiru is pretty good actually as well. I forgot to mention her. Uru I think is solid. I used him for like some trial towers, and I do think he's decent. But Momo is good, Rukia is good, and Rangiku is good. Those are like the top 3. Yachiru would be like the close 4. And the common demeaning factor of those 3 is they are the sports or tactical units. So, that says a lot. I don't really know Fuji. I haven't tried them together. I will be trying them on my free-to-play at some point in the future, but Rukia is very solid. Like, if you don't have Aizen, I do think she's very decent. I have her fully maxed out on my free-to-play, and she does, decent amount of damage, decent amount of CC, and she buffs quite decently as well. I wouldn't invest in her if you have Aizen, though. Nah, Justin, that's cap. What do you mean Gin is due to your replacement? You kidding me? Gin is still one of the strongest units in the game. Like, he's been out for almost half a year, and he still claps cheeks of everyone. Like, literally every single content. Where, thrust is required, he's the GOAT. He's the man that allows you to do what you need to do. And I feel like you can't knock that. I mean, I do try them on my free-to-play. On my free-to-play, I do use SR units quite a bit. Like, I have Nemu, I have Rukia, I have Momo, I have Nemu. So, I usually 4 SR units on there. Listen, Justin! He's a Christmas miracle, gosh dang it, and he will remain as such. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Justin. Don't you dare besmirch the good man. Aizen, unbelievable. Don't you say he's due replacement. I swear, Justin. Hi there, Astra. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. But that is a pretty fun mechanic. I do like that as well. This too. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. No! Guys, come on! What do you mean Gin has to go? No! Gin is staying! Like, come on. You telling me, you look at this beautiful man right here, and you're telling me he needs to go? Like, come on. When he says bye-bye, doesn't that warm your heart? Come on. I still, and I will die on this hill, I think that Gin is the best B0 unit. I said it. I said it. Alright, let's go with the thrust team. Or actually use just in case we need strike. Listen, Justin, and you should preach his good word, especially when you got him B6. Unbelievable, this guy. As fickle as they get. You decided to invest in Aizen's trust fund, and now you want to bail out? Unbelievable. This guy. If you invest in 401k Aizen's pyramid type of a business, you stay, okay? Until you 10x. You don't go out. Fuju, that's some interesting strategy right there. Is it Orihime and Yashiro together? Interesting. Doubling up on supports. I mean, could work. Could work. The thing is, you could be right, Stu, because Aizen at B0, it pains me to say it. It pains me to say it. I do think White is a little bit better at B0. B1, on the other hand, Aizen clears it. Aizen clears it up. Because B1 is kind of vital for Aizen. Without B1, he doesn't feel as strong. Yeah, B0 just doesn't feel good, unfortunately. Like, he needs a B1 for cleaner rotation, because that gauge boosting that he gets from B1 is huge. Like, you need it. But with White, you don't actually need boundaries. Like, he's actually very, very solid. With Soifon, you need B1. Like, if you don't have Soifon B1, whoo, man. It's rough. It's rough. Because with B1, you have so much more freedom. Which, you know, is a good and a bad thing, but I do like that. I mean, double support. The thing is, I do think for White especially, you kind of don't need to have a DPS if you have him B2. If you don't have him B2, I do think you need a DPS. But if you do have him B2, at that point, I do think you can use him kind of like you using Nell. And you know, just run two supports with him. Pretty much. Unless you run her on ultimate charge rate third piece, but even then, golly, it's rough. It's rough. Because like B1 allows you to basically have 0 ultimate charge rate and build her as pure DPS. And that's huge. Like even for free-to-plays, I remember recommending going for B1. I mean, I even told Liz to go for B1, and she's the most unluckiest woman alive. So, this says a lot. But like, Soifon is a very interesting character where I feel like she's strong, but she's definitely not on the same level as like Aizen, White, and Nell. Like, I do think she's less powerful than them, unless you go for B1. Because every other tactical unit, even a B0, feels very solid, but your B0, ooh, I tried it. It was rough. Because ultimate is basically her main source of damage. She doesn't do much from like ailment, technique, all that other stuff. She does okay, but with ultimate, that's where you get the most damage from her. And getting 10% 10 seconds run, no 10%. Reduction on cooldowns plus 100% ultimate charge rate is massive. Having 15% extra crew rate is just cherry on top. I haven't gotten that one yet. Actually, thank you for reminding me, Fuji. We need to go and get it. I forgot. I was supposed to get it last week, but I forgot about it. That's true, Krieg. That's true. Unfortunate, but true. Listen, it's a lot of work. Do you think I'm the kind of man that has 3 minutes in my possession? No. I have too much yapping to do. Alright, fine. After this, we'll go and get it. I genuinely forgot about it. I'll be real with you. I was supposed to get it before, but I completely blanked out last stream, and, you know, I descended into stamp grinding madness that I did. And after that, I just saw red. Nothing was the same. I don't have a clue. Listen, Fuji, if you want a gameplay advice, I'm not the bad. You need to ask Hakim. He's the only guy that knows what he's talking about. I just make funny noises, okay? And I just pretend like I know things. Well, let's go get this stuff. Because I genuinely forgot about it. Alright, we're gonna use my tried and true. We're gonna use my Aizen. We're gonna put Szayelaporro in there. And we're gonna do this quickly, and then we're gonna go back to the tower. Look, guys, I forget things easily. Look, Krieg, I don't need to reset. I can do it with any unit. Like, those trial towers, they ain't nothing. Well, the thing is, that is a good point. The only unit that you can see crew rates, and all the, like, buffs that you get from weapons or whatever, no, is Grimmjow. The limited Grimmjow. And I guess the reason for that is because he becomes part of his Zampacta while everybody else carries it as external source. She's the only unit that has that. Everybody else you can have to guesstimate. What do you mean the trials do it faster than my Fuji? Unbelievable. The disrespect. Oh yeah, you do get Soifon skin from there. I completely forgot about it. I was just enamored by the title, honestly. That's the only thing I cared for. But you do get the skin there as well. I actually do like that in this game they don't make you buy skins. You basically have to work for them. Which is very fascinating, because a lot of these gacha games, they take skins as basically like a premium thing. You have to sell your soul to buy one, or $9.99, you know? Which is equivalent, let's be honest. Okay, we got a boy White. Let's see if we can get the other two. Oh, I have to actually use the trial ones. What kind of team is this? Orihime, Ichigo, and White? Golly. Alright, well, I guess I gotta do this manually. Well, this is an interesting setup. I haven't played with Ichigo ever, but, you know, we'll test him out, I guess. Alright, Ichigo, you're basically here just for me to use White, so don't get too excited. Okay, let's get Orihime on a case. Hi, the Lord. Let's see, hopefully do well. Oh. There we go. I think the only time I use this Ichigo is doing the tutorial. I never used him again. I mean, we're already here, Fuji. We might as well finish this, you know? Okay, Spiritual Dissipation. We'll take that. I have no idea how to play these two, but we'll learn as we go. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, which is like the biggest issue, but I'm pretty excited for Ulquiorra as well. I mean, I know I'm talking big games, saying that, you know, I'm probably gonna stick with base Ulquiorra, but Segura Templara Ulquiorra is one of my favorite characters in the entirety of Bleach. And the reason for that is just because I shouldn't have used that. It's fine though, it's fine. Is because his design is just so cool. Like, I can't help myself. So we'll see, we'll see. My resolve is probably gonna crumble just as much as this rotation right here. Because just like this rotation, unfortunately I don't know what I'm doing. Let's finish her with the ult. Yeah, there we go. Well, that's fair, Creek. That's fair. Couldn't blame you. Wait, oh, I had to have all characters. Well, that's baloney. We'll do that one. We'll do that one later. Alright. Let's use, I guess, the slash team. Why not? No, I'm not using BlueStacks, I'm using LD Player. BlueStacks is pretty much Bitcoin mine disguised as an emulator. I would never go near that thing. Unfortunately, there is an official client that the game devs made, but unfortunately it doesn't work for NA. Because they just don't respect us over here. In the Freedom Land. And I'm not even part of the Freedom Land and they don't respect me. I was just thrown in here. I'm like Poland, getting myself surrounded in 1940 from every side. I'm not part of you, neither am I part of Freedom Land. I'm kind of in between. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, that would make sense too. That would make sense. But then it would put, like, Uru in a bit of a jeopardy, because a lot of people speculate that if Ichigo is thrust DPS, Uru will be thrust, you know, tactical unit. But I hope that he's gonna be a strike support. I really do. Nah, I have my own setup, Fuji. I already got my keyboard laid out. I got my counter on the right mouse button and I got dodges on shift. Just like the Lord Aizen intended. Space is my space is actually my basic attack. Just because, you know, that's most I click that button, so I need it to be the most accessible. My setup is very strange, but it works for me. It works for me. I got my first technique on E, I got my ult on Q, I got my switches on the numbers, so doing well. Dodging is for wusses, Fuji, and you know it. I never dodge. I face all my challenges face all first. I was gonna say face first, but I got confused with head first. And my words got jumbled up. SR plus thrust TPA. Ooh, no disrespect for my boy Uru, unbelievable. When can my man get a W for once? Man been living in Ichigo's shadow for the past, like, 10 seasons. Man still can't get a W. You know, I feel like I'm just gonna do this until he dies. Like, I think this is a way to go. use the ult. I don't think he's SR plus, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do make him SR plus, because we would be losing. Man can't get a double. And it is what it is. I think the gameplay is fun. Hi, the Monami, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well. But the thing is, I just can't justify building him, you know? Well, his gameplay is decent, especially for SI unit. I do think they did very well with all the like character designs. It's just, you know. Oh, it's just like little sub-stories. Byaku's slash stops Ichigo counterattacking against Renji. By the time the blade is seized, Ichigo has collapsed with serious wounds. In the cold rain, his life and Soul Reaper powers begin to fade. Tohara arrives just in time to save him. To rescue Rukia from the Soul Society, Ichigo needs to go through 10 days of training. His Soul Reaper powers back, during which the mask that represents hollow power covers his face. Though Ichigo smashes the mask, its existence cannot be so easily wiped out. You got some law. Nice. I'll take that. Alright, let's use our own slash team for this one. And put Ichigo in there. Toshiro is fine, I feel like, but he doesn't feel great. I do agree with that. I do think base Ulquiorra feels way better than him. Oh, sorry about that, Monomin. I kind of try to keep attention of chat, but also blabbering my own stuff at the same time, so if I do miss your message, apologies about that. No, I think it's in battle. It's not in stats, I'm pretty sure, Fuji. Because the bonds don't really display in your stats. The only exception to that is, I think, Grimmjow, the resurrected one. But every other unit don't have that. They don't have that privilege. Maybe all the adversary units do. Look, Creek, what do you want me to do? I'm just a man. I'm just a man. A very stupid man, but just a man. Oh, man. Nah, Szayelaporro is required, unfortunately. Like, even if you don't like Szayelaporro, I do think you need him for the Spirit team. You can make do with Momo, but the thing is, Momo is basically like a Walmart discounted bargain bin version of Szayelaporro, where she works, but not very good in comparison. But some people running both of them actually with Aizen. And that's a pretty bold maneuver, because I still run Kisuke. Alright, so we got our bond. There we go, nice and ready. Let's activate it for our boy White now. And now he's fully kitted out. Alright, let's go back to the trial tower. We'll finish the event later. We've got trial tower to do. Right, let's have Mayuri in there. Yeah, I did hear that you'll be able to fly with Ulquiorra, which is actually pretty fun. I do wish they had more activities for the map to actually go back there, because Grimmjow can actually run really fast on the map as well, but I don't really use it because I did all the exploration, so I don't have a reason to go back to it. Yeah, pretty much Fuji is double for him. It's a conditional buff, basically. As long as you have 60% crew rate, you get a double. It's the same with like any other bond where you see, like the second sense usually says, if X is Y, you get a certain result. I don't think it's perfect for Urahara Fuji, because Urahara doesn't want damage. You don't use him for damage. you use him only for one thing and one thing only, and that is to give your DPS and your tactical units more crit damage. That's all you need from him. For Kenpachi, I definitely can see that. And maybe even for, you know, for Ichigo as well. Because I don't actually know what I'm running for Ichigo at the moment. Alright, yeah. The thing is, you can get the... So, if you're like on the newer side, and obviously you don't have all of these, you have a certain chance to get these as well. So basically, majority of these were limited. For like reruns, you might be able to get them, but if they don't rerun them, like let's say this one, for example, this is best in slow for Kisuke, because all it does, it gives 40% crit damage. It's really good for Szayelaporro as well, if you wanna like bypass the requirements, because Szayelaporro is, you know, doesn't really do much, so you can use it on him to give 40% crit damage to everybody else, basically. And that's like a support exclusive, because it doesn't buff themselves, it only buffs everybody else. So you use, this is basically the best support bond, use it on anyone, great outcome. I use it on all my supports at least. But this one is very interesting, because I do think it probably is better on Ichigo. Because what am I using on him right now? Let me see. I'm using... right, so I'm using the first one that they gave him. So it basically increases damage by 20%. But I do think this one's probably better, because it gives him slash mastery, all skill mastery. 24%. And he does have 60% crit, so it's basically 24 plus another 10. I'm probably just gonna stick this on him, because I do think this is better. It's higher multipliers, at least. You see, that's one thing that I want to understand, which I feel like majority of people have similar consensus to me, is what's the difference between, like, increased damage and slash damage? Are they the same, just different wording, or do they actually have different multiplier? Because 12% from slash damage is exactly the same as 12% normal damage buff. Or is it, like, 15% or something like that? So that's the only thing that I'm not like the huge fan, because you have so many stats nowadays, like all of these stats, and granted some of these they explain what they are, but like I got no idea how the difference between dissipation damage and like, I don't know, spirit damage. Because obviously dissipation damage is when they go into dissipation mode, but is it exactly the same 20% or not? So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, that's the thing, they don't explain it. So, you don't have the only way you can test it, I guess, is if you run, like, you know, a training, and you try different setups, and see how much more damage it does, but, to be honest, it's not, like, super reliable, because the damage mitigated might be negligible, so you can't really spot it that well. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of that, basically. All the blabbering to say. Because I do think they need to be a little bit more clear about it. Just to make it a bit more accessible. Well, that's another thing that I was wondering about. Is 12% attack similar to 12% slash damage? Because attack is basically what the damage comes from, right? But the typing damage, what's that basically mitigating? Is it mitigating like a resistance? Is it mitigating defense? Like, there's gotta be some sort of difference between the two. Otherwise, there's no point making like 10 bajillion different ways to boost your damage. I guess so, that does make sense. Look, Krieg, I don't want to run team presets, that's for wusses. Real men struggle and put teams as they go. Well, that's what I was wondering as well, Fuji, because the thing is, since day one, I always saw that typing damage was better for like your first stamp. But the more I played, the more I realized after like trying different things, that, to be honest, it's not that big of a difference. Like 20% spirit damage, like for example, on my white right now, I'm running attack percentage. And the reason why I'm running attack percentage is because I have better substats here. But like, I don't think the damage is that big of a difference, in fact. And attack might be better. I don't know. Like, I think attack is better if you're probably using dot-based damage dealers, so like Gin, for example. I do think attack might be better for him because his dot damage scales from attack, while thrust damage might not be part of that calculation, perhaps. I could be talking out of my butt right now, but I do think that's like the only scenario where it's probably better, and otherwise typing damage probably slightly higher. That is true. But then again, I do like that you have options, because it doesn't like put you in a certain box where you have to use just one or the second one. You always have some options, because especially for the first stamp, I don't know if you guys struggle the same way I do, but it's always the hardest one to get like really good stamp for, because more times than not, because there's more options. Because the middle stamp and the last stamp, they don't have typing damage, so you have 4 less options to get. And due to that, you usually get better chance at getting good main stamp, right? But with the left side, since you can get so many more options, you kind of, you know, you're just getting more trashy stuff in the end. And you're getting like typing damage that you don't care for. You know, because let's say you're going for white's stamp set and you get spirit damage. And you're like, well, great. I'm never gonna use this, you know? Meanwhile, if you get, like, let's say, alignment damage, ultimate charge rate on the third piece, attack, necessarily not maybe something you want to use, but in the future, there might be a unit that might have use for it. And if you get, like, really good substats, you're probably gonna keep it. But there's no reason to keep, like, typing damage on the bronze stamp set, because you're never gonna have use for it. Yeah. Yeah, building stuff is very hard. It's like doing calculus in your brain. Yeah, I do think that as well, because I do believe there's different chance percentage. Like, if you ask the devs, they're probably gonna say not, but the amount of times I get flat defense, HP, or HP percentage, or defense percentage with like perfect substats is crazy. Like, I'm probably getting that stat more than anything else in a game. On every single stamp set. And you can't tell me that's because I'm super unlucky. Because that is true, I know. But there's still gotta be some sort of higher chance of you getting the crappy stuff than the good stuff. There's gotta be. And especially, what sucks sometimes is when you get, you know, perfect main style, like let's say slash damage for White Ichigo. You get crit damage and maybe let's say attack percentage. And then you get the sneaky defense as the last one. And what hurts the most is when you start rolling, you're like, okay, crit rate first. Great. You roll the second time defense and you're like, meh. Okay, well, you know what, I have crit rate first. Okay, but maybe there's a chance. You roll the second time defense again and you're like, well, it's time to get myself isekai from this plane of existence. Because life is over. It sucks, basically. Pretty much, Fuji. Well, that's the same with me, because I have actually a good example of that that I can show you. After we're done being this bald man, is I was building my soy form recently, right? And I was trying to chase like perfect substats for her, and I, for the life of me, couldn't get a single good left piece. Like, I just couldn't. I tried attack, I tried strike, nothing. Then, I go a strike piece. And I rolled twice in the crew rate, but the last roll was in flat defense. And in the back of my brain, I was like, there is flat defense on there. But then I looked at it and I was like, well, it's still 2 crit rate rolls. And so if one does need crit rate because I'm running crit damage middle piece. So I was like, I gotta use it. I can't justify going higher and spending even more resources trying to chase a better one. Because like 3 crit rate rolls, crit damage, ultimate charge rate. Like yeah, 2 flat defense rolls, but at the end of the day, what are the chances I'm gonna get something better? Probably not very high. So for now, I just keep this one. And the good thing about like upgrading your stamps to max is they can use them as reroll materials later. Because what it allows you to do, like let's say you want to reroll this one. You can consume actual stamps, like level 30, and what it does is refunds you all of the material you used, I believe. And you're saving, you know, it's basically like a free reroll that you get later on. So you can keep them. So you're never really wasting these, necessarily, because you still have this exact same amount at any given point on your account. And in the future, if you get a better one, you can just use, you know, your old one to reroll a substat if you feel like it. If you get like something crappy, let's say, I don't know, tactical battlefield skill damage on like full assault unit, you know, stuff like that. So I do like that, and I do think it's better to have like options as well, because, you know, like this is not perfect necessarily, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. And as I said, she feels fine. 47% crit rate, you know, with all the buffs that she gets, is about 92.2. Decent crit damage, a little bit of ultimate charge rate, a little bit of alignment damage. So, you know, she's fine, basically. There's all that blabbering to say. Right, let's keep going. What question did I miss? Was there anything important? Alright, let's use this one. Yes. Yes, I do. In fact, I have one better for you, Demonium. I have 3 the same roles on one character. Now, you might ask yourself, Lux, that's extremely lucky. And to that I say, no, really, because when you see what kind of role I got, you're probably going to be very disappointed, because I'm trying to paint a picture of it being the greatest thing ever, meanwhile it's the worst. Because, yeah, I got 3, and I never reroll for them. However, don't get that excited, because you're going to see why. Look, Creek, you gotta be faster. I don't know what to tell you. I know it's extremely lucky, Modium, but as I said, curb your enthusiasm, because when I show you what I mean, you're not gonna be that impressed. If I got like 3 battlefield skill damage on Aizen, I would be bragging about it until the end of time, trust me. But with what I got on Mayuri, it's disappointing to say the least. Look, Creek, you're asking me for too much. Do you think I'm the kind of man that can read to begin with? No. All right, let me show you. Let me show you what I meant. And brace yourself, because this is gonna be quite exciting. If you don't know what the word means. Alright, so you see this guy? Very nice man. Nice smile. Nice big smiling eyes as well. Okay, so we're going to here, right? And you're thinking to yourself, wow. Lux, basic attack on your Mayuri, really? When was the last time he did basic attack for you? And the answer's never. However, the game was like, you know what? What's better than 1 basic attack? That is 2 basic attacks. So that's 60% now. So, granted, there's no chance that I'm gonna get the 3rd one, right? You might think to yourself, well, I'm sorry to say there is a chance. And it's 100% because that's exactly what I got. So right now, I'm sitting at a point where my Mayuri has 90% basic attack damage. And you might ask yourself, Lux, why is that? And I couldn't tell you, just sometimes life brings you surprises. And 90% basic attack damage for Mayuri is one of them. So yeah, I have that. I'm not proud of it, but I have that. I might be one of the only people that has that. Because it's probably very rare. And unfortunately, it's one of the worst combinations ever. Because literally anything else. Technique damage, ultimate damage, I mean, you know, resistance shreds, anything. Literally anything besides basic attack would have been great. And unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. Look, Simonium, I know exactly how that feels. That is why I never reroll those substats. I just take whatever the life gives me, and the only exception to that, I reroll once. And that is because I got special attack damage on my Aizen. And the thing is, Aizen doesn't do special attack. So that was the only one I was compelled to reroll. So I did it once. However, anything else, I just take whatever the game gives me. Because I don't want to get into the habit of re-rolling those things. I have about 270 of Nexuses, but I'm just not going to use them. Because I know that as soon as I do, I'm just going to waste them all on pointless things. So I just waiting patiently and silently for the chance that they might implement in the future where you can select the main stat you want. And you just spend maybe like, instead of 10, I don't know, 30 to 50. Because I much rather do that. Will they do it? Probably not, but, you know, on an off chance that they do, I want to be prepared for that. Okay, let's see. Let's run my instruction for this. No, all does damage. It's just very little damage. That's why you never notice. I have ultimate damage on my Aizen as well on one of them. And I read his ultimate and I was like, I'm pretty certain he doesn't do damage. Apparently he does. Apparently he does. It's about the damage equal to 2 of your techniques, which is not a lot, but you know, it is that. But I could have sworn, if you ask me if Aizen did any damage before I looked on his ultimate, I would have said no. Because I never see it. But somehow he does. Somehow he does. So I just kept it there because I was like, ah. I think I got basic attack damage on him as well, which I was like, okay, you know what? Basic attack he does a little bit here and there, so that's fine. And the last one, I think I got, like, tactical resistance shred on him or something. Which is pretty decent. So I took that. Aizen would be like the only one that I would be very, very, very tempted to reroll for Battlefield skill damage, because his Battlefield skill does so much damage, and if you go 3 rolls, that's essentially like 90%. That's a lot. That's a lot. Well, actually, it would be 22.5 times 3, which would be 77.5. But if you get lucky enough and you get the one which gives you 30% instead of 22.5, then you get 90. Which, what are the chances of that? Well, yeah, I originally thought so as well, because if you look at the description of Aizen, it does say that it does damage. Now, if you ask every player out there, they're probably going to tell you they never saw it happen, which, I'm one of them, it does do damage, apparently. So it's 974% damage, which is roughly about 1.8 of your technique. Actually, probably less, because you're doing technique twice, so it's probably 580 per one attack, so it's actually equivalent to 1 of your technique, which is... Why even give him that? Just don't do it, just give him a damage buff instead. But, yeah, apparently he does that. A very lackluster buff for him, though, but, you know, I kept it, I guess. Because for now, it's good enough. Well, let's switch back to our thrust team. There we go. But it is interesting though. Because I do want some sort of like pity system for that. Or at least at the bare minimum, like if you roll, let's say, 5 times. On your 6th time, you can actually select what you want. Or like you select which one you get, kind of like we have with Score Stamp. Like let's say you want battlefield skill damage, right? And you roll, I don't know, between 5 to 10 times. And every single time you don't get it, the chance increases. I'd say that would be like probably the most likely thing they could do. And that would make a lot of people happy, because right now, a lot of even whales don't bother re-rolling them, because A, it's expensive, and B, the chance of you getting what you want are low as all get out. Yeah, it does very, very little damage. It's negligible. It's not anything to write home about, unfortunately. But it is there. It is there. He does do something. Just not a lot of something, but something nonetheless. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like majority of people consider his battlefield skill his ultimate, basically. Like the dimensional slash, a lot of people just think that his ultimate. And so do I. So do I. Well, they already kind of did that, because they implemented the, you know, the new selector for the main stat and the 2 sub-stat that you can get, which I personally would suggest always keep on hand when you're building a new unit. And basically, if you have like 2 really, really solid or like really good stamps, I would always use it on the 3rd just to finish your build. I feel like that's the smartest way of going about it. Yeah, unfortunately links don't work. Well, actually, I do think links work. I don't know. I believe people can post links. Maybe you need to be a mole to do, I don't know. And Liz is asleep to check it out, so I got no idea. Because to be honest, I did use that selector, and I did get my current white's... Well, actually, no, I didn't. I did select it from that selector, like the white's left piece with slash damage, but unfortunately rolled terribly. And the worst part was, then I went to stamp conversion, and I did it like 1 round, and I got a way better one that rolled way better. So kind of wasted that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Still kind of worked out. And I think I still have 5 actually left. I believe, because I bought them all, unless I used it again. Is it not here? Ah, there we go. Yeah, I've still got 5, which I probably will keep for now. Because you only get 10 per month, basically. I believe. From here. Yeah, you get 10. So this is going to be a very valuable resource to keep around, basically. Because you don't get a lot of them. Unless they're going to start using them as kind of like nexuses for events. And if they do, that's gonna be pretty exciting. Not gonna lie. Ah, I see. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, there's no way to guarantee it, but I don't know if they're gonna do that necessarily, because I feel like with the selector that we go now, even though the chances of you getting like the perfect substat distribution is still, you know, 50-50 essentially, because if you get like crit damage and then your last 2 stats like defense, let's say, you're still looking at a very slim chance of getting what you want. So it's still a risk, but at least we're going in the right direction, I think. Creek, I will do it for you, but I'm not gonna be too happy about it. I always keep decent stamps, Fuji, because the thing is, there's no point really recycling them, because as I said, you might have a use for them in the future. unless you're really struggling on level up materials, I just wouldn't bother. Just keep them for the rainy day, because you never know, there might be a unit in the future where, let's say, their own stamp set is just not like their best in slot, you know, SR Plus version, let's say, for example. And then you might have, you know, a little hidden ace in your pocket that you can slap on them later on and make it decent. That is true, Simonian, because I have plenty of stamps which have like HP or defense as one stat. And the reason for that is because every single roll go into crit rate or crit damage. And I do think, you know, it's a decent one to use. I always aim for at least 3 good substats. I don't really aim for like quote-unquote perfect ones. Because if you get a perfect one, great. But like chances are you're probably not gonna get it, let's be honest. So you gotta aim for, you know, the stars, but if you don't reach them, that's fine. Yeah, you can't dismantle. You can only reroll them, basically. So if you go to any other level 30 piece and you want to reroll their passive, that's how you do it. And then you get all your resources back. Well, actually, I don't know if it's all, but I know it's a big chunk of them. Alright, you know what? Let's use our Spirit Team for this. Risa stamp, I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. Look, Creek, I'll do it. Calm down. This guy. But Risa stamp would be pretty good, not gonna lie. Because if I could have a chance to reroll, especially if you get, like, let's say a piece with, like, spirit damage, crit damage, attack, and ultimate charge rate, like pretty much picture perfect, let's say, and then everything rolls into ultimate charge rate, you're gonna be like, well, that's not great, but the piece itself is awesome. So if I could reset there and try again, that'd be kind of interesting. No, my Aizen's pretty much as perfect as he can be. He has 100% crit rate, as much crit damage as I possibly could give him, a little bit of ultimate recharge. He's pretty much as good as I can make him. I'm not gonna chase any higher. The only like minor upgrades is a little bit more crit damage I can get him, but I'm not gonna bother. He's already pretty much as well built as I can get him. I don't know if I'm gonna B6 him, to be honest. I might, but that's question for another day. Because the thing is, I do like him. He's my favorite unit, but B6 is not required. Especially since my build relies on building him with crit rate, and I would need to redo his entire build if I do get him at B6, because on B6, it's a different ball game entirely. You want as much crit damage as possible. And that would basically require me to redo his entire build. Yeah, sure. I can show you my Aizen. My piece de la resistance, as some may say. I don't think you can select servers, unfortunately, Fuji. You basically get dropped whenever you get dropped, and that's about it. So, this is my Aizen. Basically 51% spirit damage, 109% ultimate charge rate. Could be a little bit higher, but it's fine. 35.3% crit rate with his weapon, basically 100%. And then 26% crit damage. So, listen, he can be 50k. I don't have his core stamp upgraded fully. I have it only at A3. I'll get him eventually. For now, it's fine. Dissipation damage is basically when you get them, when you use a shield to 0, and you know the brief window when they take a little bit more damage. That's basically what it is. I didn't even know that was a stat, to be honest. I think they added it recently, because I never seen it before. looks about him. I'm in the exact same boat. I spent like 6 months building my Aizen. I'm not even joking. I literally, since December, all the way until, I want to say April, is when I finished it. Maybe even early May. Was when I was I believe, whenever last time we had Kenpachi's stamp selector, that was a time when I built him. Or finished building him. And I finished it live on stream, and it was very exciting for me because he was my first unit with 100% crit rate, and I was so proud of him that I just went and, you know, did a bunch of Spirit Tower with him. I took him everywhere, basically. And that was a good day. Don't remember when it was, though. But it did happen. Look, Creek. I'll do it. Fine, fine. After this, I promise I'll do it. God, this guy. Well, the thing is, I was missing like a very solid attack piece on him, of all things, and I just couldn't get it. And during the event, I got maybe like 5 different pieces that were all really, really good. And I rolled them really badly until on my, I believe, last one, actually like last draw, I got this. And this is pretty much as perfect as you can get, because I got 4 rolls in crit rate. 1 crit damage, attack, and another attack. Like, you can't be making it up. And this basically allowed me to make my Aizen 100% crit rate. That was like my redemption arc. This is my peak that restarts my entire account. I don't have anything better than this. This is like perfect. On this one, you know, there's a HP roll, but I got 1 crit rate, 2 crit damages. And on his first one, I got 1 attack roll, 2 crit damage rolls. So, you know, that was decent as well, but it does have HP. So, like, the first 2 are not, like, quote-unquote perfect, but they're good, you know? And that's all I need. I'm not flexing, you asked. I wasn't gonna bring it up. I'm just showing. But yeah, he's my golden boy. And my Nell is kind of on the same level. Even though my Nell is probably better built, I still think my Aizen is my proudest one. Because my Nell is 75, so 100% crit rate as well, but she got 159% crit damage. 149% ultimate charge rate, a little bit of alignment in there. And her stamps are better. Like, her stamps are pretty good. And, you know, I got tactical damage on this one, I got another all damage on here, and then I got all tap resistance on here, so pretty much. I will never build with Yashiro Fuji. You cannot make me. I refuse. I refuse to play with any characters below 6 feet. I don't want to. You see, this is like the limit. As long as they don't go to this place, ain't no way. Ragu is an exception. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really that lucky in this game with gacha itself. Like, gacha, I'm sure there's 10,000 people out there that's way, way, way more lucky than me. Creek, I'm doing it. Calm down. But what I am lucky with, and what I am fortunate with in this game, is stamps to a certain extent. Core stamps more than anything, but also regular stamps. I do get relatively luckier than, I'd say, majority of average people. And I feel like it's like, you know, the equilibrium where you have to lose to gain something. Lose something to gain something. And what I am losing is basically all my Spirit Jades to ensure that I get a little bit more lucky on stamps. And to be fair, it's fine. It's fine. Alright. Fine, Creek. Oh, actually, I already have that preset. I think it's because you bugged me last time to do it. That's true. That's true, but the thing is, for me personally, I never really chased like perfect stuff, except for Aizen. But the reason why I did it for Aizen is because he's my favorite character in Bleach, and I just wanted to have like a very good build for him, and I wanted him to be, you know, nice, big, and strong. And yeah, I don't know. Just kind of worked out the way it did, basically. Alright, Creek. I hope you're satisfied now. Golly, this guy. Let's put it like this. I mean, to be honest, Kenpachi stamp is pretty universal, and I do like it. The main reason why I never farmed this is because I never had Kenpachi. But 50% career damage plus 20% attack is very, very solid. Good Creek, good. I'll never use a Creek. I set it up, I'll never use it. I'm joking, I'm joking. You're gonna be very surprised, Fuji, but my Aizen is not even top 100. I have a lot of whales on my server, and all of my Aizens on my server are at least B4 in the ranking. So, I can show you that, but you're not gonna be that impressed. My server is very peculiar in that regard. There's no B0s in there. You won't see a single B0. I can tell you that straight away. Alright, Creek, jeez Louise. I feel like Rocky Balboa being taught by my coach over here. You gotta punch it from the left, then right hook, and then the uppercut. That's how you gotta get them out, champ. Get out there. To be honest, I feel like, at least personally, I do think that using, you know, having, or at least having more options to use different units is a good thing. At least to me, I don't know. Maybe to some people it's not, but if you have a stamp set, they can be utilized by multiple characters. I think that's a great thing because what it allows you to do is basically when you're farming for one unit, if you get a stamp that's not like good necessarily in unit you're looking for, it might be good on somebody else. And the perfect example there was a Gin stamp set, because I use my offset Gin stamps on my Rangiku and on my Tosen. And it kind of worked out because after I built my Gin, I had a bunch of stamps that I also leveled up. They just weren't as good, but I still could use them for somebody else. And I do think that's great. Look, Creek. Team presets are basically your way of admitting defeat. The system got the best of you, Creek. The convenience of modern society shall be stopped. Long gone are the days when you have to select your characters with your own two hands. Oh. I mean, to be honest with you, this game is like very forgiving. You don't really have to like stress out too much about your builds or like units that you have. It's, for majority of the events that it actually matters who you have, you get trial characters. So you still can get all the rewards, you're just not going to be able to maybe rank up as high on like cosmetics rewards, you know, titles and all that stuff. But at the bare minimum in this game, there's not a single piece of content where you're actually going to miss out Spirit Jades, except maybe, I guess, if you just started Frenzy Feast. That's like the only one. But to be honest, you can work towards it, and it's not like the hardest thing in the world, so if you play it for like 3 months, you probably can beat it relatively easy. So that's like the only one. But that's like the gradual goal that you work towards. It's not like unachievable or anything. Because I beat that thing with my free-to-play account with closed eyes as well, and I don't have good builds there either. I'm using majority of basically standard units on there, with the exception of like Gin, Toshiro, and Bankai Ichigo, which most people already replaced by this point. Or will be replacing, rather. I mean, that is a very good point about Toshiro. I didn't think about it, but his team is indeed very vertically challenged people. That is very peculiar. I do think the game devs have an agenda against my boy. And I'm not happy about it either. Oh, man. I wouldn't spend your Spirit Jades on Spirit Power, to be honest. I do think that's a slippery slope to take. And I don't think you're going to see a lot of value from that. Because you're only getting, like, what, 100 Spirit Power, and chances are you're not going to get anything exciting from that. The Blaze, let's see, hopefully doing well. Well, that was probably the early days Blaze. Nowadays, you get so many Spirit Jades when you start this game that you already can start with, like, very, very high-end team from the get-go. And I still think you get selectors as well. Nowadays, when you make a new account, I believe you still get one of them. So you can get Kisuke straight away, you can reroll for, like, if you start now, you can get, you know, White Ichigo, you can get yourself Kenpachi if you feel like it, get Kisuke from the free selector, and you're pretty much good to go. You already have one team sorted. And that's going to carry you through everything, essentially, until you get to the end game. That's fair, Fuji. I mean, there's no really, like, a bad way of spending your Spirit Jades. I personally only use it for characters. I don't buy anything else with them. That's basically my gambling material. Everything else is for, you know, play around with, but Spirit Jade is, like, the only thing that I can serve, for the most part. Let's see. I was gonna say, why is my Mayuri gone? I used to be instead of Gin. I see. Well, that was a mistake. That is fine, though. That is fine. Okay, we're gonna use the Spirit Team. And to be honest, your main goal, especially if you start it straight away, should be building 3 very solid teams. Because majority of the content in this game requires you to have 3 teams. And if you do that, your 4th team obviously going to be semi-important as well, but I didn't have 4th team until, like, March. Or maybe even April. Really. No, actually, that's a lie. I didn't have it until Grimmjow came out. So I played the game with only 3 teams built until my boy Grimmjow arrived. Because I got Soipon when she appeared, but I didn't use her. I just built her and I left her to basically collect dust until my boy rolled around. So that's basically a prime example that you don't have to have every unit. You just get yourselves 3 solid teams, and you pretty much will be clearing everything. Because for Frenzy Feast, you don't necessarily have to have, like, on type teams. You can still clear with offsets, because that's what I used to do. Whenever there used to be a strike team, Frenzy Feast boss battle, I would just use, like, Spirit / whatever it was to claim the rewards, basically. I mean, to be honest, Simonium, if you don't have Gin, apparently a lot of people say that Ichigo is going to be the thrust DPS, so you can probably just go for him, to be honest. You're not going to be missing out that much. For me personally, since I already have Gin, I'm not looking to replace him, because, like, Gin is one of those units that I feel like will be aging like fine wine. Because his entire point of, you know, being a character is the fact that you can use him with anyone. Like, you can use him on any team and he just does passive damage. Like, they're just great. And the fact that he does passive damage allows your tactical unit to do even more damage as a result. Which I think, to this day, he's the only dot-based unit that I actually like. Everybody else is whatever. That's pretty good, Blaze. That's pretty good. I mean, to be honest, the rotation in these games, especially, is not that difficult. Like, they are pretty simple. you have some like nuances, especially for like strike team. The strike team is the most challenging, I guess, to get a hold of, because you need to do a bunch of things. Like you have to perform dodges with your Grimmjow to ensure that Soifon gets ultimate charge rate. You have to switch in certain order, like make sure all your stacks remain on your crit damage buffs for Grimmjow, and yeah, it's just a bunch of things you need to keep a track of, which might get a little bit confusing, but every other team is pretty simple. You don't really have to worry about too much. For better or for worse. Alright, let's use... Okay. Why did I do this? Okay, hold up. Hold up. I messed that one up. I was supposed to build a thrust team, but I put my Mayuri in there by mistake. You see what you made me do, Creek? Golly. Okay, there we go. Delete this. There we go. That should be good now. The thing is, I personally wouldn't go for Kenpachi, especially at this point in the game, because he's just not going to boost your account that much. And chances are, you know, especially when you just started, there's way better units you can be aiming for. Because even when Kenpachi released, he wasn't, like, amazing. He was fine, but nowadays definitely not worthwhile, I'd say. Because why Ichigo? Just use him as your main DPS. Run Yachiru and Urahara as your supports, and just use him as main DPS. That's what I would have done. Well, that was one of the main reasons why I didn't go for Essa plus Grimmjow, because his gameplay is, like, you have to pay attention so much with him, because the amount of stuff that he does is, like, between dodges to techniques to, like, keeping track of all your buffs. I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna get the limited one. I can't. Pretty much. The only one I'll say is Soifon. I'd say she does need B1. She definitely does. But I guess if you don't care for her damage that much, she'll be fine at B0 as well. But she's like the only one that I guess you need to, you know, invest a little bit more than other units. But Aizen, Nell, you know, and White, definitely great units out of the box. B2 is good. What do you mean? Why would you blame me? It is good. You're getting like 60% damage from his first one, and then you get another 50% from his special attack and 20% damage for the entire team. Like, that's good, no? And the thing is, since you're gonna use him as a main DPS, I mean, he just seemed like a no-brainer to me. And think about it this way. The chances of us getting the next slash tactical units within the next half a year is slim to none. So you're basically going to use him for the next half a year at the bare minimum. And that's why I always said that investing in your tactical units dupe-wise is always going to be worthwhile. Because in the future, like let's say Aizen is not going to be the best tactical unit anymore. Like let's say he's going to get replaced by whoever's next. You can still run him in the same team as the new tactical unit. Because guess what? He doesn't need to be a DPS. He can be a support if you want him to. And that's a selling point, I feel like, of tactical units. Meanwhile, with DPSs, all of them just do damage. They don't provide utility, which I think was going to hurt them in the long run. And there will be teams in the future, I feel like, where people are just not going to bother with full assault units. They're just going to run 2 tactics, 1 support, or 2 supports to 1 tactic. Because I do think that's probably where we're heading at the moment, unless they do some stuff like with Gin, where like full assault unit is going to become a little bit more flexible. Because right now they just do damage. And while it's good, it's kind of not all you want. Well, that makes two of us, Fuji. That makes two of us. I'd much rather watch watch Aizen do his cool stuff than listen to a British man yapping as well. Don't worry, Fuji. I get that. I get that. Alright, let's do /1 for this. I mean, if you never watched anime, Aizen is like the GOAT in there as well. No, it's fine, Fuji. I get it. I get it. But I remember when I was a kid and I first time watched Aizen basically reveal his true motives in Soul Society arc. Ooh, when he slicks back his hair, takes off his glasses, man, that's one of the coolest anime moments ever. I feel like, up there. It's absolutely fine, Demonium. Don't worry about it. Like, the good thing about this game is, like, even if you do get a unit that's, like, not, let's say, great, or, like, not the best, they're still gonna have uses in the future, most likely, because what are the chances they're gonna add, like, new difficulties of game modes, where you need 2 slash teams, maybe even 3 in the future, you know? So I don't think it's ever a bad thing to get a unit, it's just whether you want to play with them, it's a whole different matter. So it clears the stage 69, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. I think you would really enjoy Fuji. That's, like, Bleach is one of those animes that I feel like you can get into no matter, like, your age or, like, your interest, because it's just good. It has a very nice story and very good characters. Pretty much, Simonium. I feel like in the future, if we do get a free selector and Gin is gonna be there, I definitely picking Gin. Like, there's no if, ins, or buts about it, because B2 Gin actually becomes a DPS even stronger than he is, because his ultimate starts dealing crazy amount of damage. Because if you read his B2, I think from memory gives him 180% crit damage on. Just on the ultimate, but still. It's crazy amount. And that's why I kind of built him with a little bit of ultimate charge rate, because I preempted that. And I was like, in the future, if they do give him, I'm gonna be interested. B0 Mayuri. I wouldn't know, Haki. My Mayuri is B1. I'm in B1 Mayuri club. Not by choice, but by circumstance. Ooh, golly. I haven't watched One Piece since, like, Dressrosa arc. I just didn't have the patience all the time to go back into it, and now that it's, like, thousands upon thousands episodes in, I can't. Oh, yes, sorry, Fuji, I forgot. But I don't think you're gonna learn anything, because the thing about my server is you're gonna see 2 kinds of people. And Hakim knows exactly what I'm talking about, because when we first started playing this game on the streams, one of my favorite activities used to be go in the rankings and check people's builds, because you could see some unholy things in there. There were B6 unit havers with, like, flat defense stats, and it was special. But yeah, you see this? So you see this? Tell me when you stop seeing... Tell me if you see a single B0 Aizen. B2 is, like, the lowest. All of these are B6. All of them. These swines. They don't allow me to get with my boy in top 100. Like, the weakest one here is 51. I don't know, Creek. I don't know, Creek. With White, I think I'm in a decent spot. With White, I'm 34. But then again, my White build is very solid, you know? I'm competing with, like, the big boys in here. Like, my White is, I'm gonna give them a run for their money. Because, like, let's check the top White. I think mine's built better. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think my build better. Like, he might have B6, B5, but I'm gonna be real with you. This right here, 50%, he's wasting like 120%, and he also has a bunch here. So I'm just saying, just because you have B6 doesn't mean it's better built. Well, because a man wants more crew rate, I don't know. And that's exactly what I mean. Like, a lot of people on my server, they don't necessarily know how to build units, they just kind of slap whatever. I don't know, Thimonium. I don't know. Like, this guy gets it, you know? Crit damage, crit rates. This guy builds them nice. Okay, there's a decent build, B6, B5. Special attack in here, you know? Basic attack, crit damage, attack. Look, this is a decent build. But then again, you look at mine, you see the 198% crit damage, you're like, woo, boy. That man's hitting as hard as a... You know, I'm not gonna go there. Now that Liz showed up, I was gonna say something, and now she showed up. Anyway, hi there, Liz. Glad to see you. Hopefully you do well. I was gonna say, it's gonna hit as hard as Liz is gonna hit me after slandering her culture for a whole stream. Anyway, listen, Liz. This is not well. This is pure skill, dedication, and enthusiasm in a human form right here. You wouldn't understand. Oh, man. By the way, if you do build White, I would strongly, and I mean strongly, recommend getting him a little bit of ultimate charge rate. I found that with ultimate charge rate, his rotation will be clean. He does need a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. I already said it, Liz. You can't make me say it again. You don't have to. Hi there, by the way. Hopefully you do well. Justin, you absolute son of a gun. I swear, you and your evil ways. Why did my DMs disappear? Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Where's that son of a gun? Where are you, Justin? Okay, hold up. Where is it? Oh, you didn't show it in Oh, you son of a gun. You hit it. No, Justin. It's fine. It's fine. Let's peek at Justin's Aizen. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Justin, you need crit damage on this. You need to change it. Oh, well, no, you're fine. You're fine. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's use Spirit. I'll show it in a second. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. And the thing is, I have some friends back in Ukraine when he was filming one of his music videos who actually met him as well. And they showed me like pictures of him as well. He used to be a very cool guy. And yeah, it's kind of sad what happened to him. But yeah. You know, sometimes bad things happen to good people. Just unfortunate like that. But at least he left like a good legacy behind, you know? That's how I feel like he would have saw it as well. Alright, let me show you the Justin's unholy build. Unbelievable. This guy's gonna flex on me. No shame whatsoever. Alright, let's see what you got. It's not that. Justin, you lied to me. Justin! How could you lie to me? Where is it? I don't see. Okay, maybe I need to change the map. Hold up. Alright, hold up. Maybe I need to change the map. Alright, where is it? Alright, maybe it needs some time to roll in. The chat sometimes gets delayed for whatever reason, so we'll run one more stage and then we'll check it out again. Probably will be there by then. Hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, let's run a slash team. Yes, as I said, sometimes, you know, unfortunately, the brightest stars get dimmed the quickest, unfortunately, or whatever the saying was, I forgot. But as I say, at least, you know, he left a good legacy behind that will be fondly looked upon in the future. I'll check it out in a second, Justin. He was basically a music artist, Haki, who unfortunately passed away in a helicopter crash recently. At a pretty young age as well. I think it was only like 30, 31, somewhere there. So, yeah. The main reason why I know about him is because I said some of my friends back in my homeland were big fans of him, and they shared like his music with me and whatever, and they met him as well. So that's how I knew about him. No, Justin is on an earlier server than me. Justin is on a whale server, just like Hakim. They swim in with the big ones. I'm swimming with, you know, whales the size of mackerel. They swim with leviathans over there. Oh, 33, yeah. I forgot his age exactly, but yeah. Yeah, you see, Justin was among the first crew. Because the thing is, when I first started, I was re-rolling for the first 3 days, so my very first account, I think, was on the first server. But after that, I had to re-roll a bunch for 2 days straight, basically. And kind of dropped me on the 21st, so it is what it is. Look at this guy. Unbelievable. Well, guess what, Justin? Your career rate's still lower than mine. Take that. And so your crit damage. This guy. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. It looks good, looks good. What do you have? Battlefield skill? Ooh, Justin, you son of a gun. All type resistance, ultimate damage, very good substats. Very good, well, passives rather. Very nice stuff, Justin. All jokes are very good. I do think you need a little bit more ultimate charge rate, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Justin. But you're fine. You're fine. You're looking good. Justin is undercover, Hakim. The man is going incognito. Can't see him. I mean, look, Simonium, if you're literally a whale, that's a very cool existence because nothing's bigger than you. You know, you're the king of the ocean. If you're speaking figuratively, it's also pretty cool because then you can, you know, take people like Liz and put them in their place. Which is also very appealing, some may say. It's fine, Justin. Don't worry. Your build is good. Your build is good. Well, I'm working right now with 39.5 and 198% crit damage. So my crit rate is basically gonna be, at the end of the day, 89.5%, which is, I think is good enough. I don't know, Liz. I don't know. I think so, Fuji. The thing is, I found out that if you don't have ultimate charge rate on whites, at least like about 120, his rotation just a little bit slower. It's not noticeable like extremely, but you do need to attack a little bit more. However, if you do have it at about 120, you get a much more cleaner rotation, is what I found. That's a very, very interesting depiction, Timonium. Liz, can you collaborate there? Is he right or no? She's the Soul King, you know? She's just sitting in her tower, sending her hands around, and looking at us mere mortals from her castle in the sky. Yeah, it's pretty good, Fuji. Ultimate is especially good, because, you know, that's his main source of damage, but Battlefield skill is also really good. To be honest with Whites, you can have any passive, it doesn't really matter. He uses them all, so neither of them is bad. You got 30% all three? Did you reroll for it, or did you get it off the rip, Hakim? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Because I swear if you lie to me. Oh, okay. That's more like it. That's more like it. It's still really lucky, but big congrats, big man. 90%. I mean, his Battlefield skill doesn't do as much damage as like Aizen's, but there's still a solid chunk of his damage. Same, Hakim, same. I'm still not gonna use them though. I rerolled once and that was only for Aizen. I'm surprised I have about the same amount as you do though. Because I thought you would have used way more than I did. Ah, this guy. I knew it. I knew it, you son of a gun. To be fair, I do have about 12k paid Spirit Jades, and I probably should start buying those packs as well. Not gonna lie. I'm torn between the Stamp Corridor Key one and the Star Nexus one, because both are pretty solid, and I just don't know which one I need more. You are a whale, Liz. You're the whaliest of whales. You're the whaliest around. And nothing ever gonna bring you down. And you know it as well as I do. So, basically, I'm deliberating between these two. So this one for 5 keys, or this one for 10, you know, Nexus. And to be fair, I'm leaning more towards this one. Because, like, while keys are good and whatever, no, I can get more from, like, Battle Pass and all that. But these are more rare. So, I don't know. I'm still deciding. No, Fuji, no. Don't do that. No, that's a bad idea. Yet, Liz, is what you forgot to say, yet. You will be getting it. You know it, I know it, everybody knows. The universe knows it. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same notion, to be honest, Hakim. Because Liz is our captain altogether, Hakim. She steers the boat, we just go wherever she tells us to. She's our Luffy, basically, and we just all Zoros, trying to find our way. And she guides us towards the light. Exactly, Liz. Exactly. So don't lie to me. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. Oh, absolutely no worries, Team on him. I really appreciate that. Absolutely no worries. Hopefully you have a nice, easy time at work, and just treat me like, you know, a little distraction for you, hopefully, to brighten up your routine. That is fair point, Creek. I mean, if you do add money, you do become pay to win. And the more money you add, the longer your tail grows, you know? You start like a mermaid level, and then the more you pay, the more credit cards get unleashed, the bigger the tail gets, until you become eventually a sperm whale himself. Or herself. That's how it works. We all know that. We all know that. That's why Neptune is the king of the ocean, because he spends the most. This is Mr. Crab. You know what? I would love to hear Liz voice over Mr. Krabs. That would be the funniest thing ever. And I would do Patrick. I would be great Patrick, I tell you. The most enlightened being this world has ever seen. Handsome Squid. Listen, Liz, we all want to be handsome Squidward, but unfortunately, life hasn't given us those cards. Plus, if anything, Hakim would fit handsome Squidward the most, let's be honest. The man spends like 10 hours on skincare routine every day. If not him, who else? That is a good question. Tiny violin is a requirement. If you can't play tiny violin, that's... I don't think you're gonna make it in this industry, Liz. Oh, man. Fuji, personally, I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't spend your spirit jades on literally anything except summons. I mean, I guess we can have multiple handsome Squidwards. I'm definitely Patrick, and like, I accepted my fate. Because Enlightenment didn't choose me, I chose it. I mean, look, Liz, there is a whale character is in SpongeBob, Pearl. You know, Mr. Krabs' daughter. So, you have your choices cut out for you. You can either embrace your true nature, or, you know, decide your own path, shall we say. Patrick's IQ, that's a deadly combination, Liz. That's a kind of power that's, unfortunately, not everybody can withhold. Deadly mixture. That's like mixing oil and water, you know? They're not supposed to be together, but if they are... Whew, may Zeus help us all. The thing is, I personally just wouldn't bother about corridor keys, because you're gonna eventually max out all your core stamps, and you're getting a decent chunk of them. Like, the only thing that, you know, is very, very limited is those star nexuses. That's like the only thing that you might want to prioritize, but everything else is kind of whatever. Yeah, I still wouldn't buy them. I would only get them from, like, the paid packs where you get your Spirit J's bounce back. This is Patrick indeed. Listen, Patrick was a wise man because he tells you how it is. You ask him a question, he always tells the truth. And he said it, you know, better than I ever could. This is not Krusty Krab, this is Patrick. And Patrick shall be Patrick. He'll never be Mr. Krusty Krab. You know, that was Mr. Krabs' evil ploy to make Patrick become Krusty Krabs. And he just was too privy to that kind of maneuvers. He knew exactly what was afoot. Because Mr. Krab wanted to give him all the liability. And if that thing going under, he would be the one responsible. Patrick saw it. Patrick plays space chess while we play with rocks in the background. He knows exactly what's happening. This Judy. Hakim, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know if Mr. Krabs pays SpongeBob. He might be paying him in, you know, in bottle caps like in Fallout. Because I'm pretty sure the only man that gets paid there is Squidward. Squidward is too smart to not get paid. And SpongeBob is just there for the vibes. Man is investing in a 401k, so, you know, he got the income coming in, passive income. He's just working for Mr. Krabs for the love of the game. Alright, let's go with our straight team for this one. That is true, Liz. You are Mrs. Krabs. You know? We can put you in a skirt, and you'll be fine. Didn't in one episode Mr. Krabs did disguise himself as a lady? I'm pretty certain. That is true, Simonio. I mean, if I was working under Squid's wage, I probably would be the same. Hold up, let me Google this. Yes, yeah, this is what I was thinking. Alright, hold up. So, Liz, you have a couple options. Liz, you have a couple options, okay? Hold up. Hold up. Liz, listen to me. So, this is your first option, you know, business casual, I would like to call it. A nice flowery dress, a nice suave 70s style hairstyle. This is your second choice, which I believe this is Mrs. Krabs, which actually is Eugene's mother. So you can go, you know, embrace your inner antique nature and just go full in. Or you can... Liz, another challenger appears, it may seem. And that is, you know, this is what I like to call business first. And I don't remember this being part of the SpongeBob universe, but you know what? Maybe, I know you're passionate about leather, and you might want to embrace it. You have this outfit as well, which is, you know, if you want to cosplay as a special individual, shall we say. And lastly, if you want to become Scottish, this is your last option. So, and I guess this one is, I mean, you'll make whatever you will from it. I don't know what you will make out of it, but you can make whatever you will out of it. And the last option is, you know, just business casual, you know, just like business first, casual second, you know, casual in the back, business in the front. You know, your $10 million bill right there. It's like, whatever you feel like. Alright, so those are your options, Liz. Choose wisely, and whatever you choose is gonna be basically a future. 50 Shades of Grey. Ooh, that's a very special book right there. Ooh. With a white top? Hold up. Was there one that I didn't see? Wait. Oh, no, yeah, I did show, though. I did show that. There was a white top, there was a bra. Which was very fascinating. Liz, I found another one. Hold up, Liz, hold up. There's another two. Hold up. I found another one. Liz, hold up. We're going back. I found another one. Which I do think will probably suit your taste even better. Hold up. So you see this one right here? I think this one would be very, very interesting for you, you know, to embrace your inner sponge. And then you could go with this one, you know, like young Eugene. Or, Liz, if you want to go full class, a nice tux. Can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that. And then, you know, if you want to go all the way, you can do, you know, a nice, nice declaration of love in your chest. For whatever you might feel like it. And I think that's all of them. I think that's all of them. So, yeah, there's many options, many choices to be made. So choose wisely. Ooh. Ooh, demonium. That's rough. Look, Liz, I'm just saying you have many options, many choices, many paths towards greatness, and you just have to choose whichever one you want. That's all I'm gonna say. It's all I'm gonna say. I didn't even remember her, to be honest, Ammonium. I completely blanked out of my memory, so probably should do the same to me. Look, I'm not trolling anyone, Hakim. I'm just presenting Liz with options. Can you imagine? Ooh. Golly. No, that's a style. That's a style right there. Look, Liz. You don't know what tape of paper. Okay. Liz, do you know what that means? Okay, hold up. Before I go any further, do you know what that means? Oh, I assume you do. Look, Liz, I'm just saying it would be very funny if that's the kind of hairstyle you rocked. I'm just saying. I just imagine Mr. Krabs rolling up with tape of fade and just on the cover board in like skinny jeans and Supreme coat with like gold chains everywhere. So let's go. Time for business. Sunglasses and everything. Liz, I'm just saying you might have a future ahead of you. In the fashion industry, you gotta make bikini bottom shine again. One exquisite outfit choice at a time. I think so as well. Drip Goku would have nothing on this. Drip Goku would wish he would have 1/10 of Liz's prowess, is all I'm saying. Look, Liz, just hear us out. Just try it, and you'll tell us how grateful you are for that situation. You look awesome, man. I'm telling you, you look amazing. You would command respect, adoration, and horrify everyone within the radius of 10 miles within you. Which is, I feel like, all you want in life. Come on, Liz, don't knock it until you try, because what if you like it? Gotta be adventurous. Listen, if Liz gets that kind of outfit going with that kind of hairstyle, we are not gonna be left anything. Liz will have them all. Liz will have so many girlfriends, none of us will stand a chance. Because Liz would just enter the room and all the ladies would be just over to her side. Like, You could be having a conversation with your girlfriend, and you look away, and there's Liz in a corner, and your girlfriend right next to her. It's just gonna be that, and you're not gonna be able to blame her because you're gonna be like, well, I get it. I get it. Liz, don't tell me he was gonna give you a bowl cut. God. Look, Liz. I'm just saying. I just imagine Liz's uncle showing up with the bucket in one hand and a hedge trimmer in another. It's like, Liz, hear me out. You got a great idea. All the boys are gonna love it. And poor Liz listens to her uncle. The next day she shows up to school, and all the boys are like, man, I never saw that Paperface is gonna make Liz so attractive, but now, I'm sorry, Jeanette, but I'm breaking up. I got bigger fish to fry. And on lunch break, it's just gonna be like Liz sitting on one table, surrounded by like 100 boys, and every other lady just sitting by themselves, sulking over a tray of mashed potatoes. Oh man. Breaking dreams and creating some, Liz, all alike. Like Marvel. I mean, you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Ooh, man. Look, Liz, I'm just telling you, think of all the possibilities. Alright, I'll stop. Look, I just wanted to give Liz some, you know, ideas that she can utilize at her own discretion. That is all. That is all. Look, Liz, I meant you nothing but the greatest of things, you know? I just want you to achieve greatness in this life. That is all. Oh. I like quick water break. Oh, trust me, Fuji, she does all the time. Good point. Don't you want to be the Black Mamba himself, Liz? Like, come on. Think of all the possibilities. Liz, come on. You know I only mean nothing but the best for you. I would never wish or tell you to do anything that would harm you or cause you mental distress. You know that. Me and Hakim and everybody else, I'm sure, just want you to, you know, become the true overlord of this dimension as you're always meant to be. That is all. That is all. And we're just telling you the steps towards reaching that goal quicker, that is all. What is with the triple dots, guys? Wow, Aki, wow. What do you mean you tell me? I got no idea. I know the Krieg just joined the fray. And Liz is basically, it's, you know, it's like you say Beetlejuice 3 times in the mirror. Whenever Liz does 3 dots 3 times, she appears behind you with a stick of corn and just smothers you with it, never to be seen again. Throws you in a cornfield to become nutrients for the new harvest next year. But it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know about that, Creek. I don't know about that. Well, you won't be able to reach me with your bare hands, Liz. I'm just, you know, I'm giving you options. It will be one heck of a stepping stool you have to use to reach my neck. I'll tell you what. Uji, you gotta grind. Gotta get to the top. Creek, at least be honest, say you're not short. Golly, this guy. Look, I never said that neither of you were short, guys. Calm down. Listen, Liz, I don't know what kind of battle you expect us to have. David the Goliath, do you think the Goliath will just stand still for David to take a, you know, a proper stab at him? No, no, no. It's gonna be real. We're gonna reenact it. Oh, we know Liz can't climb. Are you kidding me? Windows, walls, 90 degrees angles. Like, you name it, she can climb it. All you need for Liz to climb into your window is just leave a very inconspicuous bucket of candy on a windowsill, and she'll be there in 0.5 seconds. She'll be standing with you one moment, and the next moment she's gonna be, you know, mouthful of chocolate, wrappers everywhere, sitting on a windowsill, just having the time of her life. I know you didn't do it for the candy, you did it for the love of the game, Liz, and I respect that. Candy was just your reward for your victory. A little icing on the top, a little cherry, if you will, on your ice cream. It's not necessary, but you know, it's nice to be there. I'm gonna be real with you, Fuji. Whenever it comes to B6 student havers, majority of whales don't bother with perfect builds. They just build whatever, because at the end of the day, it's still gonna clear everything. It is what it is. Exactly. It was just so happens it was chocolate candy, you know? No, Fuji. If I do get Aizen B6, I will rebuild them. I will rebuild them. Liz, you were telling me if somebody left a very inconspicuous basket full of chocolate on a windowsill, and you saw it from, like, you know, 10-story down building, you wouldn't be there in split 5 seconds. You telling me you wouldn't be right there, knocking on somebody's window, being like, pointing at chocolate, being like, just with his eyes, not even saying anything. Because let me tell you, if I was that man in that building, I'm giving you all the chocolate because I'm not taking the chances. I don't want to risk, you know, a Spider-Woman climbing into my window at the dead of the night. That's not the kind of treatment I would want. And you know what? I would befriend you and be like, take all the chocolate you want. Exactly. Liz is like the Grinch, but for chocolate. She goes to people's houses, climbs their windows, eats a chocolate and disappears like the wind. But she only does it to naughty kids, okay? She doesn't do it to good kids. It's like Krampus. Every Christmas, people leave their windows open so Liz can climb inside of them. And you know, if you were good, she leaves a little payment behind in form of corn. She brings corn to the good children. And if you're bad, she eats you chocolate. And that's how you know. That's how you know. We call the police. I mean, that's probably a good idea, Haki. That's probably a good idea. But then again, you would miss all the fun interactions that would pursue. I never played their game, but I'll take your word for it, Simonium. Little radiation ball throwing is never hurt anyone. I didn't say coin, I say corn. Okay, Liz, come on. I know you're living the Zhong Li lifestyle where you have nothing to your name. That is okay. That is okay. You fall in the footsteps of the greats. I can respect that. I can respect that. Yeah, Fuji. I mean, usually we get about anywhere between 12 to 15,000 Spirit Jades throughout the entire update between units. So, yeah, you're definitely gonna get around that. As I said, you can guarantee basically yourself a unit within every update, pretty much. Like, maybe not every single update, but definitely for majority of them. Weapon is another question, though. Because I've seen plenty of people out there who have basically every single unit right now. Granted B0, but still nonetheless has free to place. So it is possible. Listen, Liz, 69 Jades is all you need. You need to have 69 Jades as a dream. That's how it always goes. I don't think anybody likes 50-50 as a mechanic. Like, let's be honest. Who is out there pumping their fist in the air being like, yeah, 50-50, let's go? Nobody. That's who. Nobody. Just the idea that, you know, you go to 80 pools. If you get them early, great. If you don't, it is what it is. That's what I want. She had 67 Janes once upon a time. She mastered 2 more in a span of 3 months. Fuji, she's climbing. The woman's grinding out there. That is a life not worth living now, is a creek. I don't know how Liz got to that point, but then again, B6 Ikaku comes at a price. He consumes all his Spirit Jades as soon as she gets them, to feed his ultimate power. Exactly, exactly. Liz is slowly but surely amassing power like any. Soon enough she's gonna have, God forbid, 420 Jades, and when she does, ooh, we're gonna be all in very deep trouble. I'll tell you what. I know you don't have B6 Ilalu, Liz. I don't know who Ilalu is, but you definitely don't have the B6, I'll tell you what. By Kaku, on the other hand, I don't know. Hi, the Miracle. Let's see, hopefully doing well. It is what it is, Fuji. It is what it is. We gotta do what we gotta do. How the mighty Fallen Creek. I know. I know. I mean, Liz is free to play. In the same way that I'm free to play, in the same way Hakim is free to play, in the same way Justin's free to play. We all are free to play. We're just forced to pay. We all are. We don't have a choice. Top 5%. It's like different levels of whales, you know. It's all about their spending the first dollar. You spend their first big buck, and that's how they get you every time. Because $1 turns into 10, 10 into 100, and 100 turns into financial crippling bankruptcy. And that's just how it is. Justin is living like me, on the edge. Some of us unfortunately have to buy the luck. We don't have it. Just how it is. By the poll, let's see, hopefully do well, and I do agree. When Bankai Ichimaru releases, it's gonna be a game over, basically. Look, Fuji, you don't have to spend anything. I'm a big believer that in this game, if you do wanna, you know, support the devs a little bit, Battle Pass and the Master Card is all you need, really. Because that gives you enough pulls to basically guarantee every unit you want, and you're supporting the game while you're at it. Or, you know, you can take the Lizard's route and get every unit B12, and you might ask yourself, Lux, why is it B12? Isn't B6 the max? And you would be correct, B6 is indeed the max, but Liz is such a dedicated individual, she goes the extra mile. She gets B6 units, and then she pulls another 6 times to have another 6 copies in her bag, just to prove of how dedicated she is to the craft. And that's just how it is, you know? Not everybody can match dedication on the Liz displays, but all of us wish we could. All of us wish we could. Yeah, I'm the same, Miracle, to be honest. I do buy those animated avatar packs occasionally. And that's about it. I don't really buy anything else. I don't buy like the monthly reset packs or anything like that. Just plan for the future indeed, Justin. Preparing for the winter. Look, Liz, what do you want me to say? I couldn't say I have all of them, because I don't. And look, if there's one thing I'd much rather spend in this game is on cool avatars. Because at the bare minimum, then I can be like, okay, this is kind of nice. Because pulls are great, but like, come on. And to this day, we still don't have Aizen's one, which is the biggest kick in the stomach. Like, come on. Why is Aizen the only man that doesn't have one? Everybody else has one, except him. It's a disgrace, honestly. It's a disgrace. That's true, Justin. That's perks of living in the bottom of the volcano. The Mount Vesuvius, if you will. Well, it doesn't feel like I only skipped one character, Hakim. I'm gonna be real with you. Because, like, having 3 weeks between banners makes it feel like I'm skipping a bunch of units. I'm gonna be honest. But, yeah, realistically, I only skipped Kenpachi. But, in the future, I will be skipping more units, most likely, because I just don't see the point of getting minor upgrades moving forward. Unless I really like the unit, I'm probably gonna be, like, just saving for boundaries, really. And getting units that I really enjoy, like B2, B4, B6, you know? That is true. That is indeed true, Hakim, and I might still do that. Like, I genuinely might still do that. It just, for whatever reason, I decided that on my free-to-play now, I'm saving for B6 units. And to be honest, I already achieved that goal, because I have 89,000 Spirit Jades on that. With like 90 limited pulls and about 70 limited stamp pulls. So I can get B6 unit whenever I want now. The only thing is like which B6 unit I want, because it has to be somebody cool, like Yamamoto, like maybe full holo Ichigo, somebody. And I think what I will do is on anniversary, I will probably get full holo Ichigo B6, you know, to celebrate the anniversary in style. And I feel like that would be a nice little milestone for like a year of playing this game. Because on my main, I still don't know if I ever gonna get B6 units. Like, I genuinely don't know. Unless, you know, maybe Butterfly Aizen in the future, maybe Chair Aizen, Bankai Yamamoto, Bankai Kenpachi, you know, characters like that, maybe. But as of right now, I don't know. That is fair, Miracle. I mean, the main reason why I went for Grimmjow is because I never built my Yoriichi, so I never needed to, like, worry about that, and it was between base Grimmjow and limited Grimmjow, and base Grimmjow's gameplay just wasn't as appealing to me as a limited one, so I went with a limited one, and that's basically it. That is fair, Justin, that is fair. Can't blame you for that. Well, that's a good question. I probably will go for A5, but if I want to go for A5, I would need to have at least about 120,000, so I would still need to save a little bit more. Probably A5, because, I mean, at that point, I still have about 300 keys on there as well, and since I don't have any selectors, I feel like it would be kind of fun to try to max out a unit as a free-to-play. Basically, fully maxed out core stand, fully maxed out weapon, fully maxed out boundaries, and just see what I can do. You know? Because it has to be a unit like Aizen, where I can use them everywhere and they feel really fun. Like, I'm not gonna go for, you know, a character that I can only use in one team. It has to be somebody special. That is fair, Miracle, that is fair. B4 Soifon is a pretty solid choice as well. Unbelievable, Liz. Unbelievable. Just think you would sin like that. Disrespect our boy Grimmjow this way. I mean, I would say probably he does because he's ignoring like 50-60% defense. I don't remember which one it is. So he does decent damage. Alright. Which one do I have left? Okay, so I have Strike Team left, but I probably will be fine with my... Yeah, I'll probably just use my main, like, damage dealing team. That is true, Hakim. I didn't consider that because I still have a bunch of those gold tickets. Like, no gold tickets, gold little stamps, so they can exchange back. So I probably do have enough. And let's be honest, what are the chances I'm going to go to 80 pulls every single time, so I might get lucky. But the thing is, right now, there just hasn't been a unit that I was super excited for. So it has to be somebody special that I feel like we all can agree that would be a very nice... Because I treat my free-to-play account like kind of like a community account where we just do fun things on there. I don't treat it as sweaty as I do my main, because on my main I mid-max a lot. But my free-to-play is more like for funsies, you know? We're trying to see if I can actually play this game properly, and instead of using auto all the time, and just have a good time. Yeah, I probably will go to like 60-70 every time, but I will save a couple pulls here and there. No, that's fair, Justin. That's fair. You are the man of your word, and so am I. I said Yamamoto. I'm gonna be 6, and I still will if he's gonna come out before anniversary. If he's gonna come out before anniversary, I will go my free-to-play B6 Yamamoto. If he doesn't, then, you know, we'll see what anniversary lineup is gonna be like, and then decide then. Because if they release somebody a little bit more hype than like Ichigo or Uru for 1000-year Blood War celebration, I probably would go for them. But to be honest, since we're gonna have like 10 bajillion versions of Ichigo in the future, and Uru is not like my most favorite unit ever, I'm not that bothered. I mean, Ulquiorra is probably gonna be way better Miracle. If we go in by like Grimmjow standard, I feel like he's probably gonna be absolutely broken. Because like you gotta keep in mind the Segura Tempada, they're gonna make him stronger than the base Ulquiorra. Because that's exactly what they did with Grimmjow, and if he's not stronger, majority of people are just not gonna pull for him because the base Ulquiorra is really good. Well, that's what I mean, Hakim. Because, like, we know, obviously, that Full Holo Ichigo is going to be one of the units. That's 100% confirmed. But what are the other two? Is it going to be, like, I don't know, Yamamoto, maybe? And maybe, like, Shinji or something? You know, some characters that we haven't seen yet? Maybe Reiatsu? Yeah, I mean, I hope for that as well, to an extent, because the thing is, if they're gonna release 3 units, it's gonna be much harder to decide who you're going for. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hi, the DBL, glad to see you, hopefully doing well. That is true, Justin. Uru was, because I was gonna say, Ursula, who's that? Is it like the name of the bear from, or like Harry Potter or something? Bleach with Toshiro is pretty good, and to be honest, a lot of people probably went for B1 from Selector for half anniversary, so it's not a bad idea to get it. I don't know if he nukes harder necessarily, but he definitely probably is more consistent damage-wise. Because, I mean, that's kind of his entire thing. But the point about Aizen is that he's like the jack of all trades, where he can be a support, he can be a DPS, he can be a sub-DPS. That's kind of what makes him good. Ooh, Hogyoku Aizen. Now, Hakim, you're getting me excited. And you know, if you're getting me excited and you lie to me, I'm gonna remember this, Hakim. I'm gonna store it in the back of my brain. And next February, I'm gonna have a big chat with you. If you lie to me. That's fine, it's fine. I would love Hogyoku Aizen. He's cool. I love him. He's like one of the cooler designs out there. I would think he would probably be the 2nd anniversary unit, to be honest. Or like, maybe Mugetsu, to be honest. So, but if they want to give him for Chinese New Year, I would be happy about that as well. No, it's fine. Justin, it's fine. I'm just pulling your leg. Alright, let's do the 8th Trial Tower. Right, let's go with Slash for now. Pretty much, Miracle. I'll be very surprised if there's a single variation of Aizen that's gonna be like meh. I said that I will be sick at least on one of them, just. I never said on 2. I considered it on 2, but that will depend on what typing Yamamoto is, because if he's like Spirit Tactic unit, I'm gonna be like, well, not really worthwhile now, is it? But I definitely will do it at least once. Because Yama is my favorite old man, you know? And I gotta respect the Elu. Gotta show some respect to the goat. The man carries Soul Society into his 2 big shoulders. Exactly, Hakim. Good thinking, good thinking. I mean, Liz, you got a point, because I remember when this game first released, when Aizen banner dropped, I think this game made 12 million. On the first months, just because of Aizen. Slash maybe, but I think the most likely one definitely would be Spirit. Because, I mean, he is like the most powerful individual Spirit Soul Society, you know? because Reiatsu is like the greatest. So Spirit would make the most sense, but maybe Strength, maybe. But I mean, can you blame them, Hakim? Because, like, you ask anybody who watched Bleach if they like Aizen, the answer will always be yes. Like, there's not a lot of people out there that saw Aizen and like, I don't like this guy. Some people might not feel like as passionately as, like, you know, you or I do about him, but they're still gonna be like, yeah, he's a pretty cool character. And that's the appeal of it all. Because he's a very unique character where he's technically a villain, but I don't think many people see him as such. Like, I know I definitely don't see him as a villain. And I'm sure majority of you guys don't either. Because, to me, a villain is somebody that you despise. I could never despise Aizen. To me, he's a misunderstood hero. Well, let's see. Let's use my spirit team for this one. Dunga Ichigo, maybe, but I feel like Mugetsu would be the next big one. Like, I feel like Mugetsu has more pulling power until the, you know, full Goku Aizen comes out, and then we're back. And then we're back. Alright, Liz, come on. Unbelievable. The disrespect. At least call him, by the proper nomenclature, call him father. As we all wish for him to be our father figure. Even if he goes for milk, so be it. Well, yeah, I do feel that way as well, Miracle, because, let's be honest, the stuff that he did is not particularly nice. Experimenting on a bunch of people, you know, killing... Well, to be fair, Central 46 kind of had it covered, let's be honest. Aizen just did a little bit of cleanup. You know, he did do some stuff with Shinji crews, you know. He did treat Hoakamundo like his little backyard, kind of kicked Barugan around, you know, took his home, stuff like that, but, you know, happens to the best of us. And he did technically kill Ichigo's mother as well. Technically. You know, he didn't really, but... If you go from the clues that he left behind, that was kind of the case, so... Oh, it definitely will be Greek. There's no way they're gonna combine two of the hypest forms, well, two of the most hypest, shall we say, which is Danga Ichigo and Mugetsu in the same unit. It just ain't no way. It's not a spoiler, Liz, you see it in the first 10 episodes, what are you talking about? He didn't do it himself. I said it before. You've seen it in this game, you literally did a story about it. What are you talking about? No. Basically, you know how the Fisher was the one, you know, to do it, right? It was explicitly told that Aizen was the one to manipulate Ichigo's entire life, right? So, what are the chances that in order to stimulate Ichigo to, you know, progress in the future, Aizen didn't just, you know, summon the Fisher there? Because it was never explained why he was there, like the Fisher. It wasn't like he was just hanging around. And he appeared in a very convenient way as well. So, it was never stated, but I always had a sneaking suspicion that, you know, our boy Aizen just had to do some stuff in the background. Because he said it himself that every single action Ichigo took was pre-planned by him. And that would include that part as well. Because Ichigo was Aizen's basically plan before he was even born. That's a fact. So, I'm just saying. Maybe miracle, maybe. Hakim, I'm sorry to say, I don't think Gin is coming. The man went for milking, he's never coming back. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. We are indeed Kyoko Sugetsu has a soul miracle. I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, Justin, the funny thing is that Aizen apparently got Masaki and Ishin together. Somehow, because Aizen himself said that Ichigo was basically his entire project. Like, he pre-planned even his parents' meeting. That's how far he took it. Like, the man literally manipulated the entire life of the protagonist. And that just makes you wonder to what extent he pre-planned everything. Because that's gotta be one heck of a twisted personality to do something like that. But we still love him. And not a lot of people know this, but Aizen does have a family. And I'm not talking about, you know, his deceased Sparta family. I'm talking about real family. Aizen had a wife and a kid. And he just said, nah, I have better things to do. And just peaced out. As who can. So, yeah. Maybe, Justin, maybe. That's where it all went wrong, Justin, you know? He was preparing the, you know, the christening gift, and he just showed up and he was like, Nah, you tell me I'm not the godfather. Well, Ichigo, your parents did it to you. Oh, man. I didn't say anything, Liz. I wanted to be on record that I didn't say a single thing. Okay? So I don't want you coming after me. I said nothing. I did nothing. So I am innocent. Blame the guys. I had nothing to do with this. That would be actually kind of fun, because in quite a few games they do that. And Kid Gin would be kind of fire. Because even in his kid form, he was already really strong. Because if you remember, he basically got rid of some people for Aizen when he was still a kid. Which was very interesting. I did read what you wrote, Liz. I just chose to not acknowledge it out of the goodness of my own heart. I never blamed anyone, Fuji. I'm just saying how it is. Because I know that Liz was going to come after me straight away. I said nothing. Let the record show, I said nothing. I didn't even acknowledge it. But now, Liz, if you want me to acknowledge it, I can. What do you want me to say? That you're using babe too often? Or do you want me to say that you're in a babe kind of mood? What do you want me to say that you're babying around? I can't say it, Liz. Just tell me the word. Exactly, Liz. Exactly. So, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Fair, Justin. That's fair. I mean, that is probably the case, Creek. That is probably the case. Alright, let's use... Probably actually let's use our spirit team for this. Come on, Hakim, come on. Wow, well, that's quite the man, to be honest. Quite the man. I'm hearing you out, Liz. I've been doing nothing but hearing you out. I never said a single word. I just imagine you go to Istanbul and literally every single citizen just has Liz's name tattooed on their forehead, and Liz just sitting on like golden throne like Gilgamesh. Just giving people orders. Quite a society she established, I'll tell you what. Okay, Liz, don't tell me somebody got a tattoo on their forehead. Alright, hold up. Hold up. No, Liz, forget Istanbul. I want to know about tattoo now. What happened? Hold up, because this is way more interesting. Is this going to be the arc where Liz tells us her deepest, darkest secret that she tattooed something on her forehead? Like Aizen's name in full display? Oh, Liz, you got me all excited. I was fully expecting the tattoo on the forehead kind of story. It's fine. Still tell it nonetheless. Bleach is just a Liz wannabe. She could never reach her power level. If she gets her name tattooed on her forehead, then she can speak. That's kind of level the Liz has reached. If there is Fuji, I don't know about it. I haven't been reached out by anyone, if that's the case. But then again, I haven't looked, so maybe. As far as I know, no. But, as I said, I don't know. Well, let's go with... Well, actually, what the last one is. Last one is thrust as well. Okay, yeah, we probably can run thrust for these. Something that represents you, Liz? Wow. Wow. You should have just did a Chris Hansen moment with him. It's like, pull up a chair. Let's have a chat. May I interest you in a name on a forehead kind of endeavors? What do you mean no? That's what you're getting. I wish I would pay a good amount of money to see that conversation and for them to just say, yeah, I'm thinking of tattooing your name on my forehead. What do you think about it? And I just want to see like a 4K type of zoom in, you know? Like sitcom style on your face and just see what your reaction to that. Because that would be comedy gold. That would be great. No, Fuji, you only want a little bit of ultimate recharge and crit damage all the way. He doesn't need anything else. Akim is asking important questions over here. I mean, look, Liz, there's still a chance. You still can tell them what they need to do. If I were you, I would just call them after the stream today and be like, look, I have an idea. Just hear me out. It's definitely forehead. It's definitely forehead. I can tell. I can tell. Like him is busting out his Sherlock Holmes hat, brother. He's gonna go get to the bottom of this. In the eye? Golly. Can you imagine somebody just rolls up to a meeting and they just have Liz tattooed on the eye? I would run, honestly. Because that's horrifying. Because I do know that you can get your eyes, like, colored in. But I don't think you can get a tattoo on them, can you? I hope not. Because I want to sleep well tonight. That's stuff of nightmares. Like, I can't even imagine how painful it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's easier ways, like having a picture of them, Hakim. Not tattooing them on their eyes. That is true, Miracle. That is true. That's actually a smarter way of going about it. I didn't even consider that. A dragon? Liz, go for Iruzumi. Just go all the way. Just do it full Yakuza style, with 5 claws and everything. That's not committed. That wouldn't be good enough for Liz, Miracle. She only accepts loyalty of 100%. And if you want to join her crew, you know how there's initiation process. In Liz's crew, you need to get a tattoo of her name on one body part of her choosing. And what she does, she basically just brings out Wheel of Fortune style wheel and just spins it, and it's like different body parts listed on it. And whatever it lands on, that's where you're getting the tattoo on. That is true as well, Miracle. I didn't consider that either. Can you imagine Liz just has a Kako on the back? Just like in his full bald glory, just full Mona Lisa style painting on the back. That would be glorious. Look, Liz, don't ask questions you want to know the answers for. I mean, that is true. Hakim does have points. You will be unstoppable for the wrong reasons. Wow, Liz, that's even more. Can you imagine? You just walk behind somebody and you peek. There's like a tattoo and they're wearing a hat, and then you just approach them and they're like, "Oh, by the way, you have a cool tattoo on your back. What is it?" And Liz just gives like a wicked smile. She's like, "Just you wait." Just takes off her hat and it's like the heavens open up and the entire head just lights up in glory. Angel starts singing and Kaku's ball glory just on full display. Oh, beautiful. She's gonna have to hide it like in the Goblin Slayer. The protagonist has to hide his face from how handsome he is. Liz has to hide Kaku's face from how gleaming he is, shall we say. choose the wrong team. Hold up, hold up. Well, that is the greatest idea I've ever heard in my life, Liz, honestly. Oh. Listen, Hakim, Liz has the greatest ideas, come on. Your brain works in a very mysterious way. In the best way possible, that is. Oh man, it's Szayelaporro. I might need to do this manually. We'll run it on auto for once. Then see if I need to do it manually. It's fine, Liz. That's why we appreciate you. That's why we appreciate you, because you can match the crazy level and even surpass it if you need to. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, the thing about Kenpachi that I feel like a lot of people find is that the fact that he's slow. And that's kind of what messes up the entire rotation, because the thing is, you want your White Ichigo to be on field more than your DPS, really, because he does more damage. And I feel like that's why bankai Ichigo fits in pretty nicely if you have him at B1. Because he gets his cycle of techniques very quickly, which helps out charge up the battlefield skill, so you can have actually a much cleaner rotation due to that. So I'm actually glad to get B1 Ichigo, because without his B1 he's slower, but with B1 he actually pops off quite a bit. It's absolutely fine, Fuji. I mean, either build is fine. The thing is, Kenpachi is one might give you a little bit more damage. But to be honest, if you already started building his own set, it's absolutely fine. Are you talking about 261 after the Kenpachi's buff or before? Because I believe Hakim has 268 as well. But his Kiski is using his own stamp set, not the Kenpachi's one. On stats, yes, so that's before. So basically it is 311. Which is a lot. It is a lot. But to be fair, you need to have at least 2 crit damage rolls in every single stamp, and that's pretty hard to get, so you just kind of have to go with what you have. But yeah, that's quite a lot. They will release it with every new character, unfortunately, Justin, because that's what they've been doing so far. And what they're gonna do is just make it tailor-made for their character. That's basically what they've been doing so far. I think the main reason why they do this is because there's no universal stamps. Like, we don't have universal sets. We have some that work for like most characters, but none of them are like fit all jack of trades kind of situation. So they're just gonna keep doing that. Because I feel like in like 2 years' time we're gonna have like 100 different stamp sets. It's gonna be pretty crazy. I think the only universal stamp set that is actually really good is Gin's one. Because Gin's one doesn't rely on just him, you can use it basically for any thrust unit. And it's really good. That's like the only one that I can think of that works forever. It can punch it kind of to extend as well. I mean, that's a pretty smart build, Fuji. That's a pretty smart build. That is true, Liz. Can't really argue with that. How do you know that, Creek? Because I thought you stopped playing that game. I can kind of tell you straight away, Justin, to be honest, because I still remember them, but the only 3 stamp sets that you can use for everybody is Byakuya's, which, let's be honest, nobody's using, Gin's, and Kenpachi. Everybody else is very, like, tailor-made for them. But that's literally it, unfortunately. There's nobody else that you can use on other units. Actually, Nell's as well. Nell's one is universal too, but it needs to be on the lineman unit. Well, I can work with anyone, to be honest, Justin. So his one, but his one is for tactical units as well, I believe, because like the second part of his basically forces you to use a tactical unit, I believe. I don't know if that's gonna be the case, Hakim, because I mean, they've already been doing it for every single unit, so I just don't see them stopping doing that, but maybe. I mean, I would prefer if we had like universal sets instead, because then you can use them on multiple units. But because originally I thought that was gonna be the case with like the stamps, because we didn't have any new stamps released with Toshiro, right? And he was a second new limited unit, and when Aizen released, we got a new stamp set. I was like, oh, okay, so we are getting like, you know, new stamp sets. They basically set a precedent eventually. But yeah, I don't think there's like that many stamp sets that you can use for multiple units, because like, let's take a look. Like Ichigo's, you know, it's like technique damage. You know, you can use it for other people, but you know, unless it's technique based. Like all of these, like DPS wise, you basically can use them on anyone, but they tailor-made specifically for the units that you want. Like none of these are good. Your reach is fine. This Corn's one's pretty decent. Kisuke's kind of bad. This one is basically battlefield skill buff, ultimate charge rate, so you can use it for anyone. This one, battlefield skill damage, so basically you can use it on, you know, other units, but it heavily relies on counterattacks. Gin's one's the most universal because, you know, alignment damage, debuff, thrust damage increase, technique damage, ultimate damage, so this one's like the best, I feel like, universally. Kenpachi is obviously attack, crit damage. Nell's one is tactical units only because it's battlefield skill reliant. But you can use it on Tossen. So, you know, Mayuri's one relies on poison. So that's not ideal because it's exactly the same as Byakuya's with ultimate charge rate, but the second part is poison. so can't really use it on other units. This one, Battlefield skill reliant. This one, counterattack reliant, so unless you do counterattacks often. Grimmjow, basically just for him, because it's lacerate and only he does it. And this one is Battlefield skill and also counterattack, so it's pretty restrictive as well. Because to me, the universal stamp set is something like Gin's, where it basically just need to do a debuff, thrust damage, or something like Kenpachi's where it's unconditional buff. You know, it doesn't have to rely specifically on like counter or specifically on you know, certain debuff. I feel like that's the best way of going about it, but we'll go for now. So it is what it is. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard because the thing is, I have still to this day use let me see. I still use Rangiku stamp set on no Rangiku's Gin stamp set on Rangiku, and I still used to use the Gin set on my Tosen before I just switched to Nell's, because this was what I was using on Nell before, and I just slapped it on him basically. Not really, Justin, because the thing is, it's kind of hard to tell, because I still would farm only for the stamps that like your character needs, because unfortunately there's no single unit in this game where their stamp set is worse than somebody else's. Like, there's really not. Like, I don't think of a single example of this. Because even for, like, stamp sets like, you know, Toshiro and Ichigo's, they're still pretty much tailor-made for them. So, like, you can argue the Kenpachi's might be better for Ichigo because it gives flat 50% damage in crit damage. But, you know, he does a lot of basic attack and he does a lot of special attacks. So, it's still solid on him. So it's like, it's very minor cases for very old units that you might argue they will be better. And to be fair, in the future, if we do get more universal stamp sets, it might be the case where old units actually would prefer the newer stamp sets over their own because the newer one will be stronger. I do think we'll reach that point, but I don't think we'll ever reach a point where they'll stop just making sets in general. I think both are fine. The main reason why I use Nell's is because I already had it built. But I think both are really good. Probably Nell's a little bit better because Tosen does quite a bit of dot damage. Instead, he doesn't do like a ton with his ultimate damage or his technique. And Gin's kind of relies on that. But both pretty much solid. I use Gin's on my free-to-play. And I was using Gin's on my Tosen before I swapped it to Nell's. Because like Nell's does, you know, crit damage. Ultimate damage increases thrust damage by 15%, which is pretty much the same as Gin's, but instead of, you know, triggering debuff, you just get it straight away. So it's kind of like a slight upgrade of that. And then you get, you know, ailment damage for all, basically, after battle of his skills. So I feel like they're just a tiny bit better, but not like by noticeable margin. Because you're basically trading ailment damage for crit damage on here, and you're getting basically ailment damage instead of technique and ultimate damage. So at the end of the day, both are kind of the same in a way. It's all about which one you have better to fit in, because I just had better stamp sets for my Nell, that's why I put Nell's on him. Because his like stats just look better with this than with my gear. So it's not really a question of which one's better, it's a question of which one you have that has better sum stats. Maybe, but the thing is, I just have better stuff for Nell, but it like literally is negligible difference. It's not gonna make or break a unit, and all you're trading is basically raw ultimate charge, ultimate damage, and technique damage for more crit damage, and a little bit less ailment damage, because Gin's will give 50 and Nell's 40, but both like pretty much solid. I mean, what does the game tell you? Yeah. Gensmon, but both work just as good. Does it? I don't know what his B3 avatar actually looks like. Let me see. Does it show actually? Ooh, yeah, it actually does look pretty cool. Not gonna lie. I actually used it for one of my thumbnails back in the day. It does look pretty cool. I do like Tosin, he's a pretty cool character. I'm not the biggest fan of his bug form though. That one I feel like they did him a little bit dirty. Okay, let's go with the Slash team. Let's see what happens. We're making good headway progress. Oh yeah, I do think he will be pretty cool. I do like his outfit way more. Well, I hope pre-bug can't keep, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But I do think his Aranka outfit is pretty cool. Like, Aizen definitely got the drip on lock. Like, if we compare Soul Reaper's outfits to Huacamundo's Espada, Espada just got them beat. Let's be real. Listen, Hakim, you gotta be sorry when Bug Tosin comes out and he's the best unit in the game. And basically he just one-taps every enemy and you're gonna have to summon for him. They're gonna make you. Nah, I doubt they release full bug form, but I definitely can see it in an ultimate. Because the thing is, I believe in like Bleach Brave Soul, they actually made a version where he's kind of like half human, half bug, and that one looked pretty good. Found it. Okay, so if they release something like this, I'll be actually kind of hyped. Like, let me just pull it up quickly, cause this one goes hard. So this form right here, I would be very pleased with this one, because this looks cool, and his this one not so much. This one, yeah. This one, cool. This one, you know. And this one goes hard as well. I like this one a lot. Because this one got drip. Like, Tosin got drip on this one. So, yeah. Basically, the three forms, I would like this. This would be cool, and this one's fire. So, yeah. Anyway. Keep going. Fair enough, Hakim, fair enough. Well, Fuji, Aizen just prepares you for the future when you do inevitably get him. Bleach Brave Souls has really cool design for characters. Like, I was always very impressed by the art department, because, like, they really knocked it out of the park with a lot of characters. And a lot of them are, like, you know, custom-made, basically, for the game. And I think Kubo was actively, like, designing stuff for them as well, which was always very cool. It's a shame that the game isn't just not as good as it used to be, but I just hope they kind of take those similar creative directions in this game. But the 5th anniversary was the one with blank hair, right? I believe. Because they made Byakuya there as well, which was pretty cool. Oh, yeah, I do remember this one. Hi there, chat, Seiji. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be chasing boundaries as a free-to-play personally, because you want to kind of make sure they have all the teams covered first. But going for boundaries is not a bad thing. I wouldn't go above B2 personally, because like B3 is just not going to give you enough value. But it's definitely pretty decent, especially if you have a lot of units. But yeah, this Ichigo was pretty nice. I remember, because I used to play back in like 2020, I think it was. This Ichigo and this Byakuya, with the design on these. Like, Byakuya's design I liked more because I just really love those white wings. Like, they really knocked it out of the park. And he was a better unit as well. Because he had, he was the first unit which had like a homing vortex on one of his skill. So basically what you could have done is you pop your skill and he basically just kills everything on a map. And he was tracked for vortex. So it was basically going from one enemy to another. And he could just wipe out the entire map with his prowess. And Ulquiorra as well. Because they did like a special Ulquiorra. This one. Man. This Ulquiorra right here, I tell you. You get this, man? Whoo. I remember the good old times. Because you start with this. This was like the base Ulquiorra back in the day. And you go to this. You go to this. And you're like, woo, man. And this is what he looked like in game. So, like, amazing, right? Absolutely. I mean, I used to play just for, like, character designs. Because I collected a bunch of them. And, man. Like, one of the funnest parts was basically just collecting units for me in their game. Because I just loved it. Because the design was so cool on them, I just couldn't help myself. I haven't played the game in a whole minute though. I think the last time I played was like on their 8th anniversary or 7th anniversary. So I have no idea what's going on nowadays. But their design was always really smooth. No, absolutely. I mean, the amount of like creativity they took with character design was insane. Because they made a bunch of them in, you know, like steampunk style. They did some like cyber, like what was the game? Cyberpunk 2077 kind of style. I forgot the name of the game for a second. So they did a lot of really creative stuff, and they did a bunch of units for like Christmas, for Valentine's Day, for Parasol stuff, for Halloween. I played it, I believe, first 3 years hardcore. Then I took a break for a year. Then I came back when Adult Toshiro, 1000 Year Blood War released. And then I got into it even more. And then I took another break. And I was kind of on and off for about 3 years after that. And the last time I came back was probably summer 2024, somewhere there. It was with Bankai Yamamoto as a character, I believe. That was like the last one that I saw. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the case. So yeah, it has been a whole minute. And the main reason why I stopped is because the game is too grindy. You have to play it like a lot. And I just didn't have the time. But the character design though, 10 out of 10. They always knocked it out of the park. I mean, they might do that in the future, to be honest. Miracle. I can definitely see that. You know, because so far they only released like story-related skins. But I definitely can see them giving, you know, our boy Aizen like a full tuxedo suit. Like give him a bouquet of roses or something for like Valentine's Day, or have like a swimwear skins, because that's a big one usually for these kinds of games. I just don't know when they're gonna do it and how they're gonna do it, because I kind of hope they're gonna do it in a way where you can still buy it with, you know, like spirit jades or something if you want to, instead of going like full cash shop type situation. But we'll see, we'll see. Just give me maid Yamamoto. Just dress up Yamamoto in a full maid cafe outfit and just let him serve me some cake. And I'll be there. I'll be there. Oh, man. It would be kind of nice if they did implement some sort of like guild base or like home system where you actually can invite people and hang out together. And maybe play like some mini games together too. Kind of like what they have in Neverness to Everness, because that would be kind of fire. On your phone. I mean, you heard the man, Liz. You heard the man. That'd be kind of interesting, because the thing is, I do think they take a very nice direction so far with like implementing more and more co-op-oriented, like events and, you know, game modes. They can actually play with other people, because I love the interactive nature of this game, where, you know, you can just join up with other people. Like, to this day, one of my favorite things to do is the raid bosses, because, you know, you can just get it together with a couple people, do some fun stuff, and, you know, try your best to get as high score as you can. Test how much improvement you made for your, like, certain team, and you see how much damage you can do, which I think is fun. That is true. I mean, the game is still in its, you know, early phases, shall we say. We still don't have, like, the final version of it all, which I feel like by the first anniversary, they probably will already start, like, shaping the game towards, like, building an end game. Because so far, we're still getting, like, the new game modes, we're still getting new features almost every month. So we still know, like, at the quote-unquote end game. And I think the true endgame starts is when there's gonna be game modes where you need all 4 types of units. Like, all 4 teams to clear one game mode. I feel like that's when we're gonna start approaching that point where we do need to, like, lock in and actually pay attention to what we're building, what we're doing, you know? Because for now, every single event that we've been getting, they've been hard, but they haven't been, like, impossible to beat. Without, like, spending, like, an hour learning mechanics, learning how to do proper rotation. And to be fair, the most hardest ones are usually because they have weird rules to them. Like, to this day, I think 2 of the hardest events that we got so far was definitely the last one that we got for Grimmjow. That one was, rough. This white one is pretty difficult in of itself, but Szayelaporro's one was... oof, that was just unfair. That could be the case as well, Haki. Maybe. Well, that's what I'm thinking as well, because I do genuinely think that on Anniversary, we might get unveiled, like, the new rarity. Because when else would be the best time to do it than, like, on a big celebration? Because they already showcased that they fine with making new rarity with SR plus units, so what are the chances that they're not gonna make it for, like, another limited type units? I know, Hakim, I know. And I mean, there have been speculation. People already made, like, assumptions and thoughts about the P as being the 5th type that's gonna come out. And I mean, it had to come from somewhere. And there was a lot of data mining and people saw some things, so... you never know. You never know. And it just would make sense for the Anniversary unit to be, like, the first one. And what they can do on Anniversary to introduce the first, you know, type of unit is they can release 3 units they each complement each other to make a team for the new type. So basically, like, release, you know, full Holo as a DPS, like Yamamoto as a tactical unit, and I don't know, Unohana as a support or something. Something like that, you know? And that would make sense. Because all three of them are kind of in the same period in fighting, and Reiatsu, like, helped Ichigo to recover afterwards. Yamamoto was fighting Aizen and other people while he was at it, so... Because the thing is, I doubt they're going to release just one character. If they're going to introduce the new typing, they got to release, like, the full team, because otherwise people are just not going to be able to use it. Unless it's going to be one of those mechanics that some games do, where it's basically universal typing. And what I mean by that is that it can be used in any team and it's treated as, you know, it doesn't get debuffs. Like, you know how we get debuffs now if you don't use certain typing? If it's going to be like a universal type where they can be slotted into any team, and they're not going to get debuffed at all. That's like the only other way I think they can bypass that, but I'm not sure they're going to do that. So yeah, it would be interesting. It would be interesting. The only thing I'm worried about is if they're going to make like the new typing or the new rarity much harder to get. That's like my only worry, because in a lot of cases with like new typings or new rarities, they're more expensive to get. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking, you know? Because it would make the most sense for them to do, and just make them, you know, like kind of like a piece of a puzzle they can slot into any team. Kind of like Urohara is right now, or like Aizen is, where they are universal, but they're still bound by their typing, so they still get debuffed. But with those kinds of units, you know, you can just put them in any team and make them work. And at that point, I feel like we're gonna enter a very interesting phase of the game that will be the case. Because they gotta be stronger, you know? If it's a new rarity, they gotta be way stronger than SSI units, and there's gonna pose a question. Do you even summon for SSI units at that point at all? Or do you just wait for those, like, ultra rare characters to come out once every, like, half a year or so, and just max them out to full boundary, and they'll be able to basically clear the game for you, like one-man army. Kind of like Aizen 2.0, basically. So, I don't know. Well, that's what I was thinking, because the thing is, that sounds like an anniversary material. You know, where every single anniversary, you get one of those units, and they basically last you a year, and they don't rerun them until the next anniversary, and basically through that, you kind of have these, like, absolute powerhouses. They just can carry you through the entire game, but you can only summon them, maybe rerun them every half anniversary, I'd say. So like run them anniversary, then rerun them half a month, half a year later, and then rerun them again with a new unit, like on second anniversary and so on and so forth. I feel like that would be kind of cool, and it will also make it a little bit more special, because in a lot of games, anniversary is a time for celebration, and it's usually like you expect like super good units to get released. And if that's gonna be the case, that's gonna make this, you know, people like saving up for them, like forthcoming like 3 to 6 months, and being like, okay, I'm waiting for this anniversary unit, I'm gonna max them out, I'm gonna B6 them straight away, and I'm gonna have, you know, a grand old time. That is true as well, Hakim, but like, that's the only way I feel like it would make sense for them to implement it. Otherwise, you would have a lot of issues. Because if they just straight up make a 5th typing and just release more units, that basically would mean the new players would have to build 5 teams. And building 4 teams is already hard enough. Pretty much, Liz. Pretty much. What do you mean we don't have specific spirit type typing? What is Aizen suggesting? What are you talking about? Are you talking about like 40% damage? I mean, do you need it? Aizen 30 is good enough. Probably, Hakim, probably, but it's interesting to think about it, because there's many ways I can implement it, but I feel like that would be the most a reasonable way of going about it. make them like super exclusive and just make them really good. And maybe make them so they don't have boundaries, perhaps. So you can just get them, but they don't have boundaries. Or maybe, I don't know. Like, give people a chance to maybe farm for boundaries. Like, actually, another thing that could be interesting is, like, make them summonable. But for the boundaries, make, like, a specific in-game currency where you can exchange for, like, maybe shards, kind of like you get with score stamps. So you can get their boundaries by, like, playing the game. So you don't make them, like, super limited. But at the same time, you allow people to, like, get them over time. Kind of like what they do with SR Plus units. Like, make them actual celebration units, where everybody has a chance to get them. However, if you play on Anniversary, you can get one copy of them with, like, their core stamp and weapon. And then you just kind of work towards unlocking them fully. Because that would be kind of more, like, interactive, and that would make everybody, I feel like, relatively satisfied. I mean, that makes sense, Justin, but I don't know. It would make whales unhappy, but I feel like other than that, it would be pretty cool idea. I doubt they'll do it, because I doubt Sheisha would allow that. Because, like, in a lot of games, there is, like, a shard system for characters where you can unlock them through shards. We don't have that, probably for the meta, let's be honest. But it would be interesting what they cook up, because they said already on, I believe, one of the live streams that they had the game map basically pre-made for 2 years in advance. So they already know what they're gonna do. We just don't know that yet. But I do think that, like, close towards anniversary, they're probably gonna tease something big. Because if there's one time where you release some, like, big game-changing events, or big-changing, like, modes, definitely on anniversary, because that's gonna be the biggest traffic that the game is gonna get. Because a lot of people want to check out the games on anniversary. I know myself personally, like, whenever there's an anniversary for any gacha games like Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, you know, any other Little Waves, I'm more inclined to come back on anniversary just to check out what's popping in the game. And, like, what better way to pull, like, old players in, and maybe even some new ones, than to release some, like, big update. And basically make it even more worthwhile than just releasing one new unit. So that would be kind of interesting. Or they might not do any of that, you know? We have no idea, it's all speculation, but it's fun to speculate a little bit. I'll have to re-download the game, to be honest, but I'll see what I can do. The thing is, I'm not that exciting because it's anime. If it was a game and I had a chance of getting Keanu, I would be hyped as all get out. But unfortunately, that isn't the case, so I'm not that excited. Wait, hold up. Oh man, I forgot to change. I was gonna say, because my damage is super low, I forgot to change the team. I gotta keep paying more attention to this. Because I keep forgetting. Okay, so let's do thrust for this one. I'll check it out. I'll see what it's all about, but I'm not like that excited for it. Because like Cyberpunk as an anime is pretty cool, but I don't know. I'll be way more excited if they did something like, I don't know, Doom Guy or something. Just give me a full double barrel shotgun and let me go to town on some Tacit Disco. Like Master Chief. That's fair, Hakim. I mean, I'm still surprised to this day that you found somebody actually to buy your Genshin account. That's a miracle unlike any. Because I thought those people are extinct nowadays, in big old 2026. I mean, that's fair, Justin, that's fair. Units are they releasing, Greg? Is it just 2? Because I believe there was one, you know, that you had to summon for in one free one. That's so mean, Hakim. Unbelievable. I mean, fair enough, because... I'm just very surprised that anybody is on a market to buy a Genshin account. Like, genuinely. Because I understand if you sold it like in 2020, maybe 2021, when Genshin was up and up, you know, and everybody was playing it. But nowadays in 2026, somebody prepared to spend that much on a Genshin account? Ooh. Oh, I see. Ah, so he's a day one hardcore fan. I see. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Fair enough. It's still, because the thing is, to me, if somebody, you know, took my Genshin account, I would take it as a sign from the heavens themselves that I need to go play something else. I mean, good for him, I guess. It's just a very big investment to make for an account. Because I would actually probably have way more fun starting a new account than just buying an old one. Because to me, the main, like, selling point of playing a game is that you build everything yourself. Like, I never bought any accounts, personally, on any game. And I don't think I would ever do so, because even, like, re-rolling process, I find enjoyable, because if I know that the account that I got was, you know, I worked to get it, I would probably have way more fun than just buying some border account. That is true. I mean, if somebody just wants to play the game with, like, the units that they want to play with, and they don't want to waste time, totally understandable. But to me, I enjoy the grind. I enjoy, like, starting the game from scratch. I enjoy building the characters. I enjoy, you know, learning from my own mistakes, having, like, ups and downs and all that. Well, doing it again is opposite, yeah. I do see that probably more tedious than anything. But kind of depends on the game. Like, I definitely wouldn't be able to start over and get shit. Probably. Because the thing is, I do know the story and I do know all the stuff about it, so that's probably not as fun. But I was talking more, like, from the perspective of, you know, buying an account in general, I guess. Well, that guy, I guess, considering he probably had completed everything in the game, because usually people who play day one, they are that dedicated. But man, I probably wouldn't either, and it's not due to the fact that I think it would be hard. It's more to do with the fact that it would just take too long to get to the end game, which is like two months. It's oof. That's true, because the real game doesn't really start until you get to at least level 55 in this game. Like, realistically, until level 55, all you're doing is story, you're doing, you know, your bond grinding, and you're doing limited events. That's it. Maybe some guild quests here and there, some raid boss, frenzy feast when you can. But like, you don't start farming stamps until level 55, and to get to level 55 takes about months. So, yeah. Nice, Fuji, nice. Channel your inner Italian. So yeah, I definitely do see, like, if I had to restart, that would be kind of rough. And that's why I usually don't really get into old games. Because for me personally, the part of the fun activities that at least I enjoy quite a bit is getting like the same head start as everybody else. And just kind of playing the game at the same pace as everybody else and experience everything that some other people experience. So I never really get into old games, like old MMOs. I never used to get into, like, to me, if the game is older than, let's say, a year or two, chances are probably not gonna get into it that much. I might play it for fun, but I'm never gonna be, like, super dedicated to it. Well, yeah, exactly. I do think, like, the start in this game, at least, is pretty good. Like, you're getting quite a decent chunk of Spirit Jades. You're getting about 60 to 80 pulls from the get-go, which is way more generous than a lot of gacha games out there. So you can catch up, and to be fair, when you do start on a new server, you're kind of competing with people who just started as well. The only thing that you can compete is, like, global events. And, like, guild, you probably won't be able to get into, like, good guild straight away. But it is what it is. Hi there, Aura. Glad to see you, hopefully doing well. Yeah, I think new server experience is probably not that bad. Because if you had to compete with cross-server stuff, which you don't really have to, like day to day, it's only like very small events here and there, I think for the most part you're fine. So as a free-to-play, or like a new player in general, you actually have a decent start. Because if I had to start like an account today, I would probably just aim for reroll, where I would get 2 limited characters. Like whatever's running right now, like I would aim for Kenpachi and, you know, White, and then just get Urahara, and basically run that as my main team until level 55, and then try to get more units as I go. That's good, Fuji. Just keep going. Wait, hold up. You get trial characters for 30 days? Really? Since when was that the case? I never knew about that. I think it's one of the better starts out of any gacha games out there. Nah, it's fine, Fuji. You don't have to reroll. Like, only reroll if you enjoy it. Because it's not like a requirement necessarily. Because I did reroll for 2 days straight, but that was only because the game just started, and I just wanted a really good start. To be fair, I did get a decent one. Not the one I wanted necessarily, but a decent one nonetheless. Interesting, Greek, because it definitely wasn't the case when I started playing that game. Which, granted, was since day one, but still. That's actually a pretty cool mechanic. I haven't seen that done before. So do you get, like, basically every trial unit, or is it, like, you select a couple and you stick with them? Yeah, Fuji, as I said, you don't chase, like, the perfect start, because I tried to do that, and after 2 days of re-rolling, I didn't manage to achieve it. Because I was aiming to start with Bankai Ichigo and key scale Byakuya, which, knowing how Byakuya is now, was a very foolish decision on my part, but anyway. And I stuck with Bankai Ichigo and Tosen, which is actually a blessing in disguise, because Tosen was actually really good. That's not too bad. That's actually pretty good because Wooden Waves is one of the harder games out there when it comes to gacha. And you definitely probably have a rough start without good units. Because I do think like a full month is enough to at least get your feet wet and start building some teams. I don't know, it is strike. That's fine. That's part of the fun, Fuji, that's part of the fun. I see, so you're not getting them straight away. I see, so there's a little bit of caveat. Well, it's kind of part of the deal, Fuji. That's what I do. I don't know what to tell you. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Also, I did notice that Liz kind of disappeared into the ether. Just hanging around, now she's gone. Yeah, the game froze for a second. I was just double checking that wasn't my connection. But now we're fine now. We're fine now. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Just LG player, you know, acting up a little bit. I think Mai's at 120 as well, I believe. Man, I might need to run this manually because Mayuri's boss fight is woof. Okay, yeah. Alright, well, you know what, let's do Slash on this one because unfortunately the auto gameplay on Strike Team is not the best. This one should be fine. I already have Showkeeper. On my Wooden Waves accounts, I have Jian, I have Shinji, Jinchi rather. I have Brunt, I have Shawkeeper, that's about it. Of course I do Creek. And then I run Verena as well and Moltefi. So those are my like 6 units that I use for 2 teams. My main one being Jian, Moltefi, and Shawkeeper. And then the second one, Jinchi, Brunt, and Verena. I don't think I got his signature because I had the 5-star standard weapon for him, so I didn't. Yeah, I mean, it's I always build them live, Fuji, because I want you to see the struggles, because a lot of people see my characters and they're like, oh, look, those are nicely built characters, but trust me, it ain't easy. I just ain't got the time, Creek. I ain't got the time. That's the thing, because, like, there's many games I wish I want to play, but, like, realistically speaking, I just don't have the patience for them all the time, unfortunately. And just how it is. Well, don't get used to it, Fuji, because I ain't spending them now. I learned my lesson after getting Ikaku. I learned my lesson. I mean, we still got decent stuff, you know, it's not like I got completely shattered, because, you know, we got some Grimmjow dupes, which, no ideal, but it is what it is. We got Soifon dupe, couple Gins, which was pretty exciting, and, you know, we did get White in the end, so, all in all, not too bad. Not too bad. And I mean, Liz was there to curse me with a bald luck, so it was what it was. I'm not gonna use probably Stamp Selector, because the thing is, I just don't really need him fully maxed out at the moment. He's fine for now. And I'm just saving those for, like, future, if I do really need them. Because at some point, I will come across a situation where I will have a bunch of units at, like, 4 out of 5. And that's when I'm probably gonna use a bunch of selectors. Nothing, Liz. I said nothing. I said only good things about you. Go back to, you know, putting fear of God in your enemies, Liz. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, she can't. She doesn't know what rewinding is, Fuji. Don't tell her lies. She doesn't know what that technology is. It's a forsaken witchcraft that we don't talk about. It's forbidden. It's like forbidden jutsu. We never don't know what that is. It's fine, Liz. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Have a great time with your sister. Don't mind me. That's very kind of you to say, Fuji. Appreciate it. I see, so you were testing the waters. Well, Liz, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, let's do thrust. We're slowly but surely climbing. We're probably gonna struggle quite a bit when I do this on my free-to-play, and man, it is taking quite a bit of time. I didn't know this was gonna take like 4 hours. We've already been doing it, and we're still not even close to being done. Golly. We might need to do the free-to-play one next time. I never commit crimes, Liz. I commit minor misdemeanors, at best. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I mean, White does a lot of damage. The man is encroaching on Aizen's supremacy, I'm gonna tell you. Not quite on the same level, but he's getting there. I don't know, Creek. I don't know. My free-to-play is pretty decently built. I might be able to. I might be able to. Did you manage to beat all the stages, Creep? Because if you haven't, then I might not have a good chance. But if you have... Well, it's probably because you're more consistently critting on the second one. And on the first one, you just haven't critted as often. But I mean, one run doesn't really mean that much. Because in certain runs, you probably will do way more damage on the first one than the second one. And then it's very interchangeable. I see, Creek, I see. So you didn't go for the title. Creek, how many times do I need to tell you the only thing that's important in this game is the title. It's all you need. Alright, I forgot the Yashiro gives you crit rate buff. Then all you need to do is just use your Yashiro first to buff before you switch to Ichigo. And that way you'll be fine. Unbelievable, Creek. How can you say that? Titles are the only thing that matter. Don't you want the shiny one? It's like collecting Pokemons. You always want the shiny ones. Because the shinier the better. We all know that. I mean, I guess fair, Creek. I guess fair. Wrong, but fair. Ooh, Liz is coming out with the claws. Golly, have you heard that, Creek? Ooh. Look, Liz is a very dedicated individual. She grinds for titles like nobody's business. I've seen what she did for that potion event, where she spent like 10 hours grinding for it to be number 1. I've seen it. Speaking of which, we might try that, and I fear it with my entire being. But this event right here, Liz, I swear. Liz, how long did you do it? She sent a screenshot where she was number 1. And I was too afraid to even ask what she had to do to reach that height. And she was above all the whales as well. So I was just very, very, very impressed with her. Number 4, Liz? Liz, you gotta aim for that number 1. Come on. You can't allow those young whippersnappers to be your own game. Yeah, Justin Blight, it's all about the prestige of being number 1. I can do it, Fuji. My brain is like a block of fine Swiss cheese. More holes than cheese, mind you, but a block of cheese nonetheless. And all I can do is basically click like a caveman until things happen. Whenever there's any, even slight deviation from that norm, I lose it. Look. It's too hard. It's too hard. I never been good at Tetris, and neither am I these kinds of games, but I'll try. I'll give it a shot. I did see that, Justin, and I was pretty impressed. Because you're probably the only whale that decided to do that. But I respect it. I respect it. Yeah, it's pretty good, Fuji. 23-2 at your level is actually pretty good. Number 2, Liz. So you telling me somebody outplayed you at your own game? Ooh. Ooh, Liz, I need you to be number 1. Come on. It is indeed, because I would have thought that would be kind of difficult. But then again, White Ichigo does carry pretty hard. Hakim, when we were at those levels, floor 15 was unreachable. You kidding me? We didn't even dream of anything higher than that. No, absolutely. I mean, if you take, you know, like Bankai Ichigo, and you take White Ichigo as a comparison right now, it's night and day. It's okay, Liz. It's okay. You've proven that you are the strongest being. And those kids just have better phones. And just how it is. The cheating, in fact. I would offer to do it for you, Liz, but you know as well as I do that I can't beat your score. Even if you give me a spaceship for, you know, a phone, I still wouldn't be able to reach even half of your score. I'm not saying you are, they are, Liz. Okay, let's do Slash again. No. What did the stream lag for a second? Sorry about that. I mean, to be fair, B0 White probably can do it as well, just he needs more investment, obviously. That's why I always say the tactical units are always the most worthwhile investing in. Because they can carry you really hard. Fuji, don't say the Hakim has Kenpachi. Hakim is the biggest hater of Kenpachi this world has ever seen. If you ever seen Hey Arnold, Hakim has the opposite of bubblegum tributing his closet to Kenpachi. He prays for his downfall every day. He wakes up, he checks his to-do list, and it's like, you know, brush my teeth, do my skincare routine for 2 hours, hate on Kenpachi for 3 hours. play gacha games. That's his routine for the day, and he follows it strictly to a T. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's fair, Krieg, that's fair. Can't blame you for that. You probably will learn a lot from here, Fuji, not from me, though. The only thing you will learn from me is what not to do. I'm a very good source of educational material for that. Trust me. Alright, let's see. What else do we have? Climbing pretty nicely so far. Yeah, let's use this one. Krieg got duped by Kenpachi. The man got hoodwinks. Am I a very wise man, Liz? I don't know. That sounds like a lie, but I'll take it. You don't have to lie to me, but I do appreciate it. Well, and you had to bring it back, Liz. You had to bring it back. You bring me up just to put me down. I just imagine Krieg shows up on 15th of July, you know, with the birthday hat and everything, with the cake, and he sees Ichigo's glorious face on the screen, and he's like, okay, time to pull for Ichigo. He pulls up the gacha screen, and he sees a god-forbidding red light of Slash, and he throws a cake on the ground, takes off his hat, goes in a backyard of his, and just stares at the horizon, ponders the meaning of existence for 12 hours. Goes back inside the game, pulls Ichigo nonetheless, and then comes back on Saturday when I might be doing the same, and he's like, Lux, you won't believe this. They betrayed me. You were right all along. The Shueisha, those swines, how dare they? What did they do to my boy? I mean, yeah, Kenpachi was supposed to be way, way later. But they just, you know, Shueishas themselves into the corner. And they had to do what they had to do. I know, Krieg. I know. Trust me, I know. So basically we have either Krieg uninstalls the game or Fuji uninstalls the game. We gotta place some bets on the who's gonna be the winner. The Battle of the Giants. I mean, realistically speaking, I feel like Slash is the most likely because every other Ichigo has been slashed so far. And like, he doesn't feel like a thrust material to me. But then again, maybe they're gonna throw a curveball and make him, you know, Spirit. Just to uninstall Ulquiorra, you know, everybody pulls Ulquiorra, and then Ichigo just comes in and he slaps him right. He's like, get out of here, boy. It's my time to shine. And that would be pretty exciting. For wrong reasons, though. Kinda, because Ichigo's 15th and my birthday on 16th. Actually, what is 16th? I think it's Wednesday, isn't it? Because, let's see. So, July. It's Thursday. Ooh. I might be able to make it. Because it would be kind of fun to pull him on my birthday and see what happens. But I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. Because I don't know what I'm doing then yet. Because next year, it will be Friday. And then we're gonna party. On the big 27th, we're gonna party hard. Trust me. I don't know, Liz. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, you're not wrong, Hakim. You're not wrong. It was a pretty interesting time because there were two kinds of people. People that were celebrating the fact that they don't have to pull fucking Panchi, and people that pull fucking Panchi and were raging hard because of how bad he was. And I remember when I was streaming at the time, people would just come into stream and they'd be like, Lux, you won't believe this. Oh man, I go Kenpachi, and I'll be like, my condolences. Meanwhile, I'll be using my bankai Ichigo, like, don't know what that is. Couldn't be me. They did buff him next day, they did buff him, but I don't think people were still too thrilled with that. That's fair, Liz, that's fair. I don't think cool, Olivia, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Hakim, coming out from the turnbuckle. Whenever somebody praises Kenpachi, Hakim busts through the wall like a Kool-Aid man, and he's like, are you sure about that? Like the John Cena meme. Oh, man. And then he gives like a full PowerPoint presentation on one Kenpachi sucks in 10 easy steps. Change the minds and the hearts alike. Because he's Gin, Fuji. Because he's Gin. Excellent, hold up. I forgot to change the team again. I keep forgetting doing that. Golly. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, so I need a spirit for this one. We're gonna fight Liz's favorite gentleman right now. The stick-wielding deity that she worships on a daily basis. I mean... Fair enough, Hakim. Fair enough. I mean, to be honest, if you like a unit, and you know, you have an opinion about him, fair enough. I'm just not that bothered. Like, if somebody came in and said Aizen is the worst unit in the game, I wouldn't be like, no, you're wrong, and this is why you're wrong. I'd be like, okay, fair enough. I mean, you're wrong, but it is what it is. I just don't feel that passionate, I guess. That is true, Hakim. I mean, if I did have B6 Kenpachi, that would be a different story. I mean, probably a lot, Liz. Probably a lot. They give him like the Genshin treatment. They give him 100 Prima Gems, a couple file sticks, and maybe, you know, a couple pats on the back to seal the deal. To be honest, I used to watch his stuff when he used to cover Black Clover back in the day, like years and years ago. And his guys were always pretty decent, because he actually, you know, plays with the unit and tests them. But I haven't watched his, like, Bleach stuff, so I don't have an opinion on that. Well, let's see. Good for him. I mean, if you get an opportunity to get the bag, why wouldn't you? Yeah, let's probably use this one. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're like LD player and this game's devs like work together, because they made like a full client for them, and they advertise it officially as well. So probably it's like something they endorse themselves. I mean, to be honest, if the devs themselves advertise it, maybe it's fine. I never really used it, so I can't, like, corroborate whether it's good or bad, but, you know. If it works, I guess. It is what it is. I just wish they could get back their official shop in. Because, geez Louise, maybe that's why. Maybe LD player paid them enough to close their own shop and just move to theirs instead. Just gave them enough, you know, fish, a big enough check to be like, look, you just got to come to us. We'll handle it for you. And Crunchyroll in their infinite wisdom just broke it, and they were like, we're not doing that. We're not fixing this thing. They've been broken since January. Because I do have some friends that, like, use third-party top-up services. Because I know it was super, super popular back in the day for, like, Genshin, Honkai, all those kinds of games. And, to be honest, they seem fine with it. I never personally tried it, but if it's endorsed by the game itself, then I would be more inclined to do so, I guess. Especially when they had their own shop and they kind of blew it. Because, like, golly, it can't be that hard to fix a payment system. Because it works on CA, I believe, it just doesn't work on an EU, for whatever reason. They just decided, nah, we're not doing that anymore. And to be fair, they had a pretty decent deals there, because you could have gotten, like a 10-pull for stamps and for limited character tickets for, I think, $4, you could get a 10-pull. And I was like, that was a really solid deal. A 10-pull for $4, basically 20 pulls for $8 a month, and you could get it every month. That was a very, very solid deal. And I was gone. I only got it once. And after they're like, nah, we gotta shut this stuff down. Ain't no way we can allow this. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Hakim, I'm pretty sure you remember it more than anyone else. And Krieg remembers it very fondly. Isn't that right, Krieg? Krieg was on the front lines. Krieg was out there hustling. The man was grinding those stamps like no tomorrow. Until Shueisha blew him sky high and isekai'd him to the nether realm, where he belongs. It's alright, Krieg. It's alright. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there was basically a whole shabacle in the first, I believe, months of the game, where a bunch of people found a way to exploit Battle Rewind and farm infinite keys for Stamp Corridor. And some people posted screenshots of having like thousands upon thousands of keys. The most I saw is there was one guy with 12,000 keys, just sitting there chilling. And, you know, the game devs got a whiff of that and just basically shut that stuff down. Banned a bunch of whales, banned pretty much everybody who exploited it for 10 years. And there was a bunch of angry whales who were basically saying, oh, I spent all this money, now it's gone. And I was like, well, don't exploit the game. And you'll be fine. So, yeah. It's, it is what it is. Look, you making fun of them right now, Hakim, but when they come back in 10 years with 12,000 keys, we gonna be sorry. Because they're gonna have all the stamps in the world and we gonna be none the wiser. For the 10th anniversary, when they do come back, ooh, it's gonna be a glorious time. I don't know, Fuji, I don't know. All I know that they go banned. But I don't know what happened to their keys. They might have still kept them. Like a little souvenir. And then when they do come back in 10 years, ooh, they're gonna be living large. Hi there, Greg. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. What do you mean diabolical? What do you don't like about it? I thought it was a very nice thumbnail. Unbelievable, this guy. Ah, it's your whippersnappers kind of language that I don't understand. Golly, what happened with saying terrific, magnificent? You know, the normal words that everyday masses use it. Nah, I'm just pulling your leg. It's fine. Actually, funny story about that one, because I was making that, I believe, a couple days ago, and I had no idea what kind of thumbnail to make. And then I was playing the game, and I kind of saw when you pull the ultimate, it does a zoom in on White Ichigo. And the face that he was making, I was like, wow, that's interesting. And I was like, you know what, that's it. And I just settled for that. And that's where you have it. That's where you have it. Greg has the power of fortune itself. Greg doesn't need to wail. He can harness the luck within the ether and get whatever he wants. The man never had to go more than tenfold for any character in his life. Just call him my lawyer, basically, Fuji. That's what everybody knows him as. He's a protector of law. And Bending said law, occasionally when required, but you know, a protector of law nonetheless. Exactly. He's my lawyer, he's my gardener, he's my plumber, he's my electrician, he's my therapist, he's my counselor, he's my financial advisor, my accountant, my barber, my hairdresser, my grocery attendant. Basically everything in one. He's what Barbie wishes to be, basically. Exactly. You see, Greg gets it. Greg gets it. And I hired him at a very competitive rate as well. Because you can't really get that kind of employment for the amount of money that I had to spend on him. And let me tell you, paying somebody nothing is a very competitive rate in this economy. And Greg was haggling me. You know, he was like, at least give me, you know, a cookie occasionally. I was like, cookie? In this economy? What, do I look like Jeff Bezos to you? And we settled up for free employment plus the health benefits. And what I mean by health benefits is that I occasionally smuggle him into the nearest hospital for a checkup. But that's not very often. So, yeah. Anyway, if you would like to work for Lux LLC, please sign up at a very convenient stand that's right to your left. We provide the best working environment possible. It's alright, Greg, it's okay, don't worry. They're gonna be none the wiser. We're gonna use Men in Black neuralizer on them all, they'll forget it as soon as they remember. I know I will. There's no hiding, Fuji. The employment is gonna find you one way or another. Whether it's through amicable means or otherwise. You're gonna get employed, trust me. Oof. I can already smell this is gonna be a troublesome fight on my free play. Because the only team that I feel comfortable fighting Ulquiorra with is my Spirit team. Every other team, no. Just no. Because who else better putting Ulquiorra in his place than Aizen? The only man that can do so. How many accounts? 2. I go on my main, which is this one, and my free-to-play. And on my free-to-play, I'm basically doing a little experiment, if you will, which is I'm playing with all the standard units and all the, like, lower rarity units. And I'm also saving all my limited currency, which is Spirit Jades in this game, to get fully maxed out unit later. Pretty much. Pretty much. I wouldn't call it a whale, but, you know. I would call it a forced-to-pay account. No. On my free-to-play, I only have 3 limited units, which is Ichigo, Toshiro, and Gin. Nobody else. Everything else I'm using is free-to-play units. Which means standard units. And also SI units. Probably. I'm probably gonna build a little killer on there. Because I do like him. In fact, in majority of cases, I'm probably gonna build all SR plus units on my free-to-play account in the future, and just see how it goes. Then I have a direct comparison to my main. And to be fair, even on my main, I'm probably gonna build them eventually. Eventually. It's fine, Liz. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Take your time, and I'll catch you later. The new banner is next Friday, but obviously we're gonna do it on Saturday. So next Saturday, big boy, I need you to come prepared, with all your luck intact. And to be honest, no 100%, if I'm gonna summon on it yet. I probably will, let's be honest, because I'm a gambling addict unlike any. But, you know, I'd like to give myself a little credibility that I might reconsider. Said credibility is very loose, but you know, it might happen. It might happen. Alright, so what we're gonna do, probably for this one, because my strike team is like probably my weakest one, I think what we're gonna do is just use full thrust team and go on from there. Yeah, let's do this. I should let you pull. I mean, if you... Okay. If... I can do that for, like, the anniversary stuff. Because I can let you do that on my free-to-play account. And I guess what we can do is, you can do, like, a screen share on Discord. And I can just narrate it. We'll see. We'll see. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. It does sound like a pretty fun concept. I might let you do so in the future. That is true. That is true. We need to figure out the better way of going about it. That is fair. That is fair. I didn't take that into account. Creek, I'm not gonna use Strike Team. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna use my Slash, my Spirit, and my Thrust team for this. I only need 3 teams. It's okay. It's okay. It's like my Strike team is just the least build. And if I use Rangiku for my Thrust team, I'm just doing less damage. I like the Creek is fully embodying the role of my coach. He's like, champ, you're doing it all wrong. I'm a Rocky Balboa in a corner, you know, full swelled eye on the 8th round. And I'm like, Chief, I don't think I can beat him. Oh, that man is built different. And Creek is like, come on, big boy. You gotta give him an uppercut. Pull his hair if you have to. Tickle him from behind. Give him a suplex if you do. Do whatever you takes. The victory's all that matters. I'm like, okay. Fine, I'll do it. We'll get there in the end, Creek. Don't worry. I'll make you proud. I mean, that's a good advice, Greg. Can't really go against that. I always go for German suplex, but they're just me. They're just me. Well, let's use this one. That is true, Greg. Greg makes a very good point. And to be fair, biting an ankle is probably the most painful bite you could possibly have. So, that checks out. Also, Liz, I saw you say you were God. A missed opportunity, Liz, because if you truly unleash your inner gremlin, you'll be the strongest being this world has ever seen. I'm not urging you to leave. I just saw you say you were gonna go for somewhere for now. Look, I was just asking Jadel because I didn't want to, you know, get her into trouble if she needed to do something. Look. I was just genuinely concerned that Liz might be, you know, skipping her duties of conquering space for an hour and instead hanging out here. I just didn't want to get her into trouble with her space management. That's what I get. That's the thanks I get for my worrying. Unbelievable. Look, Liz, you're always welcome to stay. I haven't followed Luffy in a while. Kinda forgot this man even exists. Right, we're doing actually pretty well so far. We're almost done with the 10th tower. I'm not sure what the endless mode is all about, but we'll check it out too. See how far we can climb. Aizen makes quick work out of this. Very nice, very nice. Alright, let's do slash team for this one. Ah, I see. I think you were genuinely doing something important, Liz. I wasn't making an offhand remark. Nothing quite like washing dishes while you live it. I actually find washing dishes kind of relaxing, you know? You kind of get into that zen state where you're scrubbing off the grease, just like you're scrubbing off the grease from your soul while you're doing so. Very therapeutic. Golly. Ichigo almost broke the game. Jesus. There we go. That's much better now. Are you okay though, Liz? Ah, fair enough, fair enough. As I say, I'm not chasing you away. You're welcome to stay as long as you want to. I do as well. I think his ultimate animation is like one of the coolest ones in the game right now. Like, I just really, really like it. It's basically the same one as Aizen's, it's just instead of it being, you know, vertical, it's horizontal. And also he gets, like, the actual animations outside of popping his ult are also very nice. Just him, like, zooming around, doing a bunch of Getsuga Tensho's is very cool. As long as you're okay, Liz. As long as you're okay. Actual bankai Ichigo not doing too bad of a damage either. And it has been quite a long time since I fought against Gin. Because Gin's boss fight is actually really cool, but I haven't seen him since like Toshiro, I believe. That was the last time I actually fought against him. At least from memory. It does get a little bit harder though, not gonna lie. Like, the stage is definitely noticeable. Alright, let's do this one now. I see. That's a very peculiar way of looking about it. But you got a good point, you got a good point. As long as you're mostly okay, you are okay. The game is slightly lagging to it for some reason. Don't know why, but... I remember this guy used to give me a lot of trouble when I did, like the global ranking event, I forgot what it's called, where you have to fight him. I think it was the last stage of the first edition, and man, he gave me a lot of trouble. Just because of how tanky he was, I really struggled to beat him. I also started noticing that after switching my Nel's build from element damage to ultimate charge rate, my actual rotations seem much cleaner, which is interesting. And my damage seems to be higher as well. I guess probably because my stacks retain much better. Because I was under the impression that, you know, his dot damage was actually the way to go. But it doesn't seem so. Because I checked why a bunch of people that were building her on my server, and a lot of them running ultimate charge rate. And I do kind of get that. Now that I have tried it herself, or myself rather, I definitely can see that. Especially at B2, you kind of want to keep those stacks going as fast as you can, and without any ultimate charge rate is kind of difficult. So that's actually pretty nice. Alright. I mean, so far I tried both, and it seems like with ultimate charge rate, it's just a smoother rotation overall. But you probably can do either one, to be honest. I don't think it matters, like, tremendous amount. It just feels better with ultimate charge rate. At least for me. I understand why people are using it for, like, B6, because Nell has basically on ultimate. At B6, she can pop it off twice. So that's majority why most people use it. But even without B6, I still think it's actually worthwhile to have it. On Nell. On Nell Creek. Because the main reason why I used to use element damage was mostly to do for the substance that I had on it. And it was a really good piece. But now that I got a pretty decent ultimate charge rate one, I'm not as bothered. And to be honest, I can switch it back anytime if I want to later. Yeah, I tried both ways, and it just seems like with ultimate charge rate, her rotation is a bit cleaner. It's kind of like what Ichigo used to be back in the day before his buff, where she doesn't get it as fast. And if you do put ultimate charge rate piece on her, she just feels a little bit better, I'd say. Because I think I have her at 149%, somewhere there. It does decent damage with that amount. Plus, I did got her dot damage quite a bit, by the looks of it, because apparently it was abnormal before, and that was the main reason why I used to use dot damage on her, because she used to do quite a bit with it. But I think now she doesn't do as much. I don't know how much less she does, but definitely not on the same level she used to. Alright, that probably will finish it up. Let's see. Actually, no, really. A little bit more to go. Okay, there we go. Nice and simple. And that's one of the reasons why I'm still a little bit on the fence whether I should go for Ulquiorra, because right now my spirit team is already doing what it needs to do, and like Aizen carries it single-handedly. So it will all depend whether Ulquiorra will actually synergize with Aizen much better. I mean, the thing is, if you get ultimate charge rate to, I think, about 120%, you probably will be fine without it. It just all depends on your sub stats. To me, personally, I feel like every unit in this game needs a little bit of ultimate recharge. And the more you have, the better. Because obviously, like, even Grimmjow, I feel like without ultimate charge rate, he doesn't get his ult on his second cycle of his technique. And he needs a little bit of ultimate recharge rate to ensure that he does. That's why I built him the way I did. So I do think it's always worthwhile to at least look for them, not like necessarily hunt for them, but like at least have, you know, extra like 10% or something. Just in the back burner. To be honest, if you're gonna go for ultimate charge rate, I would probably go for crit rate, crit damage anyway. That should be your main priority. If you get some element damage along the way, that'd be fine, but definitely no requirements, I'd say. Because she doesn't do as much dot damage as Gin, so you're not prioritizing it, like, tremendously, I'd say. Because her main damage comes from her ultimate, basically. That's her bread and butter. No worries, Liz. Take your time, take your time. It's fine, Liz. Don't worry. It's fine. I understand. You're still listening? Wow, Liz. That sounded like a threat. Unbelievable. I just imagining every time I end the stream and, you know, the credits roll and all that good stuff, when I go to the bathroom to, like, you know, wash my face or whatever, Liz just starts typing, I'm always listening. Always. I'm like, okay, jeez. I knew it was, Liz. You didn't have to specify. I know it was. Alright, that wasn't very nice. Mr. Tentacle Man, come on. I mean, that's a good point, Liz. I didn't think about it that way. I guess you at least been considering threatening nature. I can appreciate that. Alright, let's keep going. Actually, do we already... Okay, we still haven't quite got. So, it does look like after stage 20, you only get 200,000 cans, which is not that exciting. I was kind of hoping you get something cool from that, but maybe no. Maybe no. We'll still do the endless mode just to see what it looks like and how far we can go, but I'm probably not gonna grind it too hard. I mean, I've been spending like the past 5 hours grinding this thing, so we better be close. When I first set off doing this, I thought it was gonna take maybe like, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. Not 5 hours, I tell you what. I'm sweating over here. Listen, Creek, we gonna get the title. Do you really take me for the kind of man that would not get a title? Come on. I mean, to be fair, you still got like 46 days left, so you're not really in a rush to complete it all. And it does seem like all you need for this particular game mode is just 3 teams, because every team you can use 4 times. So you choose your best 3 teams like I do right now, and you'll be able to clear pretty easily. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. No, take your time, take your time. It's all good. I mean, to be fair, the title does look pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. And I do think, even as a free player, probably would be able to get it, because, like, so far, I haven't really encountered anything, like, super difficult. It's not easy, necessarily, but it's definitely not on the same level like the new event for White Ichigo. I'll tell you that. The only downside is that you need to use your own units. So you can't really, you know, cheese it with trial units. But most people probably already have pretty solid at least 3 teams going. So it shouldn't be that exhausting to do, hopefully. It's fine, Liz. I'm the same. Don't worry about it. Alright, Mr. Ranger, let's go for round 2. Alright, decent damage. Not too bad, not too bad. Man, I forgot what it's like to play with actual thrust team, because I've been using my Mayuri with my strike team all the time. And it actually feels really nice. Better than when we're on Giku, at least. No saying Giku is bad, but you know. It's nice to have Mayuri back. Man, really puts the oomph in this team. Okay, let's see. So we got Spirit now. Let's bring our big boy Aizen on the case. Make him deal with whoever we need to deal with. Ooh, it's actually a pretty nice sunset in the background. For once, we got sun unleashed in my domain of eternal darkness, which is a very rare occurrence. Some of you may say that I'm lying, and you know what? I wouldn't be able to blame you for that. Because having sun in England is basically like having summer in North Pole. It's just impossible. But yes, sometimes it does happen. Sometimes it does happen. Was nice to fight Ichigo back. This might be one of my favorite boss fights, to be honest, just because I really like the animations on this man, even in his boss fight form. I think they did a really good job with him. I wonder if we're gonna get a new boss fight with Ulquiorra, as in his Segunda Tempada form. Because, I mean, his base form fight was already bone-shuttlingly hard, and I can't even imagine what his boss fight in that form is gonna be like. You probably just show up and he straight up isekais you. Ichigo style, never to be seen again. Go. Nice and clean, we'll take that. 4 more stages to go, and then we can get our brand new shiny title. It's a shame that it's not animated though. Like, that's the only thing that I kind of wish it was, because I like the design on it, but man, no animation there, unfortunately. Right, let's do slash team. You telling me you had rain in Mexico during summer, Liz? Golly. Did you steal my weather or something? Did we get trade seas or something? Did I steal your sun while you stole my clouds? Exactly. Exactly. My point exactly, Creek. Did you break? Liz, did you do a rain dance? Did you channel your inner ancestry and do a good old rain dance to summon the spirits? To bring your bountiful harvest? North crops bow rain, or water from the skies, some may say. Impossible, Liz. What do you mean it rains over there? It is a volcano, though. And you live right inside of it. I'm just surprised it's rains during summer of all things, Liz. Because I thought during summer is basically like plus 40 degrees all day, every day. Absolutely no worries, Fuji. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night resting you, and I'll catch you later. No worries, what's up? I'm glad you had a good time. So, you know, back to the subject, please. How did you manage to summon the rain gods? What kind of unholy ritual have you had to perform? Whose soul did you have to sell? And how much do they charge you? Really? That's very surprising to me, because I would have thought during summer you wouldn't have any rain. Fascinating. $9.99 Creek. 999, the forbidden number, some may say. I see, Liz, I see. I mean, to be fair, I enjoy actual rain during summer. And one of my fondest experiences is when you have sun and rain at the same time. I forgot what the phenomenon is called, but it's basically you get a light shower, which is warm, and you get a nice sunshine, and basically like a warm shower, feels like. And I remember when I was a kid, I used to love those. Because those felt great. Because usually when it's raining, it's miserable, dark, and it's cold. But during summer, it's actually kind of refreshing. You never had that happen, Creek? I don't think they had good enough PR team, Liz. You need to get on the case to distribute them fine-wide. The Greeks and the Nordic gods get all the street cred, followed by like Egyptian gods. Everybody else is kind of forgotten. Okay, let's go with these guys. You need to have your own Ragnarok, you know, pull all the gods together and let them fight. What is not true, Liz? Yeah, but Liz, you gotta keep in mind that like Mayan pyramids compared to like pyramids of Giza are kind of different scales, let's be honest. It's like saying building Empire State Building and building like a skyscraper. It's kind of different levels. Impressive still. Impressive nonetheless. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I never knew about them, to be honest. I know you had like a bunch of them since the olden days, because you know, perform rituals for them and all that. Well, I wouldn't be able to name you any of them. And the main reason why I know about, you know, Nordic gods, Egyptian, and Greek ones is from like video games, manhwa, more than anything. And like just listening to one of my favorite things back in the day used to be listening to like lore about gods and all that good stuff. On the base, that's fair, but we're talking about the height list. The height is what truly counts. It's all about the, you know, not the girth, it's about the height. The girth might be strong, but if the height is not there to back it up. I'm all about it, Liz. I love learning about mythology. It's one of the funnest things. And I feel like if there was the kind of things that I learned in history, I would have loved history way more. Because I learned about the boring things like wars, medicine, you know, stuff that nobody cares about. But you tell me about mythos, I'm in. Tell me all about, you know, how Zeus fought his own father because his father wanted to eat him. And, you know, Zeus's mother had to mask him as a stone wrapped in, like, cloth in order to feed it to Cronus. So he eats them instead of Zeus, and then Zeus beheads him later. It's like, give me that cool stuff. I want to know about betrayal, the stakes, the Ragnarok, you know, the cool stuff. Because to be honest, I don't know if I had any gods from my place, because in Eastern Europe we don't really have that kind of stuff. Like, there might have been some really, really old ones that I don't know anything about, but unfortunately we never had that. And I've always been jealous. No, that's fine, Liz. Take your time, take your time. Like, I wish I had something cool like that happening in my neck of the woods, but unfortunately I don't. And it is what it is. It is what it is. Nice. What stage are we actually? Okay, we're stage 10, so we have 2 more to go. And after that, we're gonna get the brand new shiny title. I'm talking about mythology, Creek. Talking about mythology. Because I grew up with loving a lot of, you know, like folklore tales and all that good stuff, and God of War used to be my favorite game of all time back in the day, and just learning about, you know, all the gods and what they did was very intriguing to me. Because it's kind of like superheroes of the olden days, you know? It's the same kind of principle where, you know, you have this individual with mystical powers that can do a lot of cool stuff. Yes, let's go on. So basically, Olympus is Marvel of the olden days. It was the Avengers of the olden era, as we know it. And to be fair, Thor is part of Avengers, so you know, that kind of counts. That's a very shaky beginning, but go on, Liz. I don't know how it happened, or when. I had this good thing happen to me. Don't know when, don't know how, don't know why. Let me tell you. Just kidding, let's go. Okay, so Hakim's retirement place, yes. When he's gonna retire at the tender age of 21. Go on. Yes, indeed, Liz. Some believe the Mayans were even more advanced than we are now, but yes, go on. I do think we were scammed on Mayans' calendar, but that's besides the point. I see. So that's who you're praying to for rain. I see, I see. I just imagine you on a hot summer day, like, Chuck! Golly, it's like plus 40. Can you do woman a solid? Can you drop some holy water from the almighty heavens? Wow, that's interesting. So you're telling me you took your own god and you're like, this chat guy? Ooh, nah. Poseidon, on the other hand, let's go. Have you seen Jason Momoa as Poseidon? Oh, I'm telling you. Now that's the kind of man we need. Oh. I can see where this is going, to be honest. But go on. I see, so basically, your god was displeased by this betrayal. I mean, sometimes, you know, you gotta respect where you come from, respect your roots. And to be fair, if I was Chuck, I would be pretty peeved as well. I'd be like, man, all these years I've been protecting you guys from weather, and that's how you treat me. You put this knockoff me in the middle of my square with my people? Nope, ain't happening. That is fair, Liz, that is fair. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Now what you should be doing, you should be going to Greece, to Athens, and putting Chuck's statue right there. So Poseidon does the same to them. Do a little payback. Aizen, come on, cooperate with me on this one. This might be a tough battle, because I probably should have saved my own Aizen for this. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. And I mean, who is better to fight as a last battle than the big man himself? The greatest chain enthusiast this world has ever seen. think we'll be alright, though. I think we'll be alright. Well, Aizen is quite formidable. We got the power Aizen, guess what else? We'll be okay. Got some spiritual dissipation, nice. Let's go with bankai on this one. Ooh, some decent damage, 13 million. Pretty decent. Ooh, 16 million. Pretty nice. I'll try my best. My Ichigo is gone, so it's all up to White Ichigo now. The OG retired. Get too much. I took a look at the new characters and they are pretty decent. But I haven't seen Scar, in which case I'm not too pleased. Because if I saw Scar, I would be like, okay. Okay, now we cooking. But unfortunately that wasn't the case. And just like that, we cleared everything they need to be cleared. And now we just have Endless Trial. Which basically, I don't really know what this does, but I guess let's complete it. Just cause why not? We got Soy Form, we got 2,400 Spirit Jades, and most importantly, we got a brand new title. Tense Ascender. Very nice. I mean, that's actually a pretty decent amount of Spirit Jades. From one event, 2,400, that's a very, very respectable amount. I'm not gonna lie. Let's put Soy Phone into a new skin. Very nice Punishment Force Combat outfit. You see, I kind of like this, because just something about having her bankai pointed straight into my head every time I open the screen is, you know, calming, shall we say, but we'll go with her outfit. Alright. Yeah, the blonde haired one. I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, she did it, to be honest, to me as well. I'm glad I'm not the only one that sees that. Alright, you know what? Let's try this one as well, just to see how difficult it is. Just to be able to say that, you know, I beat them all. Kinda. What's the last one? The last one has Spirit. Okay, the last one is Thrust, which will be fine, probably. So let's just try to complete them all. Because, you know, we're already here, so we might as well. We might as well. So prepare for another 2 hours of this. And you know what, we've already been doing it since, like, well, for 6 hours, 6.5 hours. And Creek, I remember you telling me that apparently this takes only 3 hours, and I feel deceived. Not gonna lie. But that is okay, though. That is okay. I'll forgive you. I don't know, Creek. I distinctly remember you mentioning the number 3. Well, okay, I'll lay you off the hook this time. I'm dreading the moment when I have to do this on my free play. On my free to play, I'm probably just gonna do what Krieg did and just get the Spirit Jades and get out later. Which I don't know even know if it's gonna be today, because 6 hours of gameplay. We didn't even do any weeklies or anything like that, so that's gonna be interesting. Nah, it's okay, Liz. It's okay. I wouldn't want you to spend 6 hours grinding for me. It's fine. It's fine. We'll do it eventually. We still have 46 days. I'll just do it slowly but surely. Whenever, you know, we run out of stuff to do. That's basically when we're gonna do it. Ooh, interesting. So on this one, I can actually only use my team 3 times. I see. Interesting. Okay. I'll probably just run the last bit with my thrust team. All 3 stages, because I'm relatively confident I can probably finish them. Look, Krieg, we gotta establish dominance. We gotta ensure that we are the peak performer. Okay? Calm down. What do you mean waste of time? Don't you see that he's ranking in here? And can't you see that I potentially can reach in the first place? Because nobody else wants to do it? Oh. Well, let's use this one. Nah, it's fine, Liz. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. We'll do it eventually. Because, I mean, I probably didn't need to do this all in one day. I probably could have just spaced it out between weeks and do it eventually. But you know what? I decided to do it all at once. And if there's something I am, is a man of my word. If I say I do it, I'll do it. And to be fair, it is relatively fun. Like, I do enjoy these boss stages. I like doing boss rushes. Look, at least she's dedicated, Krieg. Where she lacks in, you know, strength, she compensates in enthusiasm. And that is absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that is fair, Liz. That is fair. It sounds like a different kind of challenge, but I respect that. I respect that. I mean, to be fair, I do treat this like a more like a chill, just chatting stream with some cool gameplay in the background. While I sweat my absolute being off with these boss fights, but you know, it's part of the fun. Alright, let's do the strike one now. Creek, trust me, if Liz got a new phone, those kids in potion event wouldn't stand a chance. Liz would be running away with first place. Her finger dexterity is so good, she's gonna break the light spirit. What light spirit? Light speed barrier. Happens to the best of us, Liz. Happens to the best of us. I mean, to be honest, on my phone, it doesn't run the best either. That's why I don't usually play Bleach on my phone. Wow, Liz, wow. I mean, I respect it. I respect the confidence. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And relinquish her crown of being able to beat kids on the TI 3310 calculator, Creek? I don't think so. Liz takes pride in that kind of prowess. Because anybody can beat a game. But can anybody beat a game while, you know, making their own obstacles for themselves? I don't think so. Only a special kind of lady can. Alright, I'll take a peek, Liz. I'll take a peek. Go on. I mean, they base just on star symbols, so you know, star symbols are a thing, but I don't do like Zodiac's reading or anything like that. That is a bit, you know, unusual to me, but I mentality don't knock it until you try it. I just never tried it, so can't knock it. Track of a creek. I see. Ah, so that's like a newbie special. So you can catch up to old timers like Liz. I see. Soon enough, you're gonna overthrow her. Wow, Krieg, wow. You heard that, Liz? The man is not even trying, he's already on a war path with you. And your level. Right, so far we're not doing too bad. Which is a good sign. Alright, that should be it. There we go. Progressing pretty nicely so far. Alright, let's do the /1. There's probably not much point of finishing this, but you know, I'm a man of my word. I at least do the 10 stages to get all the rewards. The last two are kind of pointless because you don't get anything for them, but I'll still try my best. I do think there should have been like a cool little title for the last stage though. Considering you're not getting anything for it. At the bare minimum, they would be like, oh, pretty nice. But I'll take the moral victory, I guess. On whom, freak? On who the damage is not that good? Well, that's because he's bankai Ichigo. I mean, the White is carrying this team. Without White, this team would be suffering, shall we say. I mean, he still does okay damage. Not good damage, but you know, okay damage, shall we say. who would have known that changing one unit would change the entire dynamic of this team? Because, like, comparing to how this team used to feel with Byakuya and how it feels now with, you know, our boy White Ichigo is night and day. In the best way possible, that is. Because now it actually feels fun. I actually quite enjoy this team now. And even Ichigo feels better combined with White Ichigo, because his main drawback that he always had is the fact that he gets staggered very easily. What Ichigo allows him, the White Ichigo allows him to do is to kind of bypass it with his ultimate. Because the ideal way is you pop off White's ult, and then you go into Ichigo's ult, and that way the enemy gets staggered, so Ichigo can unload all his special attacks relatively safely. Well, she probably does her research, Creek. Let the woman find the lost knowledge of Library of Alexandria. She needs to unearth it first. Alright, let's go again. What do we have now? I probably will save Spirit for the 10th stage, I'd say. And let's do Strike for this one. Strike would be fine. Not really, Creek, considering that, you know, Bankai Ichigo is basically half a year old and White Ichigo is a new character. I would be more surprised if he's worse. The thing is, Creek, tactical units are DPSs. Like, they're not supports. They are DPS units. But they just provide support capabilities as well. I've been saying this since day one. Full assault units are not going to be required in, like, I feel like a year's time. I personally don't see them as self-DPS. I see them as full-blown DPSs. Because if they can do more damage than a full assault unit, which every single tactical unit can match, if not surpass, their respectable, you know, type DPSs, it ain't make them a support or sub-DPS. It makes them full-blown DPS with just, like, support chi behind them. Because in my Thrust team, Nell is my DPS. In my Spirit team, Aizen is my DPS. In my Slash team, White Ichigo is my DPS. In my Strike team, kinda both of them, to be fair. Both Soifon and Grimmjow do about the same damage. So that's like the only team where I could say that Soifon is my sub DPS. But every other team, my tactic unit is my bread and butter. And I feel like that would probably be the case for majority of people out there. So yeah. It's fine, Liz. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's not about the end result, it's about the journey we had along the way. Are you going to give me the full PowerPoint presentation, Liz? Because if you know, I'm gonna be very disappointed. You know as well as I do that's the best way to transmit any information possible. I know, Liz. I always have good ideas. Interesting. So this is going to be making like personalized PowerPoint for all of us. Yami, come on, play nice. You gotta explain to me what either of those words mean first, Liz, because I have no idea. I'm already listening, Liz. You don't have to shout. It's okay. There we go. The bald man has been defeated. Hopefully we'll be able to reach at least stage 10. And that will be the goal. Okay, we'll use Rust for this one, probably. And let's see. Yeah, let's use Thrust. One name? What do you mean one face? Is he like Shiva has 3 faces? Smoked mirror? What kind of Twilight Zone are you trying to pull me into, Liz? I see. Okay, that sounds a little bit better. The way you describe it is you're gonna describe me like I'm a god of Home Depot or something, where I just make all the mirrors fog up slightly. And I was gonna be like, well, I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick over here. I was probably the cool background, and now all I'm getting is some smoke mirrors. It's alright, Liz, it's alright. You don't have to bust out PowerPoint presentation today. It's all good, it's all good. It doesn't need any. Either, by the way, hopefully do well. Look, Liz, as long as you're not gonna tell me that I came from Wish.com, we will be okay. You're gonna tell me he came from the land of the East, known as Alibaba, the true birthplace of legends, and the greatest discounts this world has ever seen. You buy 1, you get 2 free. You buy 6, you get 10 free. You buy 12, oof, you get the whole rack free. I do like the sound of Eternal Youth. That's pretty nice. Because I only maintain that heart, unfortunately. Alright, fair enough, Liz, fair enough. You intrigued me. Well, let's see. So now we're on to Slash. Should I Slash here or should I use another thrust? Choices. I mean, well, as long as I feel like, to be honest, Manny. I don't have like a set time, but I'd say for at least another 2 to 3 hours, somewhere there. Or until I pass out, one of the two. We'll see how it goes. I'll probably use my Slash for this one. I'm already past Trial 10, to be honest, Vinny. I'm at the limited ones at this point. Like the Endless Trial. I see, Liz, I see. You intrigue me indeed. No worries about it, no. We usually go anywhere between like 9 to 10 hours, especially on a Saturday. On a Sunday it might be a little bit lower because, you know, it's the beginning of the week essentially, so I can't stay as long as I want to necessarily, but on Saturdays we kind of just do whatever we feel like. Yeah, and we also need to do all the weeklies, which I still haven't done. And a bunch of events I think reset next week as well, so we have to do those too. So we'll see how it goes. Ah, interesting. So you have your own good and evil type situation. Very nice, very nice. Do they represent balance as well? I see. Oh man, I hate when he locks your skills. It's really annoying. It's okay though. It's okay. We'll take what we can get. Nice damage. I don't have Kenpachi. Never had him. It's the only unit I never summoned for. Okay, we got 4 more. Let's do, yeah, let's do our strike team. I see, Liz. Fair enough, fair enough. Liz is gonna do the hyper sleuthing type of investigation to find all the Ds. I feel like Creek is gonna go on like a self-discovering adventure where he's just gonna find any girl that will listen to make Toshiro Ichigo any type. What's that? The man is hoping, praying to the heavens, please B/GPX. And then he rolls up on Friday. He sees a forbidden thrust. He throws his Kenpachi on the ground and he's like, no! No! Why must you do this to me? No, come on, Krieg, don't do that. Golly, this man. Don't channel your inner Hakim hatred. He still might be useful in the future. Krieg, come on, reconsider. It's still not too late. You see in red. Don't let the hatred fuel you. Don't pull the trigger, Krieg. Don't press the big red button. No. Wow, Krieg, wow. I bet you have a little twirling evil mustache at this point in time, don't you? Golly. Don't Krieg. Don't. Listen to the light side, not the dark side. Don't join Liz. Liz, are you describing a fever dream you had? That's definitely what it sounds like. And now you're gonna tell me the Fly Nation is attacking. Okay, I believe you, Liz, but I'm just saying. It's okay, Krieg, don't worry, it's okay. Oh, fair enough, Krieg, fair enough. Can't blame the man that lost it all. Right, I might need to do this manually because the auto clearly doesn't know what it's doing. Like this, the strike team is just running rough. Not gonna lie. Okay, we'll quickly
do this with our own two hands. Not the results gonna improve drastically, but you know, we'll try our best. I still think you might have had a fever dream, Liz. But that's something pretty cool, like Joe said. Okay, let's do the ult. Oh, quick, come on. I mean, that is true, Liz. If the game was perfect, we would have 10 Aizens by now. But unfortunately, that isn't the case. That's true, Justin, that's true. Nothing is truly perfect in this world, for better or for worse. We all have flaws. And so does this game. Because, you know, Kaku exists and so is Kenpachi. That's two flaws right there. That is true, that's true. I mean, to be honest, I would be very happy if gacha games were as good as this one. Go. Listen, Liz. Curb your Latin ancestry. Come on, not everything needs to be about tacos. As great as they are. It's fine, it's fine. Oh man, I messed it up. It's fine though, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Look, don't bring up Taco Bell in front of Liz. Justin, you kidding me? You're gonna have Winter Soldier episode all over again. You see, Justin, you brought up on yourself. May your freedom rest in peace. You had a good run. Good advice, Krieg. Good advice. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never had Taco Bell, but I never was like, you know, tempted by it. I don't really eat fast food to begin with, but like Taco Bell was one of those places that I just never found their appeal in, because tacos are like one of the most simple things you can possibly make. So why would you bother, you know, going to a fast food place to get them? All you need is just a bunch of tortilla shells, and you know, just whatever toppings you want, basically. It's like the simplest thing to make. I think we have a few, but I just never was tempted by it. That's why I never tried it. I heard about like Crunchup's premium Mexican pizza and stuff like that, but I don't know. Because the thing is, making taco at home, all you need, fresh tortilla, maybe toast it a little bit, some, I don't know, chicken or beef, like whatever you want protein-wise. You can make seafood, and just fresh vegetables with maybe like salsa or like guac. You can add some avocado, like whatever you want, basically. Because taco is basically a Mexican sandwich. It's like you can put whatever you want in it, and it's gonna taste bomb. That's just how it is. It's great. Same with burrito, you know. Burritos are just like a wrapped up version of it all. There we go. I never really tried like crunchy shell tacos. I don't really understand that. I prefer soft shell because I like the chew of it all. I'm not looking for crunch in my tacos personally. Well, I mean, anything within reason, Liz. You're not gonna put like some motor or royal oil on there and, you know, a bunch of rusted nails in your taco and call it a day. As long as it's edible, I feel like anything could be bomb. I mean, fair enough, fair enough. I cook my own stuff, personally, because I'm trying to be somewhat healthy about it all. But yeah, I'm never tempted by fast food, I'm gonna be honest with you. And neither by takeaways, because in a lot of cases, takeaways just put way too much oil and way too much grease and stuff. And with my stomach, I just can't eat it, or stomach it. No pun intended, I guess. Or maybe intended. Yeah, but the starters are different. That's different. You're not putting like taco fillings inside of it. Wait, hold on. What is a taco salad? Is that a thing? Golly, why would you put Doritos in a salad? Justin, I feel like you gotta unleash Liz's wrath. Next thing you gotta tell me that Tex-Mex is authentic Mexican cuisine. What do you mean chimichurris is not Mexican? How is that possible? You telling me in Mexico they don't deep fry their burritos? Impossible.
Let's calm down. Justin is a very, very nice man. He just so happens to live in a land of freedom, and that is okay. That is okay. Nice one, Creek. Change of the subject, I like that. Little misdirection. Yeah, but at least if you know, stream or something, you can just do whatever you want. As a politician, well, you probably can do the same, to be honest, now that I think about it. Not much difference. So you telling me, Pale, that politicians will be the best streamers? That's an interesting take. Alright, so we got all the rewards done. There's no really... Wait, actually, hold on. Why do these not count? Wait, hold up. Is there more? Am I missing something? I guess there's more stages after this. Alright, well, we'll try this, see how it goes. Stew all day, every day, Greg, come on. I love me a good soup, but a nice hearty stew goes a long way. And also stew just has more substance to it. Like on a cold winter day, you give me a nice bowl of stew, any day of the week I take it over soup. And that's coming from a man that grew up eating soup every day for most of my childhood. I didn't know that Helak was returning stew, to be honest. Hi there, by the way, hopefully doing well. Well, that would be kind of fire, because the Helak was never really explored that much. And I know there are a bunch of Espartago thrown in there. Greg got a good point, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, Liz. Greg got a good point. What is a walking taco? Justin, now you scared me. Why is your tacos walking? What kind of witchcraft are you applying to your food over there? As far as I know, food shouldn't move. Unless you move it yourself. Let me see what is it. Ah, so you put a little Patronus on. I see, I see. Okay, hold up. Let me pull this up because Justin shared it. Now I'm intrigued. So apparently this is a taco salad. To be fair, it doesn't look awful. It looks alright. However, if you call this a salad, I would be like, I beg to differ. Because this looks like just, you know, like some sort of stir fry to me. Kinda. Okay, Greg, calm down. Now this, I have no idea what that is. I have, like, you showed me this picture, I couldn't tell you what I'm looking at. It looks like a bag of chips with a bunch of lettuce and vegetables inside. Now this, I can get behind this. Nacho cheese? Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. However, I just wouldn't know what I was looking at if you put it in front of me. So it's basically like a bag of chips mixed together with like taco toppings, right? Well, I guess it doesn't sound the worst thing in the world, but I do like good nachos. Like, I can go with nachos any day of the week. They're pretty bomb. But I'm talking about like proper nachos. I ain't talking about, you know, some like Doritos under a bunch of nacho cheese and like ground beef. I'm talking like nice, classy nachos. We're talking like homemade tortilla chips, or like at least normal ones. With a bunch of like nice salsa, maybe a little guac, some nice pico de gallo in there, perhaps. A little bit of shredded chicken, maybe. You know, some nice classy stuff. I mean, Pale, I'm gonna be real with you. Eating healthy is only half the battle if you want to lose the weight. Because the thing is, as long as you burn the calories that you're eating, you can eat whatever you want. Like, genuinely. It's all about, you know, ensuring that what you're eating doesn't actually messes up you from the inside out. Because in a lot of cases, it does. Unfortunately, for better or for worse. So you gotta be just mindful of the calories you ingest and make sure that your output is greater than your input. Kinda. I mean, portion control is pretty important too. Because obviously you don't want to be ingesting like unholy amount of calories and then expect to lose weight just because you go to gym. Or like exercise. You still want to be mindful. The best way I found if you want to lose weight is cut out the carbs, lessen on sugars, and just basically have as much protein as you can. That's basically the easiest way to lose weight. I mean, I do in a bit diet where I eat once a day, but to me, I don't do it for, like, weight loss reasons. I do it just because it makes me feel better. Alright, I think Namu kind of messed me up on that one. You know what, let's do weeklies, because I've been kind of grinding this for the past 7 hours that I forgot what I was even doing, and to be honest, we got the majority of the rewards already anyway, so we'll probably come back to that eventually. We'll still go a bunch of these to finish as well. Actually, I probably can do this one next week, so that's gonna be fun. Because we finished the other one. Let's do some Frenzy Feast. Listen, Namu is the bane of my existence. Okay? We will be back to beat her, don't you worry. I will beat her here on game. Alright, so let's do Kisuke, let's do Ichigo, and with my whites, there we go. I believe so, Pale, I believe so. Well, Creek, I'm ahead of you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm ahead of the game. You ain't get the chance to mock me this time. Bad luck next time. Yes, Pale, I will indeed. I will indeed. Next week is gonna be the gacha forward kind of weekend, shall we say. We're gonna be most likely pulling for all Kiora, and then pulling for Chaos on Sunday, and see how that goes. Hopefully we'll get some good luck going, but we'll see, we'll see. That is fair. Creek, you were shouting me for quite some time with that. They actually did release a trailer for him as well. Like actual gameplay. Which, I mean, I can pull up now if you guys want to watch it. But we can watch it tomorrow instead. Alright, we'll give it a watch tomorrow. That's fine. It's no big video. It's only like 2 minutes long, but we'll give it a watch. They have indeed, Kirk. They had indeed. Wow, DBL. That's a quite bold accusation. Oh. Alright, let's go with... Listen, let Liz have her chaos moment, DBL. Leave the poor woman alone. Alright. Okay, we need strike, so we definitely gonna run Gigo on this one. I mean, you're not wrong, Greg. You can do anything technically. You're just gonna have consequences. I mean, grinding for any artifacts or, you know, discs, stamps, anything in these kinds of games is always soul-crushing. Pale, so I definitely feel you on that one. It's on the main channel. It's literally on their main channel. I don't think so, DBL. I haven't seen it, at least, if it has been. I don't believe they posted anything yet. They usually do it on Mondays, I believe. So we're probably gonna see a sneak peek of him at some point next week. I like the Liz. Good. Man is always first, because you know what they say, man is make the man. And why is that, Greg? What kind of a holy concoction are you planning to perform tomorrow? That's all you need, DBL. That's all you need. Anything else is an added bonus. It's alright, don't worry about it. I understood what you meant. Oh wait, hold up. Look, Greg, are you seriously expecting me to get the reference of something at 11 PM? Do I look like the kind of man that has a brain capacity for that right now? Yes, Liz, I'm listening. It's not very bright, Liz, but it is still bright. I can still see outside fine. What is up with you and finding things how bright they are? Just because you live in Mount Vesuvius at the deep recesses of Hispaniola doesn't mean we all do. 6 speed, bro. I still can see outside fine. It's still bright. It's not that bright. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. And yet you dislike Sun. Contradictory much? I mean, if I go outside right now, I would be able to see perfectly fine. I'd say it's as bright as it would be during winter at about 6 a.m. That's how bright we're talking about. Well, it is now because Liz invented it. That's a power she was holds. Now that you mention it like that, she might be the Moth Woman. You know how the Mothman exists? She might be the second coming. Yeah, it'll lose you. So it's your weakness, yeah, you can't help yourself but go towards it. That's quite the contradictory environment right there. Alright, we have to do the deadlock as well, because I kind of forgot about that. Let's see. Let's do thrust on here, so we'll do this, 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 and then for slash, this one. Actually, no, hold up. I need my Mayuri in here. There we go. Ooh. You know, Liz is the kind of woman that you give her a shovel and you start digging a hole for her. She's gonna stop you, ask you to stop doing that, and then instead go inside said hole, take your shovel, start digging it in front of you, and basically mad dogging you the entire time she does it, then tell you to get out of said hole, take that hole as her new hiding place, and just bury herself whole. Never see the light of day again. Which is, you know, a dedication unlike any. And I respect it. The idea, Greg. The notion of hair. That is fair, Liz. That is fair. It's okay, Liz. You know what they say. Bold is gold. Bold is gold. Well, clearly, because if you know straight DBL, you can't like bald heads. Everybody knows that, apparently. I don't know how that works, but I guess that's how it works. I mean, you go good point, Greg. You go to good points. It's fine, Liz. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Liz, do the move. Do the move and everything will be okay. Just hit them with the orb of confusion, as you always do. And we'll be back to normal. And you meant what you meant, and you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Alright. Let's do the 5th stage now. We need strike for this one. Okay. Let's do this, this, and this. That's fair, Liz. When it's fair, it's fair. I mean, Ikaku is the nicest man around. Have you seen their smile? I mean, they could smith in armies for how shiny it is. Just like his skull. Listen, Greg, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. The less you ask, the better. That is a fair point, Craig. That is a fair point. Greg is about as straight as 45 degrees angle DBL. And so are we all. Ain't no shame in that. Ain't no shame in that. We all know men to be like Liz. As straight as an ironing board. The Ikaku uses to wax his head. You know how people go in the morning to iron their clothes? Ikaku does it to his head. He just irons that thing nice and proper, or waxes it, and then just shines it like a nice billiard ball. Put some WD-40 on that thing and get it going. Some nice damage. Golly, 58 million. Jeez. Exactly. Greg likes everyone and no one at the same time. As a wise man once said, game is game. I mean, that is true. That is true. Liz got a very good point. Because one of her favorite characters is Alucard, and that just tells you everything you need to know. That is a very good wisdom, DBL. Can't really argue with that one. Sometimes a hair is the friends we made along the way. And it was a boldness within us all that led us to this point. And what can you say to that? What can you say to that? Do this one. Same stuff, so we're good to go. Liz is telling us a story how she measured only. So just brace yourself. Liz, that is physically impossible. There's no object in this universe that is bright as Inkaku's head. Everybody knows that. It defies laws of physics. I mean, that is a good point, Liz. That is a good point. I mean, look, Greg, game is game. And Liz is the game, so she got all the game. You be able to go a real life blue screen for a second? Happens to the best of us. No shame in that. No, Liz, you didn't date the CEO. You said that you rejected him. What do you mean? Wait, hold up. Is there now the CEO that we don't know about? How many CEOs have you dated, Liz? Golly. Next thing is, Liz gonna tell us that she rejected Jeffrey Bezos himself. Wow, that's a very interesting take, DBL. I never thought about it this way. Look, Krieg, this might be a second CEO that we don't know about, a secret one. Now, Liz, it's okay. We all know that you have many CEOs lined up. They are ready to date you, and that's absolutely fine. There's no shame in that. Greg, you writing that all down? We're gonna know how many CEOs Liz has connections to for our business endeavors in the future. It's fine, Liz. It's fine. Keep going. Don't worry. Greg always has his PowerPoint presentation ready, Creek. The man has Microsoft Office on a speed dial. He's gonna sit us down, he's gonna be like, guys, this is gonna be a special one. Get ready. Now, when you think of CEO, what comes to your mind? Money? Power? Success? No. What should come to your mind is who are they dating. And let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you all about them. I have a lineup of 100 most powerful men in the world who are all CEOs. And there is only one thing that connects them all. And there is one individual that you all know about. Miss Elizabeth, the Space Conqueror 69420 herself. Now let me tell you a little bit about Liz. It goes on an entire glorious talk. That's a little taster for you all. If you want to know the entire story, make sure to tune in to Greg's TED Talk. He's going to tell you all about it. Hi the North, glad to see you, hopefully doing well. I did hear somebody already mention the Hellak apparently returns dog. I didn't know that, that's news to me, but that's kind of exciting, because Hellak was pretty fire. And I do want to know what happened to all the Espada. And maybe Gin is going to be just chilling there as well, for all we know. DBL, the only thing you can get the payment is is the Ugandan dollars, where you know they have like $1 billion bills. That's the only thing you can get. I like that you setting your expectation realistically from 3 to 500, and this basically will just depend on how many bald men on the on a Craigslist we can find. Ah, I see. I see. I thought you were just being very realistic with it. That is true. To be fair, Liz, if you want to know the true bald nation, it's pretty much just go to any Eastern European country. The more country, the better, because that's where all the bald gentlemen reside. To be honest, no, probably not. If you have already beef for Yorichi, I think she's probably gonna be just as good, if not better, unless you go for like B1, and then he's probably gonna be a little bit better. The Witcheries, glad to see you, hopefully doing well. Depending on what you mean by late. I mean, that's a fair point, DBL. That's a fair point. I mean, RIP, DBL. Better luck next time. I mean, I did notice the notion that the more money, the less hair, usually. In Eastern Europe, at least. Greg, can you corroborate that? So basically, the bolder you are, the more likely you to be loaded. And that's just how it is. And maybe that's why Liz, you know, she's like a shark. She smells blood in the water, she goes for the kill. Amassing bold gentlemen like Pokemons. There's no correlation. I see, I see. Well, we might need to conduct scientific study on that one, Greg. That is true. The more Eastern, the more bold. I know that. That is true indeed. I didn't consider that. Listen, Greg, stop making fun of me. My brain is exploding as we speak. You don't understand. My brain is like a never-ceasing volcano. It keeps exploding and imploding continually. And I just keep saying words, and whatever words come out of this mouth are basically not for me to decide. It's just for nature. You absolute son of a god. You're supposed to defend me, not slander me. Creek is coming out with big questions. Oh, man. Alright, let's collect all the loot. Ooh, very nice. Another 1,000 Spirit Jade. Man, we're sitting at 44k. We started at 40. We already collected 4k from today alone. Golly. We are cooking over here. Alright, let's do all of the limited events, because I think there's quite a few which expire next week. Golly, Greg, you and your standard pull propaganda. Fine, I'll do another 2. I'm not gonna get anything from this, but fine. I'm the man of my word. There you go. You happy now? You happy now? Oh, golly, this guy. Anyway. As I was saying before I got rudely interrupted by this son of a gun. Actually, I completed that, so it's fine, Greg. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let me collect all of this stuff. Yes, Retrice, I'm saving for Judgment Day. I'm saving until Aizen comes to stand abandoned. You don't understand. I'm planning 10 steps ahead. While all you guys playing checkers, I'm playing ultra-dimensional chess. I'm saving until on the anniversary. Mark my words, and you can clip this. On anniversary, we're gonna get Aizen in standard pulls, and I'm gonna be sitting on B6 Aizen pulls right here, right now. By that time, I'm gonna be at glorious like 400 to 500 pulls. I'm gonna get him straight away in like 20 pulls, and we're gonna be golden. Mark my words. I'm like Baba Vanga, but for gacha. I give all the predictions that are always wrong. I mean, to be fair, Liz, that sounds like a good business proposition. Alright, we're probably gonna save this for next week, because I just don't have enough brain power to do these tests. Let's see, what other events did we need to finish? Okay, am I still decent on rankings here? I'm 39s and I'm 20th. Okay, we're good, we're good. On that one, we're fine. I guess let's finish these ones. Because I haven't really done them, and we might as well. Might as well. No, Creek, I'm not gonna pull anymore. Unless Aizen comes to my domain, I'm not pulling. I made a promise to Greg, and I'm keeping it. However, I'm not pulling others. I'm telling you guys, save all your standard tickets for the Judgment Day. And you know, as soon as they start adding limited characters to the standard banner, I'm gonna be gloating like there's no tomorrow. I'm gonna come here, big talk business. I'm gonna be like, guys, I was right. I was right all along. And you're gonna feel so silly when you doubted me. Yes. Even if he has, like, the chance of winning a lottery in real life, I still pull. Just make him appear there. That's all I need. That's all I want, and that's all I'll ever need. Everything else is just an added bonus. Finish up with an ult. Listen, it's not glaze, retreats, it's appreciation at its finest forms. Glaze involves blind belief. I have belief backed up by evidence. And said evidence is my belief. The Aizen will come and bless us with his eternal glory one of these days. And when that day comes, it's gonna be a good day. Trust. Hi there, Avatar. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Alright. Oh, did I keep forgetting to read what I actually need to do. Okay, let's redo that quickly. Because I definitely can get a better score. That is fair, DBL. I mean, I feel like that's what a lot of people do. I never said that, Greg. What kind? You may be hearing what you want to hear, but I never said that. Look, Greg, you can do whatever you want to do. Go. That hopefully was... Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh man, that's the last thing I need. Dodge Kenpachi's barrage of attacks at 11 PM.
we got that done. Ooh, so we got Ichigo comes to save Rukia, but in the fight with Kenpachi, he feels fear like never before. Kenpachi's blade pierces both his chest and Zangetsu. Before he passes out, Ichigo's desire to win overpowers his fear, and Zangetsu brings him into his inner world. There he manages to beat his inner self, for now, and earns Zangetsu's approval again. Zangetsu is like the father that Ichigo sees every Christmas, and whatever he does, he gets the best gifts. But only on Christmas. And why Ichigo is like the older brother, you know, that's too cool for school type of situation. Where he gives you like a cool lesson once and never again. I mean, it is what it is with trees. We gotta take what we can get. I mean, there's plenty of things to watch out there, DBL. World is your oyster, really. Nah. I don't think so, Idris. I don't think so. I feel like this is the way to go, just, you know, just keep spamming Ichigo's ult and just see what happens. To be honest, taking a break from a game, I feel like it's very healthy, and you should be doing it if you don't feel like playing. Like, don't force yourself. At the end of the day, the games are there to make, you know, you have a little bit of fun time while playing them, and if you don't enjoy it, just don't stress out a bit too much. Which is, speaking of end of service kinds of games, golly. It's quite a statement there, don't you think, big man? Alright, let's see, what do we have here? To stop Ranger from taking Rukia back to the Soul Society, a huge surge of spiritual power suddenly bursts inside Ichigo, with the third rival right in front of him. Ichigo has no time to think about where the power comes from. He feels no pain at all. Lets instinct take over him and swings his blade to turn the fight around. Okay, we got a few more to go. Let's do this one. Probably just use /team. I was gonna say, is Dark lurking in the background because I haven't seen the little man.
I mean, anything with Nicolas Cage, I feel like is, you know, a given banger. The man never misses. To be honest, I don't remember the last time I watched anything. I've been reading a lot, but I haven't really watched like shows in a hot minute. And that's mostly due to the fact that I just ain't got time to sit around for like 4 hours and watch it all in one go, because I'm not the kind of person that watches episode like once at a time. I either watch it all at once or I don't watch it at all. And that may be just me, I don't know, but that's the kind of mentality I always used to have. Do this one so I can take 20 hits. That's fine. I had good things about the boys except the finale, but I never watched it to begin with, so didn't plan to stop. Okay, we're at least getting, you know, the proper Ichigo this time. This. All right. Let's see. Go. Actually, that's like pretty good for dropping Byakuya's shield. That worked out decently. Okay, nice. At least he didn't go into his Senken mode, because that's annoying. I'm not a big fan of horror stuff, and I'm pretty sure I made that known long ago. Alright, let's see. After barely defeating Kenpachi, Ichigo gets a short break, learns bankai, and sends Rukia at the execution site. To give Ranger Rukia time to escape, Ichigo decides to take on the Soul Reapers. They're all by himself, but Byakuya is still determined to execute Rukia with his own hands, pushes Ichigo into a corner again, and he's after images. Just when Ichigo's about to lose, his inner self takes over his body. He never tells his opponent his name. When the gets going black, he keeps firing off. It's his own wild way of introducing himself. I mean, to be fair, if somebody started firing, you know, Getsugas at me, I would be pretty intimidated as well. It's one heck of a way to grease somebody. I don't like horror games, Creek. I don't know what to tell you. But I just don't like being scared. I don't know. I like to be happy. Why do I need to be scared? Like, where's the happiness in being scared? I just don't see it. Listen, I don't have a problem with meeting that big wuss when it comes to horror games. I don't like being scared. It's just how it is. You protect me? Alright, maybe I'll consider it then. Look, guys, life is already hard enough. Why do we need to make ourselves scared even more? Just go outside, it's already scary enough. Well, actually, jokes aside, I used to watch quite a lot of horror games Let's Play. I never played it myself, but I used to watch quite a lot of horror Let's Plays when I was a kid, and I used to love it. But when I grew up, I kind of grew out of it. So I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess we freeze, I guess. Okay, let's battle the big old Shinji here. I'll consider it, Greg, I'll consider it. I don't know what that is either, Greg, to be honest. Is that like a manga? Because the name sounds familiar. I heard about it, but yeah, you see, as I said, I'm not a big horror enthusiast, shall we say. So to me, I like to be happy. So I don't watch or read things that make me unhappy. I mean, look, Greg, I'll never play horror games by myself, but maybe with you. I'll consider it. Alright, there goes sorted. That's pretty good. There's one more after this. Alright, let's see what the story's all about. After successfully saving Rukia, Ichigo leaves the Soul Society and returns to his life as a high school student for the time being. The new transfer student Shinji Hirako breaks that peace and invites Ichigo in the name of the Visons. I'm still surprised that Shinji managed to pull off, you know, a transfer student with a face like that. Because golly. As Zanpakuto and a Hollow Mask prove that they have stepped from being Soul Reapers into the realm of Hollows, Ichigo rejects the transfer student's invitation and refuses to become one of them. One of us. One of... He should just start chanting. Well, I mean, self-deprecation is, you know, an important trait, I guess. Maybe, I mean, I guess I can play a horror game at like 1k subs, I guess. I'll do it once. I'm not gonna be happy about it, but I'll do it once. Greg just wants me to be a scared little boy for the day. Are we back? I think we're back. Alright, apologies about that. Look, DBL, what do you want me to do about it? I don't know what you've been waiting for years, Liz, but... You know what they say, the longer you wait, the sweeter the reward of said wait. Ah, right, I did promise that. That is true. That is true. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's good. That's not going to be like a stream secret. That's going to be more like, you know, I'll just make a quick little video or something. For 1K, I'll send a quick video for you guys how I make my patented scrambled eggs. Because that's a very special recipe that, you know, I shared before. But I will give you a full rundown. I'll show you step-by-step tutorial, if you will. To be honest, borscht is not hard to make. That's a thing. It's like you just chop a bunch of ingredients and you cook them together. It's not rocket science. I feel like my scrambled eggs is special though. Because I don't make it the traditional way. I make a very unique way. You can't even spell it properly, Liz, and you want me to cook it? Unbelievable. Nah, it's fine. I know what you mean, DBL. To be honest, like jokes aside, I don't really mind. It is what it is. I'm just doing it for fun, you know? Like at the end of the day, people like it, people like it. If not, it is what it is. You calling my cuisine paper, Greg? How dare you? Unbelievable. Turning down Hiraka's invitation does not bring Ichigo's life back to normal. To stop a new enemy known as an Aranka form, interfering with the world of the living, Ichigo and his friends fight together. But the overwhelming gap in power causes them to fall one after another. During his final fight with Yami, Ichigo suddenly loses control of his body because he refused to give in to the hollow powers inside him. But the resistance is exactly the sight. The two are slowly beginning to merge. Fascinating. Ah, Pepper. I see, I see. Listen, Greg, I can't read. Can't spell, can't write. It's fine, Liz, it's fine. Look, I'm gonna blame it on the fact that English is not my first language. You know, I always do, and I always bring it up. Doesn't mean I'm fluent in any of the other languages I know. I'm just as bad. That's a secret. I used to indeed DBL. I was big on it as well. Like, the videos I made wasn't even, like, my main account from back in the day. I had to start a new one. Because I lost the one to the ether. Actually, I probably gave it away. I don't remember exactly. I think I might have gave it away. Because I actually did quit it for a long, long while. And then, you know what? I kind of go back into it. And I started, you know, doing stuff on it. And then I kind of quit again. Because the thing is, I had cycles of that game. Is every time I come back to it, I play it for like a solid month or two. I climb all the way back to like captain rank in arena. I do all the like limited events and whatever. No, I do all the epic raids and then decide, can't be bothered. Greg, you're lucky I don't know what that means. They know, Liz. They very easy. You know, you say shu as in shuka, and then you say shu as in shush. And you're good to go. It's a very simple language. You tell me Ukrainian is hard, Liz? Unbelievable. How can you say that? One of the simplest languages out there. Right up there with Hungarian. Very simple. No, I know what that is, Greg. I know what that is. You can't hide it from me. You can take your Brazilian ways with you. Well, Liz, just because it sounds the same doesn't mean they are the same. Believable. Because I never pulled on him on stream. I pulled on him in my own time, freak. What do you mean I lie, Greg? I never lie. I always tell the truth. The truth is nothing but the truth. There we go. Because when I pulled for Brandon Showkeeper, I was already not streaming that game. It was at the time when I was taking hiatus from streaming to begin with. Alright, let's see, where's this one? The Ironcan named Grimmjow attacks again, planning to take out Ichigo and the Soul Society reinforcement without authorization from Las Noches. Pushed and provoked again and again, Ichigo strikes back with Getsuga in black, leaving an unexpected wound on his enemy. But the cost is that his own soul is slowly being swallowed by that same darkness. The darkness within, some may say. Ooh, this is kind of fire. So I can have B6 units on everything. Yes, please. Weapons, yes, please. Attack, yes, please. Battlefield skill damage, yes, please. Technique and crit rates. Let's go with yeah, with this one, because I do like a little bit more crit rates. That's gonna be kind of nice. Alright, let's go with that. Kinda, Liz, kinda. Well, if Liz says it's grunt, it is grunt now. For whom that is, DBL. Gotta be clear. It's fine, Liz. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't think so, Idris. I don't think so. I don't know about that, Greg. I don't feel strong, I'll tell you that much. Right, what do we have? Attack. Ooh, this. Kinda nice. I already have really good ones, so this is not really required. But it is still nice to have. Yeah, this crit rate, ultimate charge rate, not kind of what we're looking for. Actually, no, not a bad haul overall. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Alright. Let's do this one. You get the same rewards from this. It is pretty hot, to be fair. I'm in the same kind of predicament. Let's go with this. Man, B6 Ichigo kind of popping off. Let's follow the bolt. Fair enough, Hakim. Fair enough. We all know how you feel about Kenpachi, don't worry.
Ichigo, calm down. Please.
Greg is the kind of man that would join in the fun no matter what it is. There we go. Nice spirit distribution. We'll love to see that. Small mode of old. This should be pretty much all we need to do now. There we go. Ooh. Well, that is true. I mean, the event's pretty fun because it's not like bone-shiningly hard, and you do get all the pieces, you know, you need kind of to complete it. So that's kind of fun. I do enjoy that. And you get to test out basically the full power of, you know, like White Ichigo and regular Bankai Ichigo in their full glory, essentially. And you're getting some, you know, stamps while you at it as well. Crit damage. Crit, nah. Not really. Ultimate. Attack. We did get some decent ones, to be fair. She always does, Hakim, she always does. Now, let's see. To gain enough power to stand against Arrancar, Ichigo begins searching for the instinct within himself under the guidance of the Vizards. In his inner world, Ichigo's blade finally pierces his inner hollow, and he watches as it fades into the sky. But this is only one temporary victory. The argument between the king and the horse is far from over. Who is the king and who is the horse? Nobody knows. That was pretty fun, to be fair. That event I really enjoyed. Very nice. Hi, Busy. I'm Greg. I knew you were gonna say it. I can read your mind, Greg. I don't even need to look what you're gonna say. I know it. I know it. Alright, let's do this one. So rotate trial. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so I'm just fighting Ichimaru. That is fine. Let me do... Let's just run a standard slash team and see what happens. Because she is tough, Hakim. She's built like the finest Eastern European cars. You know Lada? That's what Liz is made out of. Pure steel and determination. Offset steel. Just like Nokia 3310, you can't break your spirit. It's unshakable. Just like TI 3310 calculator can overcome any obstacle, so can she. How many more old references can I come up with? Only Zeus knows. Oh no, another bold man encounter. Alright, I accept your challenge, bold gentleman. Let's see what you go for us. It's fine, no worries, Liz. No worries. I'll make sure these guys don't slander you too hard. I'll protect your honor on your behalf. And so will Greg if he not passed out already. Okay, you know what? Maybe I don't need to switch up teams because this seems kind of easy so far. Well, Greg, you do have the notion of doing so. Listen, Greg, ain't no shame in passing out. I do it all the time myself. It's all good, it's all good. Oh, am I intruding on some kind of party? My good sirs? Okay, actually, what is that shining in the background? What are you hiding from me? Let me see. Let me see, what is it? You hiding 1,000 cans from me, you unbelievable swines? How absolutely dare you? I can stand such disrespect. Alright, I'm gonna challenge you to duel of honor. Go with this, this, and this. I don't know anything, Hakim, let alone what that means. On the fact that I want to sleep, you know, unsmothered tonight, I'm not gonna disrespect Liz while she's gone. Because the last thing I need is to wake up next to a cob of corn like in Godfather next to a horse head as a message. I'm alright for that. Alright, let's see. Where was that? Alright, let's go for the fourth one. Nah, Hakim, she always hears. She always lurking in the background. You don't know Liz like I do. No, DBL. No. That's not what Hakim meant. Liz just has a very peculiar autocorrect that likes to put things that she doesn't mean to say. And just how it is. Alright, let's see. What else do we have? Rookie as well. I always do, Greg, I always do. I always know things that I don't. And that's the tricky part about it all. You know what, let's just run this team. At this point, it doesn't really matter. It'll be fine. Take us back to the good old days. I mean, not always, but usually yes. I think. I don't know how it works, but in most case scenarios, yes. It does give you the most used words. Listen, Greg, you can hear whatever you want to hear. I didn't say that. If you want to go back to the good old Goon days, that's for you and Angel to explore, not for me. I never had the Goon days, especially good ones. Look, Hakim, I don't know what to tell you. Listen, Greg, you gave him the title of Gooning Emperor, not me. You know exactly what you did. You know exactly what you unleashed onto the world. No, I never was. I had something called self-respect. So, I don't know. Plus, when I was a kid, trust me, I was playing, like, MMOs and, you know, other things that didn't involve jiggle physics, I'll tell you that. It involved swords, armors, magic, and, you know, the cool stuff. Greg. Too many, basically. Too many. Look, ain't nothing wrong with a redhead man whipping out his sword. It's okay. No, I know you didn't. I could tell. I could tell. It's alright. It's alright. Oh, you son of a gun. I swear to God. You just can't let things be. What's the next one? Alright, we gotta fight Mayuri now. Let's see. Oh, no. Alright, Mr. Mayuri, let's see what you got. That is a very nice purple hue indeed. Probably for the better, Greg. Probably for the better. I don't. I really don't, DBL. I mean, you can think whatever you want, Hakim. I'm just telling you how it is. As a kid, the only thing I cared about is how high my level was in, like, World of Warcraft or something. That's the only thing I really mattered. Or, like, how high my league ranking was. But the last thing I cared about was Goonie. Look, I watched all anime. I said it straight away. I've seen a lot of harem anime, not because I wanted to, but because I was so desperate for anime. I watched literally anything that was thrown at me. So I've seen all the most depraved things ever, but not for the reasons you might think I did. It just so happens that, you know, it was that. And I've seen it. Listen, Greg, if you were a 10-year-old Lux searching for anime, you would watch stuff that I watched as well. Because back in my day, and I know, you don't want to hear it, but back in my day, it was very hard to find good anime. And especially the dub version, because at the time I didn't know English, so the only way I could enjoy it is through Russian dubs. Let me tell you something, not easy to find. So I had to settle for whatever I could get. Look, Liz is going into full Hispanic mode. Leave her alone. Right, where's the last one? But I mean, at the bare minimum, I'm not trying to shy away from it. I'm just saying, I'm a changed man now.
You.
Right. Hakim, pay attention. Creek, you too. This is your favorite man. We're gonna fight your favorite man. So make sure to pay respects where it's due. Come on, Creek. That's not the way to address your lifesaver. Your favorite character in this game. Come on. Fair enough, Hakim, fair enough. I do remember, but I don't think you will do it, Creek. I think you'll realize that the treasure is the Kenpachis we made along the way. Just how it is. Just how it is. Alright, let's collect all the loot. Unfortunately, there's no claim all. You gotta do it the good old-fashioned way with your two hands, Greg. Just how our ancestors used to do it. Alright, let's do this quick run. Just for the daily sake. Look, Greg, what is up with you and hearing things that you want to hear? Did angel spirit possess you today or something? Like, what's going on? Sorted. I think we need to do one more run for yeah, whole elimination. I think I'm pretty sure we did all the events after that. So probably can jump on my free to play and do some stuff on there too. Since Trial Tower took so long, probably today I'm gonna treat it to a slightly longer stream than usual. Because I need to do all this stuff on my free-to-play too. So we're probably still gonna be going for at least another hour, most likely another 2. So just get ready for that. Ah, true, Hakim, true. I haven't actually checked up on her in a while. Let's see what she's been cooking. Because, I mean, she might be cooking some heat that we're just not aware of. Let me collect all of this stuff. Let's go like this as well. Look, Liz, it's okay. It's okay. Alright, we done all of these. This one's done. This one we can do later, so that's fine. This one's sorted. It's alright, Liz. I won't judge you. Oh man, we already completed. I haven't even done my daily run. It is what it is. Okay, what do we have? So, I am 16th. Okay, Justin. Where's Justin? Justin, you slacking off? You went to 7th now? Golly, Justin. You see, everybody's slacking off here. Okay, where's Liz? Liz, I don't see you. Wow, Liz. Wow, 51st? Not even 50th? You gonna let Yasuo main be you? And you gonna disrespect Yasuo main when you can't even beat Yasuo? Golly, you see, this man is grinding right now in hard diamond. Grinding with Yasuo as we speak on mid lane. And you gonna disrespect him? While he's beating you squarely like this? God. Keep telling you. Keep telling you. You gotta do better, Liz. You gotta do better. Exactly. You're getting 2 Yasuo mates. Just wait until I get Justin to play as Yasuo as well. You're gonna get triple threats. It is what it is. At least you're keeping up with your weeklies. And to be fair, Justin haven't done his guild battle yet. So that's why he's 7th. What's your excuse? Have you done yours for the day? I don't know. Have you? Alright. So, let's complete this stuff. Let's do this quickly. I mean, look, she's trying her best. I can't really knock that. I can't say it's 700, Liz. I don't know how you got 700, but you got 700. Why are you wasting your cans on this, Liz? You're not getting anything from this. Our guild level is maxed. You don't have to do that. It's all good. Alright, let's do... I mean, that is fair, Hakim. That is fair. I can't really argue with that. Setting an example is important. Because to be fair, me and Justin out here grinding, you know? Both in top 20. Justin in top 10, I'm in top 20. We're doing our best. And Liz out there keeping out the rear. Just letting us mere mortals get a chance. The noises of battle, Greg. Those are war cries. You are fine, EBL, don't worry about it. You're fine. I think you're actually doing better. Alright, let's see. What do we get? Spirit. Tag, but not good ones. Spirit. HP. Tag. Okay, nothing too exciting, unfortunately. That is fine. That is fine. We'll take what we can get. Alright, we need to do Unknown Adventure now. No, I don't go Kenpachi. Never have, never will. Ooh, we got... I'm probably actually gonna keep this, because I kind of like this one. It's nice and simple, even though Ichigo's one's pretty nice, but, you know, I gotta flex that I reached the Masters in the event. Greek statement was so powerful that Botrix even leveled him up. That's the kind of passion and dedication that man has. Alright, let's do Slash. Why not? Why not? Let's go with Freeze. Haven't done that one yet. What do you haven't done Gilded Ages, DBL? Unbelievable. I think I saw you in a ranking, didn't I? I'm pretty sure you were like 37s or something. What do you mean you haven't done it in ages? You pretty much have to now, Creek. I think you and Hakim need to come to an A to show Liz how it's done. What do you mean you weren't playing the game? Who was it then? Zeus? DBL, I feel like you're telling me fibs because I definitely saw you in ranking. I'm relatively certain you were 37s. Liz is always coming with aggressions, unbelievable. Violence solves nothing, Liz. Only creates more problems. I see. see. You see, Liz, DBL hasn't been playing and he already beating you. Is that the kind of disrespect you're gonna allow to have as a sub-guild master? As an officer, as a proud and loud individual that can enforce law and regulations? What would Justin think of you, Liz? Come on. Your goal for next week, Liz, is to get into top 3. I need to see your power of Ikkaku's B12 in its full glory. I need you to really unleash it and show us how it's done. And then me and Justin will pull our weight as well, and we'll try to keep the rear going for you. Man, I'm just surprised you're not doing that much damage with how well you built your Aizen. Because your Aizen is 100% crit rate, so you should be doing at least 100 million, I feel like, per run. Like, I genuinely do, because I did 100 million on your account back in the day, like, I don't know, 3-4 months ago. And you're most likely doing way better now. Ah, I see, I see. Because, I mean, you got Szayelaporro, you got Aizen. You already got a very decent... Okay, actually, have you built your Szayelaporro? Because you can use the Szayelaporro, Kisuke, and Aizen, and that would be a very solid run. That's at least 150 million damage run right there. I mean, what you can try to do is let it run on order and then basically just reset if it doesn't do well enough. That might be your best bet then. Because I definitely know what you're talking about, because every time I try to guild boss on my phone, it is kind of rough. Not gonna lie, it is kind of rough. Because I get like weird delays where the skill comes off cooldown, but I can't press it for like another 2-3 seconds. And they just ain't it, basically. You don't need Szayelaporro dupes, to be honest. DBL, listen. It is you. I know you. What do you mean? In fact, I'll show you after this round, and you tell me who is that man, if that's not you. Unbelievable, DBL. That's the kind of dedication you have to the craft. Golly. I mean, quite a lot, I guess. Quite a lot. Right, let's go and see if you tell me fibs or not. Because I'm very certain I've seen you in the rankings. Unless my eyes deceive me. Which may be the case. Alright, let's go check it out. Definitely seen you. Alright, you know what? Maybe no. Wait, hold up. No, this is the wrong thing. No. This is the wrong thing. What? The wrong ranking. Never mind. Okay, let's see. Is this not you, DBL? I'm pretty sure that's you, isn't it? Or do you go by something else? I'm pretty certain that's you. I could be wrong, though. Wait, hold up. Is it not you? Okay, hold up. Hold your horses. Alright. Yeah, go and do your guild boys, you son of a gun. Unbelievable. This guy. Oh, man. I thought this was you, to be honest, for a second. Similar name. But, okay, never mind. I give you too much credit. Listen, you need to at least outplay Liz. I need you to do that, okay? Alright, let's claim all this stuff. Alright, we need to run this one once again. I apologize, DBL. I kind of forgot. First, when it comes to in-game names, unless it's exactly the same as your on-stream name, I forget. That's why Justin is the most easiest to remember, because Justin is Justin everywhere. Nice, plain and simple. And the only reason why I remember Liz is because how can I know? I can't forget even if I wanted to. Always am, Creek. Always am. I'm always expecting a wild corn cob to appear out of my peripheral vision at any given point in time. Trust me. That's good, Liz. Keep it that way. We want you nice and calm. The last thing we need is for you to raise mayhem. Nothing quite like lukewarm green tea at 12 p.m. Or 12 a.m. rather. Man, what is time anymore? I need to get one of those, like, thermal thermoses. Which makes zero sense now that I think about what I just said. There is some that keeps your liquid warm for quite some time. I need one of those. Because what I have right now keeps it warm for maybe like 2 hours at most. If I'm lucky, that is. Cheese and dealers. You gotta be a little bit more specific, DBL. I don't know what you're talking about. You see, that's just me. I don't think you should be saying that to anyone. And I don't think Liz is that kind of lady either. She's a classy woman. She would make only the classiest of threats possible. Like smothering you with a cob of corn under the cover of darkness, when you least expect it. I mean, Hakim does say some wild things occasionally. You're always welcome, Liz. You're always welcome. That's a good point, Creek. That is a very, very solid point. Can't really argue with that. Because if there's one individual that tests Liz's patience, is definitely between you and Haki. You both gonna take that crown from Liz. Is that so, Liz? Is that so? I see, I see. Well, as long as there's somebody's not me, I think we'll be fine. I mean, Krieg had an entire saga when every single time he saw Liz, he would just tell her to leave. So, I don't know if you're quite at that point, DB. Alright, so we completed all of this stuff, which is the main part. We're actually grinding quite a bit of Spirit Jades today. I think we got like 5k today alone. Because I said pretty soon I started with about 40. So we got quite a bit of a hole on our hands, shall we say. Slowly increasing our everlasting supply. I never bully anyone, Liz. What are you talking about? When was the last time I bullied anyone? Never. That's what. Right, I think we need to do this event now. Then we jump to Battle Rewind, and then we'll jump on our free-to-play and just see what's popping over there. Do all the weeklies on the dailies there. And in about 2-3 hours, call it a day. I don't know if Liz is emo. Are you, Liz? I don't think so. Unless I missed some developments. Well, the woman herself said no, so I don't know if the theory checks out, EBL. It was a good game theory, but unfortunately no bueno. I mean, GBL, I'm gonna be honest with you, high school photos and her current self are apart by like a good solid decade. So, I don't know about that. Also, in 2021, she wasn't in high school. Unless she stayed very late. Because if you say goth, I would be like, okay, maybe I can see that with Liz. But emo, definitely no. It's no DBL, it's no. It's like saying chickens and beef are the same thing just because they both protein. They're vastly different. Liz, care to explain? I mean, first of all, the dress style is completely different. First... and also the mentality is completely different as well. Like, there's nothing similar in total. Alright, you know what? I have a good example. Emo, My Chemical Romance, Goth, Slipknot. That's all you need to know. I'll put it to you in musical bands perspectives. With the power of Will Creek. With the power of will. You gotta have heard of My Chemical Romance, at least DVL. That's like the most emo forward band in existence. Well, well, she's making the biggest strawberry salad this world has ever seen, Creek. Three kilograms of strawberries. What are you making, Liz? She's just that good, DBL. She types with the power of mind. She's like Professor X, but only for texting. To be honest, 3 kilograms of strawberries as a meal sounds like a good day to me. That's a good Saturday afternoon. Nice Invincible reference, GBL. I like that. Nah, she never stops, Greek. She always keeps going. You think Liz is the kind of woman that would stop? Never. I'm more interested in what she's making. Wait, hold up. You're using 3 kilograms of strawberries to make your milkshakes for a week? How big is a milkshake? Jesus. Are you using like half kilogram of strawberries for one milkshake? That's one heck of a milkshake. You have a milkshake for breakfast? That's even more bomb than I thought. Golly, having dessert for breakfast? You put American people to shame. The freedom lovers wish they could have milkshake for breakfast. All they have is pancakes. Eggs are fine, Creek. Eggs are fine. I always am thinking. I never stop. Strawberries don't have protein in them. What are you talking about? Strawberries... Okay, you know what? I'm no nutritionist, but I'm relatively certain if you want to bulk up, you ain't drinking protein. You ain't drinking milkshake anymore. Calcium, I get that. Neither do I, but definitely the protein. I mean, I'll Google it, but maybe you're onto something. Maybe strawberries like the biggest thing protein world has ever seen. That's why you see all the gym bros chagging strawberry milkshakes in the morning. Let's see, does strawberry give protein? Okay, I have good and bad news for you, DBL. Strawberries do give protein, but a very small amount. So basically, in about 1 cup serving is only 1 gram of protein. So Liz needs to eat at least like 1.5 kilograms of strawberries for 10 grams of protein. Which is like equivalent to maybe, you know, like a Slim Jim. So unfortunately, not a very good sauce. But you do get a little bit. Now, bananas, on the other hand, goat. The goat. Protein for days. Potassium? I mean, don't even get me started on that. I mean, that's solid like 20 grams of protein right there. That, you know what? I didn't think about it that way. That is true. You got me there. Can't really argue with that logic. Right. We did all of these events, so we're good to go. Now, let's do Battle Rewind quickly. Listen, Liz, I'd like to believe you eat 3 kilograms of strawberries a day. Don't ruin my fantasy. Because that sounds way more interesting. So anyway, Liz eats 3 kilograms of strawberries a day. She makes 1 giant milkshake in the morning to bulk up. There's 20 grams of protein right there, and God knows how much milk she's put in there. That's like a gallon of milk at least. And she chugs that bad boy down first thing in the morning, hand on the hip, staring into horizon. That's why she goes that Hulk build, you know? Muscle for days. Your bicep is bigger than my whole set. That's how she rolls. What did I say? Listen, Liz, it's all about determination. You gotta have it. If you have enough determination, you can do great things. Ain't nothing wrong with that, DBL. You gotta have, you know, big biceps, big hips, big everything. That's how it should roll. Of Strawberries Creek? Too many. Too many. Strawberries don't have fat. DBL, where do you get your nutritional facts from? WikiHow? Like, come on. Keep up. Alright, let's do this one. So where do you get these facts? What do you think strawberries are made out of? Plutonium? Like, I just imagine DBL go to a grocery store, just goes to like a fruit aisle, and he's like, which one gives me the most potassium? Strawberries, I take that. Now, which one gives me the most carbohydrates? Or kiwis, I'll take that. Now, which one can give me iron? Bananas, I'll take those, please. Just point to random things and just start making things up. Nutritional value, don't know what that is. Don't tell me your witchcraft over here, cashier lady. I'm just looking for the finest protein source this world has ever seen. Now, where do you keep your strawberries? Because I need them all. I'm trying to bulk up over here. I've seen all those anime waifus eat a lot of strawberries, and I know how buff they are. Don't hide it away from me. I don't know if you're gonna pull weight from eating just strawberries, I'm gonna be honest with you. Because the fruit doesn't actually have like the same sugar that, you know, something like a pastry would have. Because it's still glucose, so it's technically is sugar, just a different amount of it, and your body digests it differently. In majority of cases, glucose get digested much quicker and in much larger quantities than like refined sugar. And because of that, you're more likely to, you know, not gain as much weight. Yeah, pretty much. You see Mr. Health Expert over here coming in. And that's why, like, if you eat banana, let's say, for example, and if you eat, like, a slice of cake, the calories might be roughly, well, no slice of cake, okay, bad example. Like, let's say, like, I don't know, croissant. If you eat banana and a croissant, probably roughly about the same amount of calories. However, banana gives you way better, like, protein, way better, you know, carbs in there, way better potassium, like, a lot of really good things for you. Meanwhile, if you eat a pastry, now, calories are about the same, but you're not getting anything from it, except sugars and carbs, essentially. So it's all about distribution of your calories and what you take out of them. I don't know. The thing is, I'm not sure. Because I do know if you have like a more healthy diet in general, you're less likely to put on weight to begin with, even if you don't exercise. And the reason for that is because it really depends on how your body absorbs different food. Like, let's say if you eat only McDonald's and you go to gym all the time, and let's say you have like vegetarian diet, but you don't exercise at all, the outcome probably will be roughly about the same. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, weight-wise, like losing gain, I think it would be roughly about the same, because on one hand, you're eating extremely healthy, but you don't exercise. On the other hand, you're eating like absolute garbage, yet you're exercising. So you're kind of offsetting the benefit from both, in a way, but not doing the other parts of the equation. Croissant is just a pastry. I mean, it's sugar, flour, eggs, whatever else is in there. Ask Hakim, I don't know. I'm not French. Just a pastry. I mean, it's like any pastry out there. It's basically made out of what you put in it. Actually, France is really into pastries as well. Because every time I've been there, man, the French pastry shops, oof, they go crazy. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of sugary stuff, but let me tell you, those French pastry chefs, they know what they do. Like a nice pain au chocolat with a nice like hot chocolate on a winter afternoon, oof, goes hard. Metabolism is a pretty big factor too, but to be honest, metabolism is not something you can influence. It's kind of you just born with it, and in certain cases, you know, it's good. In certain cases, it's bad. It's just how it is. Ain't nothing wrong with that, DBL, you know, as long as you're healthy for your own like height and weight. Because the thing is, your weight is very influenced by, you know, stay at Ichigo for a bit while load up the free to play. It's mainly depending on your height, your metabolism, and basically how your body processes food in general. Because if you have like let's say lactose intolerance, obviously you won't be able to eat like dairy as well. Dairy like a very good source of calcium, very good source of like protein and all that good stuff. So it's really case by case points. There's no like right or wrong way. Well, there is a wrong way, and that is basically eating, you know, processed food, eating a bunch of fast food, snacks. They're not like the best for you, sugary stuff. But the good one is not like set in stone. You can kind of eat different things, and different things benefit you in a different way. Fair enough, DBL, fair enough. I mean, I know a couple of my friends who are lactose intolerant, and they just power through it as well, but they're just not a fun existence, you know? Like, I'm fortunate in that I don't really have allergies, that I can kind of eat whatever I want, but I do like me some good cheese, you know? I like milk as well. Grew up drinking milk since I was a kid. That's probably why I'm as tall as I am. Because ever since I was a kid, my grandma would usually, she had like a bunch of cows. And she would always bring me like fresh milk whenever she would visit with my granddad. And I always had fresh milk available. I mean, fair enough, DBL, fair enough. I get that. Man, the game is loading here too long. Golly. Because I like a good ice cream as well. I probably like cheese equally as much. I wouldn't say more, but like a good slice of Gouda goes a long way. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I like me some good cheese. Like, those Dutch people, they know exactly what they're doing. Right, I think I'm in. Now, just to join up. And to be honest, you can take stuff like lactate, where, you know, you can just digest dairy that way. But I do respect the hustle, DBL. I do respect the hustle. To be honest, I haven't had ice cream in a whole minute. Now that you mentioned it. I was trying to remember when was the last time I had it. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I probably haven't had it in the past year. Not because of any reason, I just haven't. And I don't know why. Let's join up here. I think roughly about a year, I'd say. Maybe even longer. Fair now, DBL. I like your mentality. That's the mentality of a warrior. Don't let Mother Nature dictate what you can and can't eat. I don't know, just like, I haven't been in the mood for ice cream, even though I like it. It's one of my favorite desserts, but like, same with like cheesecake. I haven't had that in a while as well. I don't know, as of late, I just haven't been really onto like desserts that much. And the only dessert that I really eat, which is not really a dessert, like a bowl of Greek yogurt with, you know, fresh fruit and some crushed nuts. And some honey. It's kind of all I eat as a dessert, really. Just because it's healthy, you know, it's good for you. And it's satisfying as well. That's fair, DBL, that's fair. Though, frozen fruit does sound pretty bomb. Have you ever tried frozen bananas? Ooh, those are good. And you can make actual ice cream from frozen bananas as well. Because all you need is take some frozen bananas, add some milk to it, and just blend them together. And you get basically your homemade ice cream. It's great. You don't even have to have milk in there, but I like it for extra creaminess. It goes hard. That's fair, DBL, that's fair. You wouldn't want to do that. Alright, let's see. Nothing too exciting here. That's fine though. 300 euro ice cream maker? Phew. Golly creek. Who do you take me for? In this economy as well? Jeez Louise. You enjoy biting ice? That's a very interesting thing to do. I like frozen fruit though. Frozen fruit is pretty nice. I mean, I wouldn't be making enough ice cream that often to justify buying the whole machine for making it. Because that's the kind of investment you make if you eat ice cream like on a weekly basis. Let's do the Aizen's one now. Same creek. I mean, I'm sure your homemade ice cream would taste better, but like, the amount of effort you need to go through to make your own ice cream is just, I don't think it's worthwhile. Because certain things, you know, are just good enough from the store. And if you really want, like, artisanal made ice cream, just go to ice cream parlor. build up an immunity for lactose. That's very nice. Welcome to the Dairy Enjoyment Club. Well, they only put chemicals on like a cheap version. If you actually buy like proper one, like Häagen-Dazs or something, you know, like decent quality stuff, you probably will be fine. Like Ben and Jerry's is another one. Because to be honest, the best way to find out if ice cream is good is just read the back package of it. And if they have a bunch of, like, if the ingredients are more than like 5, that's how you know. That stuff ain't good, because all it should be is milk, sugar, ice, and whatever flavor it is, I guess. Because that's all it is. Or at least that's all it should be. So you'll always live in that constant fear. I mean, to be honest, you probably just grew out of it, because when you're a kid, you sometimes have, like, certain allergies or certain things, because when I was a kid, I used to have asthma for a little bit, and I just grew out of it. And the same thing can happen with allergies. Like, it can work the opposite way, where you get them as an adult, but in a lot of cases, if you're a kid and you have something, by the time you reach adulthood, it probably will disappear. And it could be one of those things. Because, you know, your stomach is developing and adjusting. And maybe when you were a child, it just wasn't working properly. And now, you know, got the hardened adult coating on it. Stamp of approval. So now you can enjoy all the dairy you want. Survive. You're not Bear Grylls, but boy, you survived. Hi there, you. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Alright, nothing too exciting there. That's fine, though. That's fine. Alright, I think we're done on my main for now, so we're probably gonna jump on my free-to-play. Probably too long, you. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. At some point, the time lost all its meaning. Well, probably for, if I had to guess, about 9 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours. Somewhere there. Somewhere there. Okay, yeah, we're done with all the dailies, so we're good to go. Alright, let me quickly switch onto this one. Liz, how many times do I need to tell you? Funny time zones are no real. Alright. Let's go with this. Okay. So, I guess first thing first. We definitely not going to do Trial Tower on here, because that's like 6 hours endeavor. And I have got brain power to do that right now. Alright. Let's do... I guess let's do Frenzy Feast first. Get it out of the way. Let's just speed deal quickly. Back to the Bianca land over here. Golly. Whew. A bit rough. Where's my White Ichigo now? Bianca, no. You're living in a fantasy time zone as well, DBL, unbelievable. I saw only Liz did. wait, hold up. I forgot to switch on the noise. There we go. I think it's 1 a.m. for me. It's not that noiseless. It's a good noise. It's the noise of a heated battle. Look, Liz, it's a good noise, as I said. Don't worry. That's how Creek rolls, DBL. Got lost in the strawberries. Happens to the best of us. Liz out there grinding strawberries like nobody's business. Liz, why are you counting up strawberries a week ahead? Why don't you just count them up when you need them? Are you freezing them or something? I see. The resource that none of us have, unfortunately. And just life for you. Ain't nobody chopping in my background, I'll tell you that much. If I had somebody chopping in the background, we would have a problem on our hands. Alright. Let's take this one. I did use it, didn't I? I'm relatively certain. Well, I thought you were freezing them, but I just want to double check. You can only do sweep for the first 3 stages, unfortunately, Hakim. You can't do them for all of them. Creek, I'm not gonna do them on my free-to-play. My free-to-play, I'm not allowed to use presets. I gotta embrace the free-to-play lifestyle. Free-to-plays are not allowed to have presets. It's only the privilege of the rich and wealthy. The whale kind that can allow them to have it. Us free-to-plays have to struggle. We gotta use our own hands to make our own teams. She does have a point, to be fair. Look, Creek, you're just special in that regard. I don't know what to tell you. You're a very special man with very special needs. Just like I am. But in a different way. Alright, fine, Creek. I'll give you a team preset. Fine. Actually, I already have them. Never mind. I think I preempted your twining about it, so I pre-made. Oh golly. All right. Well, apparently I had them already. I don't know when I had them, but I had them somehow. You're fine, DBL, you're fine. Your time to get Isekai has not come yet. Raccoon is still out there looking for you. Just like he's looking for all of us. We all have our time to shine. In the new world of magic and swords. I mean, let's go to point. Can't really argue with that. DBL, you gotta offer Liz at least an offering of like 10 kilograms of strawberries, and then maybe she'll consider. I know what other fruit you like, Liz, and that is passion fruit, okay? I know all your secrets, you can't hide them away from me. Listen, if any of you want to call me in the future, just give me as many bananas as you humanly can carry, and I'll be your man, you know? I'm easy to bribe. As long as you can supply me with endless amount of bananas, I'm gonna be there. I know you like mangas as well, Liz. Listen, Liz. As I said, whoever can provide me with endless supply of bananas, I'm in. We can have a very long established partnership. As long as bananas last, that is. As soon as they're gone, I'm gone as well. Like, that's just how it is. You gotta be ready for that. I don't think passion fruits are grown on vines. Are they? I'm relatively certain they grow on, you know, on trees. How many bananas are we talking about? How many bananas do you get per week, Liz? Because it can't be more than me. I get at least 14 bananas per week. And I'm not joking, by the way, if you think I am. I'm not. I eat at least 2 bananas a day. Sometimes 3, sometimes 4, sometimes 20. It all depends. I get my potassium intake like nobody's business. Alright, let's do this one. Okay, so we need slash or we need thrust. There's no vines on the mango tree or on a passion fruit tree. Where does vines come from? The cosmos? You eating 24 bananas a week, Liz? There's no way. You can't be eating more bananas than me. I refuse to believe that. I need to have my banana eating game. I can't allow you to beat me at my own game. You know what? Maybe he does look kind of like a vine. Never mind. I stand corrected. It does kind of look like, you know, a vine. You are indeed correct, DBL. Look at that, because I thought they grow up kind of like pears, basically. Because this is what I had in mind, kinda. But I guess they do kind of grow on a vine in a way. Which is interesting. Fascinating. The more you know, I guess. The more you know. So does your diet consist of just eating bananas and strawberries? Because that's a bomb diet, Liz. Because I just include my bananas in yogurt. But how big of a banana are we talking? Are we talking like those tiny bananas? Or we're talking like big boy bananas? Because I only get big boys. I never settle for small ones. The bigger the better is what I say. I think the one she was talking about is Pesmoon. I think that's how you pronounce it. Because I know it by, like, Ukrainian name. But I believe that's what it's called in English as well. Let me see if I can find it. Alright, Liz, is this the one? I'm not sure if you pronounce Persimmon or Persimmon, but basically this thing. Because I actually grew up eating those as well. They're pretty popular in Eastern Europe, and they do taste pretty bomb. I do like them quite a bit. This is what they look like on the inside. And the thing is, the trick is to get them like almost to the nice ripeness, because if they overripe, they become like very milly and like just leaves a very unpleasant feel on your tongue. Like the taste still great, but the feeling is especially on the skin. The flesh inside great, but the skin it's gotta be ripe to eat it. It's not a tomato. I don't know what to tell you. It's persimmon. What do you mean bigger? There's no bigger orange fruits out there, Liz. That's the biggest one I know. I think you'd enjoy it. It's very tasty. Pumpkin is not a fruit, is it? Papaya is not orange, is it? Isn't it green? Alright, apparently some are orange. I thought it was always green. I know it's orange on the inside, but the outside is green. I guess some of them are yellow. Because I was only familiar with the green one. Wait, apparently those ones, there are some yellow ones. Because this is the one I was familiar with. Like, this is a papaya I know. But apparently there's, like, what do you call orange? No, probably yellow. But apparently there's very ripe is orange. I see. I see. Interesting. Because I always just had these. If I did have papaya. To be honest, not the biggest fan. Like, it's fine, but it's not like the best thing in the world. It's alright. You know what I love? Let me Google this. Okay, if you ever want to taste what the most goated citrus in the world tastes like, you gotta try this. Pomelo. Let me tell you something. This is basically the best orange you're gonna have in your life because it basically tastes like the most meaty orange you possibly can have. And I know I'm not selling it too well, but trust me, it's amazing. It's basically like eating kind of mixture between an orange, a pear, and a melon. That's the best way I could put it. And it's great. It's awesome. It's one of the greatest ones. I never had the red one. I always had the yellow one. Like, this is the one I'm used to, but apparently there's different types of them. There's a red one, there's a pink one. I probably just had the honey one. That's the one I'm familiar with. I don't know these ones. You don't like pomelo? Really? Golly, Liz, you kidding me? Jeez Louise. It's goated. It's goated. The yellow one is a goat. I'm telling you. It's amazing. Well, the red one just kind of looks like blood orange. Which, I mean, if you like blood orange, you probably will like that. I actually like blood oranges. Grapefruit is pretty nice. Like, not gonna lie. I do like a good grapefruit occasionally. The juice? What do you mean the juice? I don't know you even juice in them. You eat them raw. You don't do anything with them. They're great by themselves. Well, I mean, you don't eat the white skin. You obviously take it off. I don't know of another orange fruit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, mango was my best guess. I have no idea what other orange stuff is out there. Except orange. I like them as well. What is orange? Am I crazy? There's no orange fruit out there left. Mandarins? That would be like the closest one I can think of. Oh yeah, mandarins are goated. I love me a good mandarin. Man, when I was a child, I'll tell you what. One of my fondest memories is every time I would go to my grandparents, my granddad would give me a sack full of mandarins as a gift. And I would just go to town on that bad boy. I would just sit in front of TV and just keep popping mandarins like there's no tomorrow. And I would get done with a full sack by like 2 weeks. It was great. I was so overloaded on vitamin C, I probably was looking orange as all get out. Like I was one step away from looking like I had jaundice. As long as you return them, Liz. As long as you return them. Because my grandparents never really, like, gave me candy, per se. Like, I always was allowed to have some candy, but my grandma usually would bake, like, sweet treats for me. And also, I would usually like, get, like, fruit as a dessert for most things, or, like, fruit-forward desserts. And I just grew up with a lot of fruit, you know, we always had, like, fresh apples, fresh mandarins, fresh, like, oranges. Obviously store-bought bananas, because bananas don't really grow there. During summer, we always had like berries, you know, like strawberries, raspberry, blueberry, you name it. And watermelon, honeydew melon, you know, stuff like that. And then during winter, they usually would freeze a bunch of like fresh fruits for winter. And they also would make something called compote, which is basically like a fruit punch situation, but not really, where you mix fruit with water and sugar and just put them in a big like glass containers, seal them up, and basically let them marinate for like from summer all the way to winter, and then you just crack them open and it's kind of like juice. So you basically just pour them up and it's very sweet. It's like basically homemade juice that I grew up with. And very tasty. And you can make it with like whatever you want. My go-to was cranberries with strawberries mixed together. And it had like a nice sour punch to it with like a sweetness of strawberries. It was great. I loved it. And usually I would drink that with like a dessert of some kind. So like if my grandma made some pancakes or something, you know, and all the kind of pancakes, you know, the American style. I'm talking like French style more likely. Call them blini. And, you know, have that with a bunch of them, like some sour cream, you know, some jams maybe on the inside. It's great. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, during winters, it's pretty commonplace to prepare a bunch of, like, pickled vegetables and also, like, fruit as well. Some people do, like, apples, pears, apricots, strawberries, you know, any other things. And then basically the juice is kind of like, you know, the juice that you drink afterwards. But it's not really pickling, because you don't have spices to it. It's more like just preserving, I guess. Yeah, it is like crepes, but a little bit thicker. Like, not by a ton, but it is thicker. Because, like, if French crepes are basically paper thin, the Ukrainian blini is like 2 crepes stacked on top of each other. Sometimes maybe even 3. That's kind of the thickness I'm talking about. So it's a little bit more substantial. and we usually add a little bit more like egg flowers than French do, so it becomes a little bit more like firm, basically. So it's much more like easy to operate with if you want to like fill it up or anything like that. Sitting for 10 hours in a row really did a number on my back. Need to stretch a little bit. What happened, DBL? I feel like one of those old men that go to parks to do like aerobic exercise every morning. I need to start doing that. Just do some Tai Chi. I mean, it is what it is, DBL. It is what it is. You'll find your one. You find your lady of the hour when you can guess her favorite fruit from a mile away. It will happen. Just give it time. I'm telling you, BL, just prepare like a crate full of strawberries, a crate full of mangoes, and a crate full of mandarins, and maybe Liz will hear you out. No worries, DBL, no worries. Have a great time. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and I'll catch you later. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. Can't really dispute that. I think we all do DBL. Like, I'm pretty sure, you know. We all in the know. Well, maybe except me. I don't know. Because I kind of forget things. and I'm eagerly excitable. I'm like, you know, a parrot that you put a piece of cloth over, and I start thinking it's a nighttime. And you take it off, and I'm like, okay, it's daytime again. That kind of excitement I'm talking about. Yes, Liz. Yes, you do. And don't lie to me saying no. I know you're gonna hold the wedding straight in Mondstadt's chapel. They're gonna 3D print and build the live scale of it. I know what you're gonna do. Listeners, you can hide it all you want, but we all know. We all know. A good team? We're gonna challenge Hakim and his team? I feel like for that you need a little bit more players. I'm just pulling your leg, Liz. I'm just pulling your leg. Also, that's not the kind of team I'm in, okay? Get your mind out of the gutter. Unbelievable. I was talking like a good old-fashioned game of football. Jeez Louise, this woman. Why is Ulquiorra transforming into a big white glob of ether? Golly. And then why did you say ooh, Liz? Golly. You don't like football? You were all excited about that ramen comparison? About your football teams? Double standards, Liz. I don't think so, DBL. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I mean, that's fair, pal. To be honest, I'm not like the biggest football enthusiast myself. I'm fine with it, but I'm not like super excited about it either. Happens to the best of us, DBL. Happens to the best of us.
すごいじゃん。さてと。案ずるな。さてと。
No, Liz, I don't know about that. Fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. I mean, at least they know throwing knuckle sandwiches left, right, and center. That's at least a little bit of an improvement. Fair enough, DBL, fair enough. Whatever floats your boat. The Mexican lads? I didn't know you were into that, DBL. Golly, you're more adventurous than I thought. Fair enough, fair enough. Liz, how is your chopping adventures going on? Are you close to being done? Are you still getting strawberries for days? fair enough, DBL, fair enough. I mean, what I like to think is that Liz was chanting with one hand and chopping with another. A true master of her craft. You see what I tell you, DBL? What did I tell you? She just built different. Liz can multitask like nobody's business. Alright, this one might be tough. I'm not sure if we will be able to win it, but we'll try our best. You know, one thing that I discovered recently is the fact that, I know this is gonna sound extremely dumb, but just hear me out. So usually when I stream, right, I stream in total darkness, and what I mean by that, I just have like the lights from my PC, the lights on my like monitor and whatever, no, and on my desk, right? And more times than not, that makes me even more tired because there's not enough light. However, what I recently discovered is the fact that I can switch on the lights, you know, as a way intended in my room. And before that, I never really used to do it, but I started doing it for the past couple of streams. And let me tell you something, a game changer. Who would have known that if you switch on the lights during nighttime, makes you feel a little bit better? Definitely not me. I'm just sharing your life greatest discoveries right here, right now, guys. That's only the kind of confession you can get out of me at 2 a.m. Look, Liz, what do you mean it explains the law? What is that supposed to mean, huh? Are you trying to say something to me? I'm just saying, Liz, next time when it's nighttime, oof. Just switch on the lights. I'm telling you, a big game changer. Because I'm the kind of person, and I swear, for majority of my like conscious life, I never had a light on during nighttime. Like, ever. I barely ever switched it on, like, at all. Let alone nighttime. And recently, as I become an old and crusty old man, the more I realize I can switch on the light, the better. I don't know, Bale, I don't know. I definitely enjoy playing games in dark more than I enjoy with the lights, because it just makes it like a sensory deprivation kind of tank, where I just zone out and just do what I do. But definitely for streams at least, having light is better, because I can actually pay attention to both the chat and the game at the same time. Because if you look at the old VODs, you definitely can tell when I'm mentally checked out from the stream. Like, it's definitely noticeable. Meanwhile, right now, you know, it's 10 hours later and still feel alright. I don't know about that, Liz. I would love to do some voice acting in the future. That's definitely, like, on my bucket list to do some VA for, like, either anime or games or both. I'll be very excited for that. Any that would take me, Pale. Any that would take me.
さてと了解しましたはいはい
I can if you want me to, Liz. I don't mind.
さてとさて反撃といこうかのさてとすごいじゃんさてと
No, it's fine. I mean, I don't mind it. You're making it sound like you're gonna make me say some weird stuff.
さてとどうじゃすごいじゃんさてとさて
Okay, good, good, good. As long as no weird stuff,
さてと
I'll be fine with it.
すごいじゃんさてと
I swear, Liz, if you're gonna make me voice over like a fanfic of yours or something, I'm not gonna be too pleased about that. I don't know, Liz. I don't know, but I'm not judging. I'm just inquiring. That is all. That is all. I just want to know what you're up to. No, I don't, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying the way you portrayed it made it sound very sketchy. Made it sound like, you know, you're gonna put me to a side alley and just gonna bust a microphone out of nowhere and be like, kid, give me a couple voice lines. Okay, okay, what do I need to say? Read this. And it's gonna be something like, Jean-Louis stared into the eyes of Venti deeply and messily, and he knew at that very moment that they meant to be with each other. He pinned him to a wall, looked him deep into his bright green glowing eyes like the emeralds that they were shining in the gleaming sunshine. He leaned over and he whispered to his ear, "Are you gonna pull or not?" Like that kind of stuff? I don't know, Liz. I don't know if I'm ready. Look, Liz, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I have a knack for making weird things happen. I don't know what to tell you. That's a blessing and a curse of mine. Well, apparently people were saying the Hell Arc is gonna get remade, or not remade, but added onto, and I always found, like, Helak wasn't really explored that much in Bleach, so that would be kind of exciting, because that's where all the Spada are chilling, may begin as well, you know? All the, like, old captains, maybe? From Soul Society? Would be nice. I definitely was the same, Pale. Like, for majority of my teenage life, I never really switched on the lights in my room. Like, it was always eternal darkness. The only light source during night was basically the moon for me. That's all I had. That's all I had. Is a vampire mentality, Pale. We all have it. We all have it. Alright, let's collect this stuff. I mean, I definitely enjoy, like, spending time in the dark, shall we say. Occasionally, not all the time, but, like, I do feel like it has its own benefit. Because it makes you, like, you know, zone in and, like, focus on that one thing that you're doing. Occasionally, like, for example, if I'm editing, like, the video, sometimes if I sit in the dark, I, like, lock in immediately. Well, if there's, you know, light everywhere, I'm more likely to procrastinate. It's all about, like, situational darkness, I feel like. Alright, let's do this one. Do they still keep releasing Dragon Ball? Because didn't Dragon Ball's creator unfortunately pass away? Are they still going with it? Alright, let's see. Not that one. What was it? Ah, there we go. And I missed it for a second. I am indeed, Greg, I am indeed. I'm like Poltergeist, you can never vanquish me until I vanquish myself. I mean, it's weekend, you know. It's time to relax, kick back, play a couple games, and just have a good time. What, did you not manage to get him any good stamps, Liz? Greg, you just missed Liz's whole saga as she was chopping 3 kilograms of strawberries and chatting to us at the same time. It was quite an experience, I tell you. She was chopping like nobody's business. Now watch her make dinner and talk just as frequently. So while we're here already, might as well do Kenpachi's one as well.
You.
Ah, I see, Liz, I see. So keeping Greg updated on your strawberry chopping prowess. That's good, that's good. One is I like how you prioritize chopping strawberries first before you ate, Liz. You got your priorities straight. I like that. I like that. Food prep first, eating later. Let's keep going with this one. Fair enough, Liz. Been there, done there. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to forget about 3 kilograms of strawberries because it's not like, you know, 1 or 2 strawberries. That's like at least 100. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Can't really argue about that. Well, that's why you make a list, Liz. You make a list what needs to be done in a day, and you just keep following it. That's what I'm doing. Because my to-do list is very elaborate, you know. The first step is waking up, which is the hardest one, really. I sometimes fail there. Quite spectacularly, mind you. The second step is to get out of bed, even harder, some may say. even harder. Third step is survive. And that one, I mean, the success rate so far has been 100%, but like, I'm telling you, that one, sometimes I feel like I'm failing as I'm doing so. And that's a very simple 3-step process, but then again, sometimes the easiest things are the hardest to fail. Yet somehow I still manage to find a way. Just my talent. Indeed, Liz, indeed. So do I, Liz, so do I. In fact, I forget to eat so much that one of the days I don't eat at all. I just kind of forget that part. I'm just like, nah, not today. Maybe tomorrow. To be honest, I always had the mentality, even when I was younger, I eat when I'm hungry. Like, I don't really follow that 3 meals a day type of mentality, because, like, if I'm not hungry, I ain't eating. If I'm hungry, I'll eat. Which I feel like what should be real. I think that's decent enough, because the only time I used to eat breakfast was when I was very small, and like my grandma and my mom used to cook for me, but since I entered like high school, I would usually skip breakfast, just have a lunch, and then have dinner, or sometimes even skip lunch. Like at a certain point I actually went straight to just dinner. I mean, that's fair, Greg, that's fair. I've definitely been there. Reminds me of my college days. When I used to eat basically whenever I wake up, and then before I go to bed. Kind of cycle. Alright, let's do this one as well. I mean, to be fair, like as I said, you shouldn't be forcing yourself to eat if you're not hungry. Because at the end of the day, like, your body knows best, and if you're just not feeling like eating, that's probably your body just telling you, you know, you fine as is. Well, when I say before bed, I meant like 1 or 2 hours beforehand. Not like straight away. It's not like I eat 1 second, next thing I'm in bed. But usually would be between like 2-3 hours, I'd say. Because the thing is, when I do eat, it's usually like an hour type of endeavor. Because I used to wolf down my food like a lot, but nowadays I try to actually like enjoy it and have like a meal that lasts at least half an hour. And that way, you know, I feel like I have something in my stomach. That's a very specific example, Greg. But fair enough. Fair enough. I definitely used to have chicken nuggets phrase. Not necessarily from McDonald's, but just in general. Ain't nothing wrong with some chicken nuggets. Let's go with this one. Let's keep going. That one. I'll take a word for it because I don't drink personally and I don't really enjoy fast food that much. But I guess it's all about, you know, when you're inebriated and you basically just want some quick food inside your body. And I guess fast food is just one of those that always kind of works. So I'll definitely get it from that perspective. It's probably the last thing you want to is stand at the stove cooking yourself a meal while you're basically half asleep and another half of you is just barely comatose alive. Let's run again. This one will do. I guess so. Is that convenience versus effort spent to get something inside of you? Well, I feel like a lot of people just go with fast food. Especially if it's like super late. I wouldn't, if I ever go drunk, the last place I want to be is in the kitchen. I'll tell you that much. Because I'll burn the whole place down. I think both will probably end up in your place being on fire somehow. Because you probably start putting like oil inside your cup instead of juice, and then just putting them on the gas stove. Just to warm them up a little bit instead of like microwave. Because apparently you want some warm juice for whatever reason. And then the next thing you know, the entire place just filled with hot oil. And you're none the wiser. You wake up in the morning, your kitchen looks like a warfare zone. Well, you passed out, half asleep, in a corner of your room, not even on a bed. Liz, I'm not gonna stand for such slander, I'll let you know. I cook exquisite meals in my kitchen, which involved scrambled eggs, fried rice. That's about it. But those two I nail every time. Listen, Greg, at least you got a glass of warm water. I just like to think that Greg got stuck in a perpetual loop of filling a glass of water, putting it in the microwave, forgetting that he put it in the microwave, then filling another glass of water, putting that glass of water in the microwave again, putting on 5 minutes again, forgetting that it was there, and by the time he wakes up in the morning, he just goes to his microwave and there's like 10 glasses of water all in there. He just starts thinking, why is there 10 glasses of water in the microwave? What was I up to last night? Well, there's nothing quite like a pair of cool glasses, Greg. Claim this still. Let's do. Okay, what do I need? This one. Do hollow elimination quickly.
と
That okay, you see, there's a problem there. Of laying on a floor with somebody that can potentially throw up, because that is a recipe for disaster. But keep going. I mean, it's effort that counts. It's effort that counts. Hopefully not the woman part, Greg. Hopefully not. It's okay, it wasn't dry vomit, Liz. It was just a very elaborate spilled bowl of Cheerios that they had that morning. And Greg just forgot about it.
さてと
It doesn't look like there's anything too exciting here. That's alright though. I mean, going to a concert and not even remembering the music that you listen to is kind of nuts, not gonna lie. Because every time that you tell people, oh yeah, I've been to a Metallica concert, and you're like, oh yeah, how was it? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. But yeah, I feel like, you know, drinking in moderation, you know, for social activities is fine, but you definitely don't want to blackout drunk yourself. Because they're just asking for trouble. It's okay, Greg, happens. Sometimes in life, you know, things happen. And it's okay. It's okay. I think that's pretty normal, Greg. That's pretty normal. It's all about knowing your limitations and, like, don't go over them. Because obviously different people's alcohol threshold is going to be different. And it's all about don't go over the limit and to ensure that you still have a good time, but you don't, like, inebriate yourself to the point where you can't control anything you do or say. That's fair, pal. I mean, I do enjoy concerts occasionally, but parties are definitely not my thing. Liz just inhales a bunch of helium and just start laughing like Chip and Dale. That's the kind of party Liz is into. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything too exciting. That's fine though. That's fine. To be honest, I just imagine Liz just sits like in a dark room laughing to herself. And if I was at a party and just entered her room and just saw, you know, a woman laughing hysterically at like a bowl of Cheerios, I would be like, you know what? I would just close the door behind me and I'd never go back in there. I'll be like, you do you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, level 79 on free to play, very nice. Do I would like to? Yes, I like the game, but I don't want to rate it. Thank you very much. I think I already rated. All right. Let's do quickly the guild stuff, I guess. Oh, come on, Bale. I feel like that's just not a good place to put yourself in. The thing is, obviously having regrets is one thing, but like, I feel like if you do listen to other music, it might make you more creative as a result, and maybe you still can pursue it, you never know. It's always good to get inspiration from other people. Look, Liz, I don't think anybody's here is normal, let's be honest. We all have our quirks. You know, Greg's is questionable drinking choices. Kale's is, you know, hate of anything to do with music. Yours is sitting in a dark room laughing at a bowl of Cheerios under the cover of darkness with the only moonlight eliminating your shame. And mine is spewing the wildest nonsense I can possibly imagine at 2 AM in the morning on a Saturday afternoon. A rather Sunday morning. Not knowing what time, space, continuum it is. We all have our quirks. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, there's plenty of artists out there that's not like the easiest on the eye, let's be real. But they're just super talented, and due to that, they're like beloved. Like, you look at people like Weird Al, would you call him like the most handsomest man ever? No. But, you know, he made it because he loved doing what he was doing and somehow it took off. There's plenty of examples of that. That does check out, Liz. That does check out. I just like to think that you were doing Mongolian throat thinging while you were sleeping, you know? Which freaked your uncle the hell out. It wasn't like some Disney song or just full-on blown Mongolian throat thingy. And I feel like that I would have been more impressed than anything, but also horrified. Because I would have thought that you're getting possessed by like demons from the seventh circle of hell or something. Just start throwing holy water on you. Saying, demons be gone! Weird Al. Pale. I mean, there's plenty of them. Like, majority of music artists are not that good looking, let's be honest. And let's talk about, like, K-pop or something. Or, you know, like, pop music in general. But a lot of rock music bands, like, you look at any of them, how many of them are actually, like, model type? Not a lot, if any. It's all about the genre that you're interested in, I guess. Alright, so that's sorted. I think that's the last event we need to do, probably. It's pretty certain all the other ones we already finished. I mean, to be honest, Bill, you don't have to limit yourself just to German audience. You know? I'm gonna be real with you. That's only a rock band that I know from Germany, at least. Well, the thing is, majority of the music nowadays is getting shared online anyway. Like, no people really look for it physically anymore, except like concerts and whatever. No. Yeah, pal, but you gotta understand that if you go on like German route, you're limiting yourself basically to just Germany. If you go English route, you're basically going worldwide at that point. So it's all about what you want, really. Yeah, Greg, I'm not saying everyone. Obviously, there are people that still collect physical copies, but like 9 out of 10 people out there, they listen to like Spotify or something. Or one weirdo like me listens to on like YouTube AMVs. I mean, it's fair, pal. If you don't feel passionate about it anymore, that's absolutely fine to like not pursue it. But if you do want to still pursue it, there's many avenues nowadays you can take. Like, there's plenty of artists, even on like YouTube or Spotify, Like, you don't have to be even doing physical, like, copies or anything like that. And you can still make, like, a relatively decent career out of it.
さてとさてとすごいじゃんさてと遅くなっちゃって不動の91戦時後天大砲爆動の4マイナは紅姫さてとすごいじゃん
That is fair point, Greg. That is fair point. Because art is subjective. To everybody, art is something different. Like, many people see art from, you know, a perspective of it being something they want to pursue or something, you know, they want to maybe explore. Some people do it for money, some people do it for fame, some people do it for just the love of it. And none of those reasons are like wrong necessarily, but it's all depending on what you pursue your passion towards, and you gotta establish clear goals, and don't just expect that, you know, everything gonna come all at once. Look, DBL, sleep is for the wicked, and I'm no such. I will be going to bed after we're done with this event, and after we're done talking about philosophical stuff at 2 AM in the morning. No worries, DBL, no worries. Have a good night rest, and I'll catch you later. I do think as humans we need to have like a creative outlet for our thoughts and like ideas and inspirations, and it's all about finding something that you're passionate enough about to pursue. Because like you don't have to be necessarily like super successful at something to still enjoy doing it. Like just have it as your hobby, and if your hobby becomes, you know, your main source of income, your main source of stability, both financially and like, you know, gratifyingly, shall we say, I feel like at that point is even better. But if not, at the bare minimum you're still doing what you enjoy, and even if it's not super successful, you can at least be proud of it, which I do think everybody needs. I agree with this, to be honest. Because fame and, like, fortune is great, but, like, at the end of the day, if you don't get it, at the bare minimum, as I said before, you can at least be proud of what you're doing.
なっちゃってすいません。
Man, SoundCloud, golly. That brings back the memories. So we just listen to different mixtapes, basically. Is it? Oh, fair enough. I mean, I just know that SoundCloud used to be a big meme back in the day. Where anyone and everyone would put their mixtape on it.
さてと
全力で
用意なら
さあなんだわねえだあい
いや
俺が
It's fair enough, Ale. You don't have to, like, necessarily like the lyrics to enjoy the song. Because I definitely listen to some songs where I didn't care for lyrics. I just enjoy the sound of it all. There's no shame in that.
遅くなっちゃってすいません。
千本桜影石
遅くなっちゃってすいません。波動の91千住光天大砲爆動の4遅くなっちゃってすいません。紅姫紅姫楽しくやろうぜ。月が天使
千景
Absolutely.
千本桜影石
Like, to me as well, whenever people, like, show up on stream or basically watch my video and they say, man, I really enjoyed it, that, like, brings me a little happiness, you know? Like, because the thing is, it doesn't matter what you do in life, as long as somebody appreciates what you're doing, I feel like that's what we all search for as humans, is a little gratification for, like, our actions. Not necessarily success that comes with it, but, like, the idea that our existence has meaning. And I feel like that's what we're all searching for, and if you find that meaning, no matter how big or small it is, that's already a victory, I feel like.
遅くなっちゃって紅姫紅姫紅姫の91紅姫千住光天大砲爆動の4ナワ楽しくやろうぜ。紅姫紅姫遅くなっちゃって波動の91千住光天大砲爆動の4マイナワ楽しくやろうぜ。
さてと
さあ
用意なら
全力
And to be honest, I think what you can start doing is just listening to like songs again. And like, even if you don't find the passion back to music, I feel like you probably can let go that way of like your pent up emotions and probably discover some cool artists that maybe you never even heard of. Because to me personally, when I was a kid, one of my favorite experiences was finding new music. And the way I used to do it is through AMVs. Because I liked anime and I like cool songs. And you combine those two together, it's even better. Same list, because I used to be like only rock music listening for a long, long time. But nowadays, if I like the song, I like the song. To be honest, I don't care what genre it is. Which I feel like is a more healthy outlook on things. Because some people outright refuse to listen to like pop songs or like rap songs. But to me, I personally feel like if the song is good, the song is good. That's all you need.
さてと
全力で
用意だ。
なんだはねえだろ。
I agree with this because in a lot of cases, if you listen to somebody else's like songs, I feel like you might get inspired yourself to do something similar or like learn from them. You know, like maybe let's say for example, you don't really know how to build like a proper bridge in a song, and maybe you listen to a couple songs and you're like, oh wow, I kind of like how this sounds. Then you try to do something the same and you might discover, you know what, this kind of works for me now. That's a very interesting way to sell a song, fail.
遅くなっちゃってすい久しぶりじゃねえか。
さ
Greg. You never want to hear the birds of shame. To be honest, soon I'm gonna be hearing mine because it's already almost 3 a.m. So probably will be rounding it up soon enough. Easy slip up. Easy slip up, Pale. That one's sorted.
さてと
さあ
用意
全力
No worries, Greg. Was a pleasure seeing you as always, big man. Get a good night resting you, and I'll catch you later. I will go in about 10 minutes, don't worry. I know my limits. Not well, but I do know them. Liz, you and your imaginary Narnia time zones don't exist. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. No, Liz, and you know it. Just because you have magical closet with your magical time zone, with your magical talking polar bears, doesn't mean we're all habitless. This.
さてと
全力
用意だ。
さあ
用意はいいっすか。
なんだはねえだろ久しぶりじゃないか俺が
I mean, Polar Bear in Mexico, that's a fate that I'm not envying. Golly. I mean, polar bears are really cool. And I never seen one in real life, but I always kind of wanted to. Because I always like bears. Like any kind of bears, you know, brown bears, black bears, panda bears, polar bears, you name it. Because I just think they just, you know, are really cool creatures. I mean, the last time I've been to a zoo was ages ago as well. It's been a hot, hot minute. Alright, let's see. To me, I think the last time was... if I had to guess, probably about 7 to 8 years ago. So a long time ago. And yes, I mean, to be fair, zoos are not something, you know, you go often to. Let's be honest. Wait, I do want to go back to one of them. You know, because I do quite like seeing animals. Preferably in the wild, but you know. At least at some capacity.